This is a heavenly Yuan destiny level building. There are more than 10 extremely huge buildings. How is this possible? How can there be so many heavenly Yuan destiny level treasures in the world? And on each of them, there is a divine dragon that suddenly appeared. My God, is this where the Dragon King's forces are sitting? There are treasures everywhere around here, but they are all treasures. The dozen or so buildings give me a powerful pressure. They're too powerful, so powerful that it's unbelievable. There are simply too many treasures here in the Dragon Palace. We can even see a lot of heavenly Yuan creation-level divine trees and grass. The energy around here is many times more powerful than our strongest grotto heaven-blessed land. It's unbelievable that a faction can have so many treasures and supreme treasures. The 10 Days Alliance and the Giant Beast Alliance looked at the Dragon Palace in shock. Every blade of grass, tree, and flower in the Dragon Palace contained powerful energy. There was no divine grass or divine tree that was lower than the ruler realm. Most importantly, these divine grass and flowers were like decorations in the Dragon Palace. They could be seen everywhere. There were all kinds of mountains and rivers that contained enormous energy. There were clouds in the sky that were formed from divine energy. There were treasures everywhere. Even the heavenly Yuan creation realm experts were shocked when they saw them. They felt it was unbelievable. As for the disciples who hadn't even reached the heavenly Yuan creation realm, there was no need to mention them. Everyone, this way please. The 9 heavens divine rock smiled faintly and brought them to a banquet building in the Dragon Palace. Welcome to the Dragon Palace. I'm Prime Minister Gue of the Dragon Palace. There's still half a year before the celebration of our crown prince and princess. You can walk around the Dragon Palace now. In the vicinity of the Dragon Palace and in the 9 Origin universe, you need to abide by the rules of our side. We will have members to act as guides for you and congratulate you on having a good time. Prime Minister Gue came up to them and said with a smile on his face, "It's okay. It's our first time here in the Dragon Palace. We are deeply shocked." Wu Tongming's elder answered with a smile. "We should be the ones who feel that you are here. In order to celebrate the birth of the crown prince and princess, the Dragon Palace will hold a competition and sparring. All guests below the level of heavenly Yuan creation can participate. First place, our Dragon Palace will take out a heavenly Yuan creation treasure that corresponds to its attributes as a reward. Disciples who are interested can participate, hehe." Prime Minister Gue smiled faintly and led them to the guest residence. When the strong disciples of the 2 forces heard this, they were slightly shocked. This? Just a competition between disciples below the level of heavenly Yuan creation, and first place was able to obtain a heavenly Yuan creation treasure? This was something that they didn't dare to imagine. A treasure of this level could be used as a wager? "Third brother, don't run. Return the item to me. Quickly return it to me or I'll let Big Brother beat you up. If you don't return it, then don't return it. Slightly. 3. Let's run." At this moment, an extremely young voice came from the side. A little girl was chasing after the little boy. The 2 children looked very small with childlike innocence on their faces. A little boy who was riding on a creature with wings was running in front. A little girl who was also riding on this creature was chasing after him angrily. San, put my third brother down. I want to beat him up. Third brother, I want to fight with you." The little girl shouted angrily. "Crown Prince, the 7th princess has spoken. I won't participate." Hehe. The space beast beneath the little boy said with a smile. "HMBitch, you want to beat me up? Catch up with me first." The little boy got down from the space beast and flew forward in a wisp of smoke. "If you don't give me my things, I'll beat you until you cry." "Humph." The little girl hummed as she flew down from the space beast and chased after the little boy. Although they were very young, they seemed to have the intelligence of children. However, they were not weak. Hehe, 7733, go and look after the crown prince and the princesses. Don't let them get hurt. Prime Minister Gue, who was in front of the guest house, heard the voice and paid attention to it. He said to 7733 and the 2 space beasts of the empty cicada clan, "Yes, Prime Minister Gue. We'll keep an eye on them. They'll be fine." The two space beasts nodded and disappeared. This, Prime Minister Gue, are those two the children of the Dragon King? A chaos-level powerhouse of the Giant Beast Alliance couldn't help but ask. Yes, the crown princes and princesses of our Dragon Palace and the 13 crown princes and princesses of our Dragon Palace. The little ones are 6 months old. Prime Minister Gue nodded with a hint of affection. Prime Minister Gue, those two called 77 and 33 are masters of the Great Tao, right? Why do they give me the feeling that they are like primal chaos behemoths? A primal chaos-level existence from the Behemoth Alliance couldn't help but ask with a hint of doubt on his face. Their Behemoth Alliance had the ability to control primal chaos behemoths. They could sense that the auras of 7, 7, and 3 were slightly different. We are the behemoth beasts of chaos. The Dragon King helped us to gain sentience. A few great Tao-level experts of our race are fortunate enough to be able to grow together with the Crown Prince and Princess. The leader of the Empty Cicada tribe said from the side, "Gain sentience?" The words of the leader of the Empty Cicada clan shocked the 4 primal chaos-level beings and the other experts of the Behemoth Alliance. Activate spiritual intelligence? They knew the primal chaos behemoth very well, and this was the first time they had heard that it could activate spiritual intelligence. Besides, the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace had 13 children. Each child was accompanied by a primal chaos behemoth of the great Tao level as they grew up and protected them? Didn't that mean that the 13 experts of the great Tao level were just the personal bodyguards of the Dragon Prince's children? They found it somewhat unbelievable. Prime Minister Gui smiled and said, "Everyone, you can rest here for the next few days. If you have any questions, you can ask the civil officials of the Dragon Palace who are carrying the turtle shell just like me." Prime Minister Gue said a few words and left without accompanying them for long. Prime Minister Gue's main task now was to teach the Crown Prince and the Princess. Teach them how to behave, how to do things, and how to learn. Is this the Dragon Palace? The experts of the Behemoth Alliance were in a trance. The 4 chaos-level existences were also amazed. There's something we haven't told you. Not long ago, the Dragon King single-handedly destroyed a force that was as powerful as your Behemoth Alliance. According to that kid from my family, 4 primal chaos existences and more than 400 heaven origin destinies were completely annihilated. Wu Tongming's ancestor from the 10-Day Federation said with a smile when he saw their shocked expressions. How strong is this Dragon King? A force that is as strong as our Behemoth Alliance was destroyed by the Dragon King alone. How is this possible? The Federation won't lie to us about this. We only need to investigate. The resources of the Dragon Palace are too terrifying. It's so terrifying that I can't even imagine it. If that Dragon King is really that terrifying, we'll have to take more treasures. The experts of the Federal Alliance entered the guest house on the 10th day. The experts of the Giant Beast Alliance also entered. They were all whispering and discussing in shock. They thought that their guess of the Dragon King's strength was already very high. But unexpectedly, that Dragon King was even more terrifying than they had imagined. It was even more shocking. In the next few days, the powerful disciples of the Behemoth Alliance received more information about the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace. In these few days, all the members of the Justice Alliance and the Dragon Palace Alliance had arrived. The Behemoth Alliance had also thoroughly confirmed from them the strength of a faction called the Evil Sequence Faction, and all the information about it being destroyed. Immediately, the 4 chaos-level existences of the Behemoth Alliance decided that they would prepare precious gifts for the Dragon King's birthday banquet. Half a year passed quickly. Basically, all the members of the Justice Alliance, the 10-Day Federation Alliance, the Behemoth Alliance, and the Dragon Palace Alliance had arrived. In addition, there were more than 10,000 Heaven Origin Destiny Realm powerhouses who ruled over Tier 8 and above. The celebration party is about to begin. I didn't expect that not only the powerhouses of the Justice Alliance would come, but also the 2 major forces from far away. Who would have thought that the Dragon King could grow to this stage? He must have been the leader of a clan that had just risen. Fortunately, our Angel clan and the Dragon King have reconciled. Otherwise, our Angel clan wouldn't exist in the 9 Origin universe. There are more than 2,000 Heaven Origin Creation Realm powerhouses here. More than 2,000 of them come from thousands of universes. It's shocking. The banquet was about to begin. The disciples of the top races of the 9 origin universe sat below the members of the Dragon Palace. They glanced at the powerhouses around them. The nearly 2,000 heaven origin creation realm powerhouses were all gathered here, which made them feel a little dazed. Apart from the Dragon King, who else could have done this? Especially the Angel Emperor of the angel race. Looking at the situation in front of him, he still felt a lingering fear when he thought of his own race and the Dragon Palace charging out. Fortunately, their grudge had been resolved. Hee. With the Dragon King in our 9 origin universe, it will be of great benefit to us, the Elven Empress said with a smile. Because the Elven race had helped the Dragon Palace in the past, now that the Dragon Palace had risen, the Elven race had benefited the most. This also gave the Elven race 2 heavenly Yuan creation level powerhouses. In the surrounding area, the disciples of the 4 forces were dumbfounded and looked at the powerhouses around them in shock. This time, the Dragon Palace banquet had broadened their horizons. The Dragon King has arrived. At this moment, Prime Minister Gui's voice sounded throughout the banquet venue. In front of them, all the experts and disciples of the Dragon Palace immediately stood up. At the same time, all the experts and disciples around them immediately stood up and looked in the direction of the main hall of the Dragon Palace. Speaking of which, be it the Justice Alliance or the 10 Days Federation's Giant Beast Alliance, they had not seen the Dragon King since they arrived at the Dragon Palace. Even if it was a chaos-level powerhouse. However, the group of chaos-level existences did not feel any dissatisfaction in their hearts. The Dragon King was not on the same level as them. At the main hall of the Dragon Palace, Wuxia led a group of Dragon Queens and led a group of little fellows to the front. Greetings, Dragon King. Greetings, Dragon Queen. Greetings, Dragon King. Greetings, Dragon Queen. At this moment, regardless of whether it was existences at the ruler realm or those at the chaos realm, all of them bowed and shouted loudly. Thank you all for coming all the way here to attend my child's celebration banquet. Hehe. Please take a seat. Wuxia swept his gaze across and a smile appeared on his face. He waved his hand. Congratulations, Dragon King, for getting the little prince and princess. Thank you, Dragon King, for getting rid of the evil sequence faction and getting rid of the hidden dangers of our Justice Alliance. On behalf of all the strong disciples of the Justice Alliance, I wish to congratulate the little prince and princess on her healthy and happy growth. The leader of the Justice Alliance took a step forward and congratulated with a smile. Following that, another chaos-level powerhouse of the Justice Alliance gestured for them to take out a large amount of treasures and resources. Dragon King. These are some gifts for the little princes and princesses of the Dragon Palace. He opened his mouth and said, Hee, you little guys, thank you, uncles. Wuxia smiled and patted the little guys beside him. Thank you, uncles. The little guys sized up their surroundings with their big eyes and thanked them sweetly. Alliance leader, you have a son? As members of the Dragon Palace Alliance, we have prepared some small gifts for the little princes and princesses. The powerhouses of the Dragon Palace Alliance also came out to present their gifts. Following that, the 10-Day Federation Alliance and the Behemoth Alliance also sent their gifts one by one. Wuxia thanked them one by one. Thank you all again for coming today. We are all powerhouses from the nearby universe. From now on, peace is the most important thing for everyone. There is no need to create unnecessary killing and torture. Everyone can explore the unknown chaos and the other universes in the other regions. Wuxia looked at them and said faintly. His words basically confirmed the rules of this area of chaos. Hee, I won't say anything else. Today is the celebration of my children. Everyone eat and drink well. After the meal, in order to thank everyone for coming, I will carry out the preaching. After the preaching, there will be a disciple competition. My Dragon Palace has prepared some gifts. As Wuxia spoke, he nodded at Prime Minister Gui. Let's begin the feast. Prime Minister Gui shouted softly at the back. Soon after, dragon ladies from the Dragon Palace came up with exquisite food. Each of the food contained an extremely majestic energy. Delicacies made from the flesh and blood of a great Tao-level chaos behemoth? This? In the front, the chaos-level powerhouses from the major factions quickly sensed the preciousness of the food. This was food made by a great Tao-level primal chaos beast. The plates of delicacies were so numerous that it was definitely not a great Tao-level primal chaos beast. There were at least 5 of them. That was because the plates that flew out had to satisfy nearly 10 million living beings. This time, although there were only over 20,000 disciples from the other forces, there were nearly 10 million disciples from the Dragon Palace and other peak races in the 9 Origin universe. All of them had delicacies made from the flesh and blood of chaos behemoths at the Great Tao level. Made from the flesh of a Great Tao-level chaos behemoth? The chaos behemoths did not come back to life. When they died, they were truly dead. Their flesh and blood were the origin of their flesh and blood. Even a bite of their flesh and blood was a rare treasure for a ruler-level expert. Who would have thought that we would be lucky enough to have a bite of the flesh of a Great Tao-level space behemoth today? My God! Aren't the arms of the Dragon Palace too terrifying? How could they casually take out such a priceless treasure and treat it as a banquet? And they even took out the flesh and blood of at least 5 Great Tao-level chaos behemoths at once. What kind of concept is that? Great Tao-level chaos behemoths are basically at the top of the pyramid. Even our chaos-level lords would find it very difficult to hunt them down. Yes, it's very difficult for us chaos-level masters to hunt chaos behemoths at this level. If we go to the origin universe of the Chaos Behemoth's lair and kill too many Chaos Behemoths, we will attract a large number of Chaos Behemoths to besiege us. Even Chaos-level masters won't be able to withstand it. Is this the work of the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace? Everyone gets a big piece of delicious food. Oh my God! We have made a fortune this time. The experts of the Justice Alliance, the 10 Days Federation, the Behemoth Alliance, and the Dragon Palace Alliance were all stunned when they saw the delicious food. For them, it was not just food, but a huge opportunity. It was the same for some experts who had just entered the Heavenly Yuan Blessed Realm. Disciples of the Dragon Palace Alliance, to congratulate the Dragon King on his birth of a dragon child, I will perform a dance with a breeze. At this moment, a group of disciples in the ruler realm stepped onto the stage to add some luster to the banquet. Some beautiful female disciples danced. The special dance was indeed pleasing to the eye. Many universes had their own styles, and some special styles were very attractive. Good. The group of powerful disciples enjoyed the dance while eating the extremely precious delicacies. After the dance, some members of the Dragon Palace clapped and cheered. The strong disciples from other forces gradually let go of their restraints and clapped and cheered. The atmosphere became more and more lively. It's very nice to watch. There's a reward. Guan Shuqing and the other girls were very happy at this moment. Looking at the girls who had finished dancing, a smile appeared on their faces. They waved their arms and precious treasures flew toward them. These treasures were helpful for breaking through the Heavenly Yuan realm. These treasures were undoubtedly rare treasures for the masters of the weak universes. Thank you, Empress Long. The girls thanked her happily. The resources of the Dragon Palace were extremely huge at the moment. Furthermore, the gifts given by the 4 forces during the banquet held by the Dragon Palace were also worth a lot. Putting everything else aside, the value of the items given by the Justice Alliance, the 10-Day Federation Alliance, and the Behemoth Alliance were equivalent to 4 to 5 ultimate treasures of the Heaven's origin. Now that the Dragon King's strength was so terrifying, they also wanted to please the Dragon King and the Dragon Palace. Naturally, they were willing to spend a lot of money. Furthermore, the reason why Wang Xian held the celebration banquet for his child this time was not to receive gifts. Although these gifts were precious, he did not care. Therefore, he would reward these gifts with something of similar value. He would reward them to the strong disciples of various forces. The Dragon King and the Dragon Queen have gotten their dragon sons and daughters. Today I will perform a song for them, Xiangyang Chuxing. The first program had just ended. A female powerhouse at the Heavenly Yuan creation realm of the Dragon Palace Alliance was able to receive a huge reward when she saw dozens of female disciples performing. She was also excited. She didn't care whether she was a Heavenly Yuan creation realm powerhouse or not, so she went up to the stage and said, "Haha, good. Mrs. Zhuge of the Heavenly Sound Universe is performing music. We are lucky today." The members of the Dragon Palace Alliance who knew this expert were stunned for a moment and then said with a smile, "A performance by a Heavenly Yuan creator? Oh my God. This is a heavenly yuan creator. It's already lucky to see a group of beautiful women who are at the peak of the 9th rank ruler realm dancing just now. I didn't expect that even a lord at the heavenly yuan creator realm would perform here. All the disciples who were below the heaven's origin level were shocked. What the fuck, a performance by a master of the heaven's origin level? What right did they have to watch it? All right. Wang Xian looked at this master and nodded with a smile. The master called Zhuge bowed to Wang Xian. With a move, he turned into 7 figures. Each figure was holding a musical instrument. Guqin, guzheng, xiao, guitar, and so on. 7 figures and 7 musical instruments. Following that, Yuer's music sounded and streams of water flowed in the sky. The water flowed in the surroundings and drizzled in the sky. This was not an ordinary rain but a spiritual rain. Streams of water flowed to the 13 little fellows and slowly entered their bodies. The powerful energy washed their minds. The 13 little guys who had not seen much of the world also had their eyes lit up when they heard Yuer's music. It's so good. It's so good. Yes, don't talk. Wow, I want to learn music too. The little guys listened and watched curiously. All the disciples listen and absorb with their hearts. This music can wash their minds and has great benefits for the ruler realm. The drizzle in the sky is a pure energy illusion. This Madame Zhuge is also using all her energy. This Madame Zhuge is cultivating in the aspect of melody. This kind of melody is indeed pleasant and can affect the soul. Let alone the disciples, we won't be able to see this kind of performance. Some of the heaven origin creation realm powerhouses exhorted the disciples and also whispered a few words and listened quietly. Those who had reached the heaven's origin realm were considered top-notch powerhouses in any universe. How could such a powerhouse perform in public? This was completely impossible. They would only appear in the banquet hall held by the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace. Clap, clap, clap. Clap, clap, clap. After a few minutes, the music ended. Wang Xian took the lead and clapped. It's nice. It's indeed awesome. I'm really lucky today. Mrs. Zhuge's music is definitely the best among the many in our universe. The group of powerhouses from the heaven's origin realm also praised her. It's indeed nice. Thank you for your performance, Mrs. Zhuge. I wonder if Mrs. Zhuge has the time to be our children's music teacher and teach them music. Guan Shuqing and the other girls also liked this kind of music very much. Seeing that the little guys also liked it very much and wanted to learn, they said directly. When Mrs. Zhuge heard what Guan Shuqing and the others said, she was instantly stunned. Yes, of course. Upon hearing Guan Shuqing and the others' words, Lady Zhuge's face immediately revealed an extremely excited expression. She did not expect that she would have such a good fortune. To be a teacher for the Dragon King's dragon children? This was a complete leap to the heavens. All the powerful disciples knew that the 13 dragon children were the Dragon King's dragon queen's closest relatives and the Dragon Palace's treasures. They were the children that the Dragon King and the others had just wanted. Even when they had just come out, the Dragon King had given each of the 13 children a companion pet, an existence at the level of the Great Tao. In the future, when he became the teacher of the dragon sons and daughters, no one would dare to provoke him. Even the other experts at the level of the Great Tao of the universe had to be polite to him. Moreover, if he became the teacher of the dragon sons and daughters, would he not receive any benefits? I'm afraid the tangible and intangible benefits are beyond his imagination. Wow! It's such a leap to be a teacher for the dragon children, Mrs. Zhuge. Yes, if nothing else, there will be no shortage of powerful cultivation resources in the future. The most important thing is the backing of the Dragon Palace. This is simply too enviable. The future dragon sons and daughters will be the successors of the Dragon Palace. They will have high positions and power. It will be easy for them to cultivate to the level of the Great Tao. It is unimaginable to become their teacher. In the surrounding area, all the powerhouses immediately revealed envious expressions. This was a great fortune. Some of the powerhouses who had acting skills were tempted. Very soon, another powerhouse from the heaven's origin realm went on stage to perform. As for embarrassing himself, lowering his status, if he could catch the Dragon King's eye, what would that be? The second powerhouse from the Heaven's Origin realm went on stage to perform a great Dao chess game. The heaven and earth evolved. Even though he wasn't able to become the teacher of the Dragon Son and Dragon Daughter. However, Wang Xian rewarded him with a treasure that matched his level of Tianyuan creation. This treasure could allow him to increase his combat strength when he had just entered the Tianyuan creation level. This disappointed the Tianyuan creator, but at the same time, he was also a little excited. What the heck? He could obtain such a treasure just by performing hard. It was a huge profit. Following that, one by one, the powerhouses of the Heaven's Origin realm rushed onto the stage to perform. The atmosphere also became very lively. Ha ha ha! Old man Hua. No, let me do it. Sai, since your talent is not good enough, don't go up and play awkward. Come down, haha. Yes, if you want to receive the Dragon King's reward, you have to at least put on a good show. Don't be thick-skinned. More and more powerhouses of the Heaven's Origin realm went up. Those who couldn't put on a good show were directly ridiculed by the powerhouses below. This made the powerhouse smile awkwardly and immediately left the stage. Wang Xian, Guan Shuqing, and the rest of the group, as well as the little ones, looked on with smiles on their faces. All those who performed well were rewarded with a weapon that was comparable to a powerhouse who had just entered the Heaven's Origin realm. Haha! Thank you all for performing on the stage. It's very interesting. Next, we'll give all the disciples who have arrived a stage and an opportunity. All the disciples can go on stage. Let's spar and compete. The person who wins first place this time will receive a Heavenly Yuan Creator's treasure. The other 9 will receive a treasure that is comparable to a beginner-level Heavenly Yuan Creator's treasure. The next 10 will be rewarded with an elemental god fragment of the corresponding attribute. My Dragon Palace's disciples will also participate, but they will not participate in the reward. After the group of Heaven Origin Creation Realm powerhouses finished their performance, Wang Xian continued with a smile. Kid, go on stage. Get the first place and get the Heaven Origin Creation treasure. Disciple, go on. Today we will make our divine elephant universe famous. Ha ha! Brother Qing, you are the top heaven's favorite of this generation of our Justice Alliance. I believe that you will definitely be able to compete for the first place. When Wang Xian had just announced the results, the group of Heaven's Origin Creation stage powerhouses became excited as well. As for the core disciples who had rushed over as well as the disciples who were at the peak of the ruler realm, they were so excited that they were trembling. They were competing with the heaven's favorites from hundreds of other universes. If they were able to obtain the first place, it could be said to be world-shaking. In addition, there was also the extremely powerful treasure prepared by the Dragon King. The first Tianyuan Destiny Level Supreme Treasure. Among the 20 Tianyuan Destiny Level powerhouses, at most one of them had such a supreme treasure. Even if they could not get the first place, as long as they could get into the top 10, the reward would make the Tianyuan Destiny Level powerhouses envious. One by one, the disciples at the peak of the ruler realm stepped onto the arena excitedly. Then the competition lasted for 2 years. The prodigies of the various universes competed for glory. All sorts of divine arts, mantras, constitutions, bloodlines, mutated attributes, and so on illuminated the sky. This was a wonderful performance for the Heaven Origin Creation Realm experts. Within 2 years, the first place was contested. The first place was obtained by a disciple of the Behemoth Alliance. He was not a member of the Behemoth universe. Instead, he was a disciple of a universe under the Behemoth Alliance. By cultivating the light attribute, he possessed a kind of mutated power of light. His attacks were extremely strange and powerful. Mutated power of light. Not bad. It's very strong and not too old. You can look forward to the future. This light attribute ultimate treasure of Heaven's Origin Creation will be injected into your body. Try to break through to the Heaven's Origin Creation realm as soon as possible and create your own legend. Wang Xian waved his arm and injected a Heaven's Origin Creation treasure into the body of that disciple. He said with a smile, I, Guang Mingho, thank you Dragon King for the treasure. Thank you, Dragon King. That disciple immediately knelt there. His face was filled with excitement as he kowtowed. Wang Xian waved his hand. The rest of the disciples who were ranked in the top 20 received their rewards. In the remaining 1,000 years, I will carry out the preaching of the Tao. I will perform the changes of the world and the changes of the living beings, leading straight to the peak of chaos. You will comprehend as much as you can. After the group of disciples left, Wang Xian swept his gaze across all the strong disciples and said, "This was one of the greatest benefits he gave to all the strong disciples. Preaching of the Tao." The current Wang Xian could create living beings of the chaos level. His preaching was suitable for all living beings. The breakthrough of shackles and the transformation of higher realms. It was of great use to the alliance leader of the Justice Alliance and a few experts of the primal chaos level. To them, this was more precious than obtaining the ultimate treasure of the heaven's origin creation. To those disciples, this could be said to be a change in fate. As for whether they could seize it or not, it was up to them. As soon as Wang Xian finished his sentence, all the strong disciples around him immediately stood up. Their faces were filled with excitement. "We will listen to your teachings." The 6 experts at the primal chaos level took the lead and replied respectfully, "We will listen to your teachings." All the strong disciples also bowed respectfully. Their faces were filled with anticipation. The existence of chaos to preach to them, this kind of opportunity, only one. The change of the world, the change of the living beings. Wang Xian's preaching began. Below, all the strong disciples from the 4 major forces looked on with shock on their faces. They watched the beginning of chaos, the evolution of the universe, and the birth of the Holy Spirit. They watched the birth of all living things, the rise of the mountains and seas, and the great changes of the world. The current Wang Xian had already walked into an unknown realm. He could evolve everything below the chaos level, including the chaos level. The accumulation of energy and the breakthrough of shackles. However, all of these were extremely mysterious. He needed to observe and comprehend them himself. When Wang Xian had evolved for 200 years, there were disciples in the ruler realm who started to break through. Large-scale breakthroughs. There were disciples from the Dragon Palace and disciples from other peak races in the 9 origin universe. This batch of disciples in the ruler realm whose strength had decreased started to have energy fluctuations in their bodies. They started to break through the shackles one by one. The number of breakthroughs reached 1/3 of the shock level. The group of Heavenly Yuan Creation Realm experts sensed it and their faces were filled with shock. By the 300th year, a large number of disciples who were at the peak of the level 8 realm of the universe ruler realm started to break through. Especially the disciples who were already at the peak of the level 8 realm of the universe ruler realm. One of them must have broken through. After 400 years of preaching, more than 300 peak level ruler realm disciples had broken through. As long as they had a spot in the universe, they could break through to the Heavenly Yuan Destiny realm at any time. After 500 years, the ruler realm disciples didn't understand. However, they knew that this was a great opportunity for them. It was the path of Heavenly Yuan Destiny. Even if they didn't understand, they wanted to remember it in their hearts. 500 years later, some Heavenly Yuan Creation Realm experts gradually came to a realization. Energy began to boil in their bodies as they saw the path ahead and the path to breakthrough. Even experts at the Great Tao Realm were greatly moved. In fact, at the final moment, the Justice Alliance's Primal Chaos Realm existences, the 2 Primal Chaos Realm existences from the 10-Day Federation and the 4 Primal Chaos Realm existences from the Behemoth Alliance were all excitedly listening and watching. Their faces were filled with excitement and excitement. They could see the road ahead. However, it was a pity that the evolution was too fast. In just a few hundred years, the evolution was not completely completed. 1,000 years have passed. The preaching is over. You can communicate here or leave. The Dragon Palace's celebration is also over. 1,000 years had passed and Wang Xian had finished his preaching. Seeing that all the strong disciples were still immersed in the preaching, he spoke indifferently. Then, he left immediately. "Thank you, Your Majesty Dragon King, for imparting the Dharma." The group of strong disciples regained their senses slightly and congratulated him hurriedly. After all the strong disciples thanked him, they sat there motionlessly when they saw Wang Xian leave. They were still immersed in their thoughts and memories. None of the strong ones left. Although the disciples in the ruler realm had regained their senses, how could they leave if the masters in the heaven's origin manifestation level had not left? Some of the powerhouses had an epiphany and wanted to cultivate. However, they soon discovered a problem. The energy around them was very thin. The Dragon Palace had cut off the energy on their side. They were preparing to send off their guests. Of course, if they did not cut off their energy, the energy around them would be completely absorbed even if the Dragon Palace had accumulated a lot of energy. The divine herbs and trees around them were about to wither. I've heard that the Dragon King has really benefited a lot from his teachings. Although the road ahead is blurry, it's much better than before. There's too much time. If His Majesty the Dragon King... I can't imagine how far His Majesty the Dragon King has reached. According to His Majesty the Dragon King's last evolution, it's no longer possible to break through the chaos. It seems that he needs the help of an incredibly powerful treasure. We've really benefited a lot from coming here today. It's a great fortune for us that the Dragon King can teach us everything. We'll definitely do our best if the Dragon Palace has any instructions in the future. The primal chaos experts spoke with shock, enlightenment, and gratitude. After listening to the Dragon King's preaching, they realized that the current Dragon King was unfathomable. He could easily kill primal chaos experts like them. This made the primal chaos experts extremely grateful. Fellow Taoists, why don't we go outside and have a Tao discussion and share our insights? The Alliance Master of the Justice Alliance hesitated for a moment, then said to the other chaos-level experts, good. The Dragon King has ordered us to stop fighting. Then let's cultivate together and explore the distant chaotic universe. The Alliance Master of the Behemoth Alliance nodded. My lords, let's go to the base of the Dragon Palace Alliance, the land of origin. The three prophets of the Dragon Palace Alliance looked at each other and said to them, Okay. The experts nodded and immediately went to the land of origin to discuss Tao. The experts of the Dragon Palace also followed. After all, it was very beneficial for them to discuss Tao with the experts. Although they had the Dragon King who could preach Tao to them at any time. Time passed by slowly. The group of powerhouses discussed their Tao in the land of origin for tens of millions of years before leaving. After 50 million years, the powerhouses from the Behemoth Alliance, Justice Alliance, 10 Days Federation, and the Dragon Palace Alliance began to set up black hole teleportation formations wantonly, including the distance between the two sides. At the same time, the four major alliances began to explore the more distant chaotic space and search for more universes. During this period of time, Wang Xian had nothing to do but to absorb resources and accompany the children. The little ones also grew up one by one. After 50 million years, their strength had reached the peak of the universe's ruler. Speaking of which, with Wang Xian's current strength and with the resources of the Dragon Palace, this speed was considered very slow. This was because they were more playful. In addition, it was also because they learned more things. Not only did they need to cultivate, but they also needed to learn all kinds of zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting. In addition, Wang Xian, Guan Shuqing, and the rest didn't care about the cultivation level of the little ones. They wanted to give them a happy and complete childhood. They basically didn't care about cultivation. More than 50 million years might just be the stage of youth for the children of heaven's origin. During this period, Guan Shuqing and the rest brought the little ones to explore the origin universe. They began to travel to other universes. As the saying went, it was better to travel thousands of miles than to read thousands of books. During this period, Wang Xian absorbed some resources and dealt with the giant beasts of chaos in the land of origin. After all, it was an extremely huge land of resources. His strength was comparable to 40 experts of the level of chaos. As for how strong his actual combat strength was, Wang Xian didn't know. Time passed by slowly. Hundreds of millions of years passed by quickly. After 100 million years, the bunch of little guys had grown up. All of them were young and young. During these 100 million years, the major powers in the surrounding areas of the Nine Origin universe were calm and peaceful. Even during the calamity, everything was still peaceful. Because of Wang Xian's words, the conflict here had completely disappeared. Even the 10-Day Federation and the Behemoth Alliance, which were once sworn enemies, had started to communicate with each other. They began to put aside their past grudges and explore the unknown chaotic universe together. No one knew how big the chaos was. Even if Wang Xian could match up to 40 chaos-level combat strength, he could still obtain any information with his divination ability. In the span of 100 million years, the number of the strong disciples of the Dragon Palace had increased by more than 300. The Dragon Palace still had more than 700 spots for the strong disciples of the Heaven's Origin. This allowed the strength of the Dragon Palace to increase at a terrifying speed. The universe of the evil sequence faction had already been managed by the Dragon Palace. The Dragon Palace didn't lack resources, and they didn't lack grotto heavens and blessed lands for cultivation. In addition, with Wang Xian preaching from time to time for a few years, the breakthrough of the disciples of the Dragon Palace was extremely fast. In another 100 to 200 million years, the number of powerhouses in the Heaven's Origin realm in the Dragon Palace would probably reach more than 1,000. This was an extremely terrifying number. One had to know that in a universe, the number of powerhouses in the Heaven's Origin realm could reach 10. This was already considered a relatively powerful existence. What was the concept of more than 1,000? It was 100 times the number. However, Wang Xian no longer cared much about these people. Everything in the Dragon Palace was left to Prime Minister Gue and the rest to handle. Prime Minister Gue had followed him all the way here. He was dedicated to the Dragon Palace and was impartial. He was also respected by all the powerful disciples in the Dragon Palace. Wang Xian could rest assured that he would be in charge of the entire Dragon Palace. Wang Xian would only make a decision when it came to important decisions. He spent the rest of his time playing with his wife and children. Dragon King, I have explored a new realm. On this day, the divine rock of the 9 heavens rushed over. He bowed to Wang Xian and reported a piece of news. The divine rock of the 9 heavens had already recovered to the peak of the primal chaos. However, the obsession in his heart was still to break through to above the primal chaos. Wang Xian now understood that it was no longer enough to rely on his own efforts to break through to the realm above chaos. Instead, he needed a strong opportunity. An ultimate treasure like the Chaos Gem. In addition, there had to be a way to absorb this ultimate treasure. In Wang Xian's opinion, the probability of this was too low. It was possible that 1,000 experts at the peak of chaos would obtain an ultimate treasure that could allow them to break through. However, during the process of absorbing the ultimate treasure, it was possible that 999 of them would die in the future. Thinking back to the time when Wang Xian absorbed the ball of chaos, it caused the entire tree of chaos to wither. How much energy did the tree of chaos contain? It was no lower than that of the experts at the chaos realm. Other than the endless energy, there was also the reason why he possessed all sorts of attributes. If the divine rock of the 9 heavens wanted to break through, he first had to find the treasure. Wang Xian also ordered him to look for it. In addition, he would also get the experts of the Dragon Palace to pay attention to it. The divine rock of the 9 heavens had lived in the chaos for too long. He had been to many places. This time, he flew for tens of millions of years and found a new territory. The so-called new territory was a place with a large number of universes. Oh? Is there a lot of universes there? Wang Xian raised his eyebrows and asked curiously. The members of the Dragon Palace Alliance and the powerhouses of the Justice Alliance were also looking for a new territory and treasures. However, they had been searching for 50 million years and still couldn't find anything. There are quite a number of them. That area is also unusually prosperous. There are many powerhouses and it is considered peaceful. Also, that area seems to be connected to another prosperous area. The divine rock of the 9 heavens said. Is that so? Wang Xian nodded and looked at him. If we were to create a black hole teleportation formation, how long would it take to reach that area? At least 30 black hole teleportation formations would be needed. That place is very far away. 30 black hole teleportation formations were already able to teleport to a very, very far place. From the Dragon Palace Alliance to the Justice Alliance, they only needed 2 black hole teleportation formations. There are too many. The resources required are also not small. Let's get in line to build some demon spirit altars first. Wang Xian said. All right, Dragon King. I will return to that area and see if I can find any special chaos treasures. The divine rock of the 9 heavens nodded and left. Father, come out and play. We have found another fun place. At this moment, a 1.7M girl with an innocent smile flew over. She held Wang Xian's hand and said happily, You're already so old. You only know how to play. Wang Xian stroked the head of the girl with a smile on his face. He followed the girl and entered a teleportation cave. Guan Shuqin and the rest, as well as a group of children, were playing in front. "Girl, you go play first." Wang Xian stroked his daughter's head lovingly. With a thought, he called the group of girls over. "Xiaoxian, what's the matter?" The group of girls flew over and asked with a smile. Now that they were mothers, their faces carried the radiance of motherhood. They looked more mature and charming than before. "It's not a big deal to let them play all day long. It's time for the children to temper themselves. They will never grow up by our side." Wang Xian spoke. "Yes, indeed. We have suppressed their cultivation level for a long time. They will grow up forever without experiencing any hardships." "Xiaoxian, do you have any ideas?" Guan Shuqing and the rest, who had been raising their children for 100 million years, knew that it was time to let the children go out to temper themselves. They had discussed this matter with each other a long time ago. Currently, the 13 children were still at the peak of the Dominator realm. Firstly, they did not put in much effort in their cultivation. In their opinion, it was useless to be strong or weak. This was because they had an invincible father. Regardless of whether they were at the Great Tao level or even the Chaos level, they had to address them respectfully as the princess and crown prince. Therefore, they were more playful and did not cultivate much. Secondly, Wang Xian and the rest did not force them to break through. What was the use of breaking through if their temperament wasn't good? Although Wang Xian and the rest could protect them for a lifetime, they still had to grow up. They had to shoulder the responsibility independently. Wang Xian and the rest had already given them a wonderful childhood. They had to face their own choices for the rest of their lives. The 9 heavens found an area which is more prosperous. There are many universes and many powerhouses. Throw them there to train for a few 100 million years. Wang Xian said to Guan Shuqing and the rest. It was time to let these little guys out. Putting aside the path he had taken in the past, at least he knew when he encountered difficulties and solved them independently. Only then could he become a true powerhouse. It's time for you kids to venture out on your own. There's another chaos region ahead. It's more prosperous here as well. You guys should train here. I will seal your department's memories. You know the existence of your mother and I, but you don't know our strength or where we came from. All you know is that your parents are ordinary cultivators. Amidst the chaos, Wang Xian was floating in the air with his 13 children, Guan Shuqing, and the other girls. His gaze swept across the more than 10 dazzling universes in front of him. He smiled and said to his children, "A bunch of naughty children." He had stayed with them for 100 million years. Now that he saw them going out to train, he didn't feel too sad. The main reason was that when he wanted to see them, he could go over and take a look. "Don't worry, Mom and Dad. We will definitely make a name for ourselves. The next time we see us, we have already stepped into the heavenly Yuan-blessed realm. We are already very strong and independent." The eldest brother's gaze was resolute as he spoke with a face full of confidence. "Living outside, the hearts of people are sinister. You must be vigilant, understand?" Guan Shuqing and the other girls said with concern. "Understood, Mom. Don't worry. We are going to start our magnificent life, as powerful as our father. Don't worry, Mother. We will grow up and work hard. The next time you see us, you will be shocked. Hee hee. Ha ha, we have grown up. We cannot stay under the protection of our parents forever. It's time for us to try." The 13 children were also filled with interest. All of them were filled with fighting spirit. If they were to compete with each other, they would definitely be doing better than the rest of them. When Wang Xian saw this scene, a smile appeared on his face. At the same time, he also shook his head. The 13 little ones had never suffered any losses, nor had they suffered any hardships. In their territory, all the strong disciples were respectful to them and spoke well of them. Although there were teachers who taught them that the strong preyed on the weak and that people were vicious, they had seen some cruel things during their travels. However, they had never experienced it firsthand. They had just arrived in an unfamiliar world. Some people probably would not spoil them. Of course, Wang Xian also believed that they could survive and overcome them one by one. After all, during these 100 million years, Wang Xian and the rest had found many teachers for them. Apart from teaching them all kinds of knowledge, They also taught them how to behave and how to solve problems. The 13 children were very smart. The most important thing was that they could be resurrected after death. There was a prohibition in their bodies and they would not be insulted. All right, go. Wuxia and the rest were also a little gratified. With a move of his palm, he opened up the 13 black holes and gestured to them one by one. Father, mother, farewell. The little ones eagerly entered the black holes one by one. These children thought that they were going on a vacation. Little did they know that in a world where the strong preyed on the weak, they would encounter great danger. Guan Shuqin and the rest stood beside Wuxia. Looking at the 13 children who had disappeared, they said softly, now that these little ones have left, we can have some peace. Xiaoxian, come and divine the future situation of the children. Guan Shuqin, Lan Qingwei, and the rest didn't seem to be worried. However, they still looked at Wuxia and asked him to do the divination. Is this all right? Don't look at them anymore. You might feel sorry for them. Let them do it on their own. Don't worry. At most, they will encounter some difficulties. They might even be killed once or twice. However, they won't be in too much danger. Wuxia looked at them and said speechlessly. All the children had a protective mechanism. Not to mention the 13 great Tao-level pets in their bodies, they would also have a protective mechanism if they were humiliated physically. This protective mechanism could allow them to escape in an instant. Even powerhouses at the chaos level could not stop them. However, their companion pets wouldn't make a move unless it was under special circumstances. Then give the girls a divination. They have been deceived. It's fine if they suffer a little. We can't let them suffer too much. The group of girls hesitated for a moment before saying, All right. Wuxia nodded his head and gave the group of girls a divination. With Wuxia's current strength, it was easy for him to divine the future. He could clearly divine the future of his children for the next 100 million years. It was fine for the group of little boys, but the group of little girls shouldn't be deceived. Wuxia immediately performed divination and quickly received some information. The group of girls looked at him with anger, and a smile. Then, they started to discuss and prepared to interfere with the future of the few little girls. After all, some of the girls had been deceived in the divination. Wuxia smiled. Naturally, he had to interfere. In the future, he would just kill the guy who deceived the girls. Changing the future. This was Wuxia's current terrifying strength. Let's go. Wuxia waved his arm and left with Guan Shuqin and the rest. Wuxia returned to the Dragon Palace with nothing to do. Now that he was cultivating on his own, the speed of his improvement was extremely slow unless he absorbed a huge amount of resources and treasures. However, at the moment he had almost absorbed all the resources in the chaos near the Nine Origin universe. Even the gigantic beasts of chaos at the bottom of the Land of Origin had been dealt with. Even the gigantic beasts of chaos at Wu Tongming's 10 Days Federation had been dealt with by him. It was comparable to 40 realms of chaos. One could imagine how much resources Wuxia had absorbed. Since he had nothing to do, he accompanied a few disciples and played leisurely for 10 days. Then, he lectured the strong disciples of the Dragon Palace for another 100,000 years. After that, Wuxia was bored and prepared to explore other places of chaos. There were 6 directions in the chaotic space. Currently, the Dragon Palace Alliance and the Justice Alliance were exploring the east. The direction where the 13 little fellows were located belonged to the west. Wuxia was exploring directly upwards. He wanted to explore this boundless chaotic space and see if he could find the existence above the chaotic space. Wuxia's current speed was very fast. With just a thought, he could travel from one side of the Nine Origin universe to the other. When he flew, he couldn't even see the shadows of existences at the level of the chaotic space. Wuxia flew north for a few decades and encountered an unknown universe of the Justice Alliance of the Dragon Palace Alliance. Usually, there would be some universes nearby where there are universes. According to Wuxia's understanding, once there was a universe here, there was a high probability that there would be many universes nearby. Moreover, there was a high probability that there would be some special treasure lands around. For example, the land of origin of the Dragon Palace Alliance, the chaotic area of the Justice Alliance. These treasure lands were a huge amount of resources for Wuxia. They could increase his strength. Wang Xian looked at the universe in front of him. His body moved and he flew over quickly. When he entered this universe, he immediately sensed something. In the entire universe, there were 5 powerhouses at the heaven's origin manifestation level. I'll go and investigate directly. Wang Xian sensed the location of the 5 powerhouses at the heaven's origin manifestation level and flew towards the strongest powerhouse at the heaven's origin manifestation level. In this universe, the strongest heaven origin creation stage powerhouses were merely existences at the control level. In an instant, Wang Xian appeared in front of a cave dwelling on a towering mountain peak. The word Taiwei was written on the cave dwelling. Although the characters in each universe were different, as long as one's mind could sense it, one would be able to sense its meaning. Buzz. In the next moment, an old man appeared directly in front of Wang Xian. Eh? The old man who was cultivating suddenly saw himself appearing beside a young man out of nowhere. His pupils constricted and a look of astonishment appeared on his face. A guest from afar. Sorry to disturb you. Don't be afraid. Wang Xian looked at him and said faintly, "This, senior, what can I do for you?" The old man's forehead was filled with cold sweat. He was an existence at the control level. However, he was unknowingly teleported over from the cave abode. He did not even have the time to react. He knew that this young man in front of him was not someone he could provoke. It was as easy as flipping his hand to kill him. At the very least, he was an existence at the Great Tao level. I would like to ask how many universes are there in your area, if there are any powerful factions, and if there are any special places in the chaos. Wang Xian looked at him and asked, "Senior, I'm not too sure about the universes on our side. There are about 200 to 300 universes. In addition, we have a relatively powerful force called the Lawless Universe. The Lawless Universe has conquered many other universes. A few eons ago, it was a giant existence. Now that the new eons have arrived, many universes have formed an alliance to resist the invasion of the Lawless Universe. Currently, the two sides have yet to erupt into a war. In our region, there is a very special territory called the Lawless Land. This is because the Lawless Universe was the first to discover this place. Furthermore, the Lawless Universe obtained some opportunities from it and became the current overlord." The old man reported hurriedly. Wang Xian nodded slightly. "Is there any existence at the level of chaos in this lawless universe? Also, is there anything special in the Lawless Land? Have all the treasures and resources in it been obtained by the Lawless Universe?" "Senior, there is one existence at the level of chaos in the Lawless Universe. As for whether there is any more, it is not something that I can know. The treasures in the Lawless Land have not been completely obtained by them. Right now, a portion of the Lawless Land is occupied by the Lawless Universe. The alliance of the other universes has made the Lawless Universe wary and want to disintegrate them. Right now, the Lawless Universe is preparing to hold a banquet and invite all the powerful beings of the universe. They want to disintegrate the alliance between them, and the benefits may be exploring the Lawless Land." The old man continued to speak. "Where is the Lawless Land? Is there a teleportation formation?" Wang Xian was not interested in the dispute between the powerhouses in this chaotic region. He asked the old man, "Senior, there is no teleportation formation. The Lawless Land is in that direction." The old man shook his head and pointed in a direction. Wang Xian moved and disappeared. The old man looked over and realized that he could no longer sense Wang Xian's existence. He heaved a sigh of relief. What terrifying strength! He's so silent. Is he a primal chaos level existence? I don't know where he came from. He seems to be very unfamiliar with our area. The old man mumbled. Wang Xian flew towards the place the old man pointed out. Halfway through, he used his divination ability to perform a simple divination and obtained a vague location. However, this was enough. After flying for about a year, Wang Xian saw many universes in his surroundings. He did not enter the universe. Although these universes had treasures, the treasures that were born in the universe were no longer of interest to him. The strongest treasure that could be born in a universe was the ultimate treasure of the heaven's origin. Wang Xian was no longer interested in treasures of this level. It was useless. As he looked ahead, Wang Xian's eyes sparkled. This was a very special area with strong gales whistling. There were endless storms inside. There were terrifying wind blades, wind needles, and so on. Other than that, there were also some wind attribute elemental gods. The entire space was extremely huge and terrifying. Even if it was the outermost area, one would need to have the strength of an 8th or 9th level master to enter. Further in, one might even need the strength of the heaven's origin blessed realm. As for the interior, it could threaten existences at the chaos level. Back then, in the chaos region of the Justice Alliance, when Wang Xian obtained the chaos sphere, only powerhouses at the peak of the chaos level could enter that place. He could vaguely sense that this place also required existences at such a level to enter the core. Wang Xian moved his body and approached quickly. Boom, 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 boom. When he got closer, he saw that there were quite a number of powerhouses fighting in front of him. He swept his gaze over and revealed an astonished expression. 2 existences at the primal chaos realm were leading more than 100 heaven origin creation stage powerhouses. They were currently surrounding and killing more than 70 heaven origin creation stage powerhouses. There were more than 30 powerhouses in the heaven's origin realm. There were 10 of them in the great Tao realm. They were barely able to fend off some of them. In the distance, there were more than 100,000 disciples of the powerhouses watching the battle. Wang Xian looked around to see if there were any powerhouses with special attributes and special abilities. Although he possessed the power of chaos at the moment, which could be converted into many attributes, he did not know how to convert some of the mysterious attributes. If he could convert some of the special attributes, it would also improve his combat ability. He swept his gaze around and did not see anyone with special abilities. However, all of a sudden Wang Xian saw an acquaintance. Yes, an acquaintance. The Emperor of the Phoenix. At that time, the Dragon Palace destroyed the Phoenix clan and the Emperor of the Phoenix escaped. Later on, he colluded with the experts of the Void Universe and invaded the 9 Origin Universe. He was killed by Wang Xian again. However, he never died. Later on, after Wang Xian obtained the divination ability, he did a divination as well. However, he did not manage to do so. After that, Wang Xian did not take the Emperor of the Phoenix to heart. His strength was so great that he completely ignored this ant. However, he did not expect that the Emperor of the Phoenix would actually come here. How interesting. It must have taken him at least hundreds of millions of years to fly here. Wang Xian mumbled. One's life was filled with joy when one met an enemy in another country. Wang Xian wanted to completely destroy the Emperor of Phoenix. The Emperor of Phoenix had a lot of responsibility for the destruction of the divine dragon lineage in the past. Treachery. The reason why so many disciples of the saint lineage were killed in the past was also because they colluded with the Void Universe. Therefore, Wang Xian would not let the Emperor of Phoenix off when he encountered him now. This was good. He would completely destroy him this time. Emperor of Phoenix, I didn't expect you to hide in this area. Hehe. Let's see where you can run to this time. Wang Xian moved and instantly arrived at the position in front of him. In front of him was a battlefield. There were more than 100 Heaven Origin Creation Stage powerhouses surrounding and attacking 70 to 80 Heaven Origin Creation Stage powerhouses. The Emperor of Phoenix was among them. He was working together with others to deal with a powerhouse. However, he could not tell which side the Emperor of Phoenix belonged to. However, Wang Xian did not care either. Ha! What? The Emperor of Phoenix, who was in the middle of the battle, was slightly stunned when he heard Wang Xian's voice. His face was filled with astonishment. He looked at Wang Xian. When he saw Wang Xian's familiar face, his pupils constricted slightly. It's you, Dragon King of the Dragon Palace. The Emperor of the Phoenix revealed an extremely furious and hateful expression. It was the Dragon King. It was him. If it wasn't for him, he wouldn't have come to this distant region like a stray dog. However, he had now joined a powerful force in this region. Could be considered as an opportunity. Moreover, when he was heading to this region, he had also encountered an opportunity that belonged to him. Now, his strength had reached the level of control. However, he also knew that the Dragon King's strength was at the Great Tao level. The Emperor of Phoenix had left the 9 Origin Universe earlier. Therefore, he did not know how strong Wang Xian was. Hehe, that's right. It's me. What a coincidence. I'm going to take your dog life today. Wang Xian smiled faintly and said, Phoenix, what's going on? Who is he? The Heaven's Origin creator who was attacking a control-level powerhouse with him saw the Emperor of Phoenix staring at Wang Xian coldly. He frowned slightly and asked, I'm an enemy. A blood feud. Phoenix stared at Wang Xian and replied with a ferocious expression. Enemy? Get him out of here immediately and don't disturb us. That powerhouse glanced at Wang Xian nonchalantly and shouted coldly. Hee hee. Wang Xian smiled nonchalantly and flew directly towards the position of the Emperor of Phoenix. TSK, TSK, TSK. I've already said that if any powerhouse dares to interfere in this matter today, he would be going against our lawless universe. I will destroy his universe. I don't care what grudges you have with Phoenix. Get lost immediately. At this moment, an old man who was emitting a terrifying aura noticed the commotion and spoke coldly. He was in existence at the level of chaos. At this moment, he was attacking 70 to 80 powerhouses at the Heaven's Origin creation level. It felt like a cat playing with a mouse. He didn't put the other party in his eyes at all. Wang Xian's appearance was also under the coverage of his divine sense. Phoenix was his subordinate. Since he was strong enough to protect his subordinate, he naturally had to protect his subordinate. Patriarch 5 Yang, please kill him. He destroyed my clansmen and killed me again and again. Patriarch 5 Yang, please help your disciple kill him. In the future, I Phoenix will definitely serve the lawless universe. The Emperor of Phoenix looked at Patriarch 5 Yang and said loudly. His eyes were full of hope. Ha ha ha, good. Phoenix, you are a member of my lawless universe. I will avenge you. Patriarch 5 Yang laughed and then glanced at the great beings in front of him. Among you, if you join my lawless universe, I will also protect you. Otherwise, you will only die. Patriarch 5 Yang's body was emitting a dense murderous aura. He wanted to use the matter of the Phoenix Emperor to strike a blow at the group of universe great beings who were rebelling against their lawless universe. Old thing, don't even think about it. Even if we die, we will not surrender. Your lawless universe is despicable and shameless. You have killed countless living beings and don't even treat ordinary living beings as human beings. We will never submit to your lawless universe. Even if we die, we will make you pay a terrible price for not being able to be the universe. An expert at the level of the great Tao roared with a cold face. If you are unwilling to submit, then die. Patriarch 5 Yang roared with a face full of killing intent. Wang Xian swept his gaze across them and raised his eyebrows slightly. He continued to fly straight towards the Emperor of Phoenix. Patriarch 5 Yang, save me. He is an expert of the great Tao. When the Emperor of Phoenix saw Wang Xian flying towards him rapidly, he shouted in horror again. Die! Patriarch 5 Yang looked at Wang Xian and a terrifying storm erupted in his eyes. The storm of wind blades attacked Wang Xian directly. You don't know whether you are dead or alive. Wang Xian took a glance at Patriarch 5 Yang and waved his arm gently. Buzz. The next second, Patriarch 5 Yang's body appeared in front of Wang Xian. His palm grabbed Patriarch 5 Yang's neck. The storm of wind blades that he released vanished instantly. Everything was like a dream. All the experts didn't manage to react in time. Even Patriarch 5 Yang himself didn't manage to react in time. However, very soon, Patriarch 5 Yang widened his eyes and stared at Wang Xian in disbelief. No, no, this is impossible. Patriarch of 5 Yang roared crazily. He wanted to burst out all his energy. He wanted to resist. However, he realized that all the energy in his body seemed to be confined. He couldn't mobilize it at all. This made him fearful. His body started to tremble violently. How is this possible? He was an existence at the chaos level. However, he was an invincible existence in this region. Now, he was actually grabbed by the throat by an unknown expert. He didn't even have the chance to resist. A puny expert at the level of chaos dares to make a move against me? Wang Xian's face was filled with mockery and disdain. Bang! The next moment, he clenched his arm and crushed the body of Patriarch 5 Yang. Patriarch 5 Yang died instantly. He was stunned. The Emperor of Phoenix was completely stupefied. He even felt a little crazy. He wasn't the only one. All the experts who were still fighting stopped. They all looked over, their eyes full of disbelief. They were full of disbelief. What did they see? A chaos-level existence was instantly killed? How was this possible? No, 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 how is this possible? This is impossible, impossible. Dragon King of the Dragon Palace. How can you be so strong? This is impossible. The Emperor of the Phoenix felt that he had gone crazy. He roared crazily and his eyes were about to explode. No one can stop me from killing you. Wuxia looked at him indifferently and swept his gaze across the surroundings. Also, your so-called lawless universe makes me very unhappy. Your so-called lawless universe made me very unhappy. These words resounded throughout the entire space. In his hand was the corpse of the lawless universe's 5 young ancestor. In the surroundings, be it the powerhouses of the lawless universe or the powerhouses of other universes, they all felt a chill in their hearts. A primal chaos-level powerhouse was instantly killed? This was a primal chaos-level existence. Especially the other primal chaos-level existence from the lawless universe. His pupils constricted slightly and his face was filled with shock and disbelief. His strength was about the same as 5 young ancestors. The 2 of them were also the strongest experts in this region. They caused a small lawless universe to become the overlord of this region. However, he was killed instantly by a strange man who had suddenly appeared. What kind of existence was capable of killing a chaos-level powerhouse like them in an instant? My friend, we are lawless universe and have no intention of making an enemy out of you. Another chaos-level existence from lawless universe looked at Wuxia with fear and said, Hee, you guys were very arrogant just now. Wuxia glanced at him coldly and continued indifferently. Those who are not from the lawless universe, leave. Hiss this. What kind of existence is this lord? Where did he come from? His strength is so terrifying. Those who are not from the lawless universe leave. Let's leave immediately. What's the meaning of this? Could it be that he wants to deal with the entire lawless universe alone? How is this possible? Even the primal chaos level 5 sun's ancestor was killed by him in an instant. Could it be that there are existences above the universe in this primal chaos? That expert from the lawless universe called the Phoenix has a grudge against this mysterious expert. Now that the lawless universe has angered this expert, let's retreat. When the group of powerhouses who were fighting against the lawless universe saw this situation and saw this sudden change, their faces were filled with shock. They hurriedly flew to the side and looked at Wuxia's figure in shock. Compared to them, all the powerhouses from the lawless universe looked extremely embarrassed. What did they mean? One person wanted to deal with their entire lawless universe? Even if he killed their 5 young patriarch in an instant, even if this mysterious expert might be in existence above the chaos realm. But their lawless universe had more than 100 existences at the heavenly Yuan manifestation realm. There were also 6 experts at the great Tao realm. Was he going to deal with all of them? Friend, although your strength is far stronger than ours, you can't just casually insult us, right? If we join hands, even if you are in existence above the chaos realm, we are not afraid at all. This matter is our fault. That Phoenix, if you want to kill him, then kill him. We can't control the universe, so just ignore him. Another existence at the chaos level in the universe said. At the same time, he took out an array-like object and placed it in front of him. The array glowed and slowly, Patriarch 5 Yang's figure appeared once again. He was resurrected. Patriarch of 5 Yang was already dead and had just been resurrected. After receiving the information from this side, he decided to rush over. He decided to take a good look at this existence who could kill him in an instant. However, this time he was much more vigilant and stood together with another existence at the chaos level. If you want to interfere, then interfere. If you don't want to interfere, then don't interfere. Is this something that you can decide? Each of you will be killed once as a punishment. Wuxia looked at them coldly. It just so happened that the Dragon Palace lacked resources at the moment. He would kill them once to fill up the resource warehouse of the Dragon Palace. Most importantly, this group of people had protected the Emperor of Phoenix just now. The grudge between the Emperor of Phoenix and the Dragon Palace, as well as the grudge between the divine dragon lineage, was as deep as the ocean. As soon as Wuxia finished his sentence, he raised his hand and waved it gently. The shadow of a divine dragon flew out from his palm and gradually solidified, turning into an extremely terrifying divine dragon. The divine dragon carried an unparalleled power and directly attacked the more than 100 heaven origin creation stage powerhouses in the lawless universe. 2 primal chaos level existences and a group of powerhouses. This power was extremely powerful. However, the divine dragon was even more powerful and terrifying. When all the experts in the lawless universe saw that Wuxia actually dared to attack them, their expressions turned ugly. At the same time, they were also extremely furious. Do you really think that the lawless universe is afraid of you? Patriarch of Five Yang's face was filled with anger. He stared at Wuxia with killing intent. Kill! All the experts, join hands and kill him for me. So what if he is above the primal chaos? He roared crazily and was the first to unleash the most terrifying attack. Kill! Kill him! One person actually dares to attack so many of us powerhouses. Does he really think that we are easy to bully? That's right. Even if he is above chaos, we are not afraid at all. Kill him! The group of powerhouses from the lawless universe began to attack with furious expressions. All the surrounding powerhouses' disciples were dumbfounded. They were fighting. There was actually an expert who dared to challenge the entire lawless universe. This made them feel dazed. Kill him! In the distance, a group of disciples from the lawless universe saw this scene and also roared with anger. However, in the next moment, a terrifying scene appeared once again. That extremely terrifying divine dragon flew towards all the experts from the lawless universe. His body expanded at a terrifying speed. It was so big that it could cover an entire space. The divine dragon circled around the 100+ heavenly yuan creation powerhouses of the lawless universe. Attack! All the powerhouses of the lawless universe felt this terrifying aura, and their expressions changed drastically. Streams of energy bombarded the divine dragon's body. However, when these energies landed on the divine dragon's body, they did not destroy it. It only left some marks on it. In the next moment, the dragon god had already surrounded them. Its huge head spat out a beam of chaotic energy. The chaotic energy covered all the experts in the universe. Defend! Patriarch Five Yang and the other chaos-level existences' eyes were about to crack. The full-force attack of more than 100 of them landed on this terrifying divine dragon. But it didn't break it. Only a tiny trace was left behind. This caused them to feel aghast as they roared in extreme fear. Boom! 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 The expressions of more than 100 experts changed drastically as they released their strongest defenses. However, the power of primal chaos covered them and quickly broke their defenses. Under the dragon god's attack, their defenses were as fragile as glass. How is this possible? No, this is impossible. How can there be such a terrifying existence in the chaos? Patriarch Five Yang and the experts from the lawless universe roared in disbelief. They couldn't believe it. They couldn't believe it. They were terrified. Boom! 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 The dragon god's terrifying breath covered the more than 100 heaven origin creation realm experts in the lawless universe. Faced with this terrifying attack, their defenses were useless. This caused all the experts to be shocked. They were all terrified. When Patriarch Five Yang and another chaos-level existence saw this scene, their expressions changed drastically. They never thought that there was such a terrifying existence in this primal chaos. There was such an invincible existence. The two didn't hesitate at all. They took out their powerful supreme treasures and prepared to escape. But in the next moment, they discovered that their supreme treasures had lost their effectiveness. It was as if there was a vast energy that prevented them from using their supreme treasures to escape. This made their expressions change drastically as they looked at the terrifying divine dragon that surrounded them. No, what was terrifying was not the divine dragon, but the mysterious figure that stood in front of them and looked at them calmly. At this moment, that figure was supreme in their minds. We can't escape, not even if we use our true treasures to escape. It's over. All the powerhouses were in despair. However, they didn't suffer too much pain. The chaotic energy swept past and killed them instantly. Faced with Wang Xian's current strength, these 100-plus Heaven Origin Creation stage powerhouses didn't have the strength to resist. In fact, Wang Xian hadn't even unleashed his full strength at this moment. With one move, he killed over 100 Heaven Origin Creation stage powerhouses instantly. He had engulfed 2 primal chaos-level existences. At this moment, all the surrounding powerhouses' disciples were looking at everything in astonishment. They even rubbed their eyes in disbelief. They felt that the scene in front of them was an illusion. Even the group of disciples who could not control the universe in the distance were screaming crazily that everything in front of them was an illusion and not real. The Emperor of Phoenix, who was standing not far away from Wang Xian, witnessed everything. His body trembled violently and his face was extremely pale. He stared at Wang Xian in a daze. He had lost his soul. Emperor of Phoenix, I want to kill you. No one can stop me. Don't worry. I will kill you completely. You will never be resurrected again. Wang Xian stared at the Emperor of Resurrection. With a move of his palm, a virtual image appeared in front of him. He clenched his fist tightly and the Emperor of Phoenix in front of him died immediately. Following that, he waved his arm and the phantom of the Emperor of Phoenix appeared continuously and was destroyed continuously. Following that, even if he had countless resurrection treasures, he could not escape the ending of death. Buzz! Buzz! He looked into the distance and waved his arm. The disciples from the lawless universe in the distance were instantly killed and their corpses were collected. Wang Xian only killed them once and did not completely exterminate them. After killing the disciples from the lawless universe, his body moved and he flew straight into the depths of the lawless universe. It was as if he had done something insignificant just now. When Wang Xian left this place completely, the 70 to 80 strong cultivators from the Heaven's Origin realm around him finally reacted. They looked at each other, their eyes filled with shock. There's actually such a terrifying existence in the chaos? He's simply too strong? What realm is he at exactly? Above the chaos? It's impossible for him to be so strong above the chaos. I'm afraid he's even stronger than the chaos. Oh my god, there are more than 100 Heaven Origin Creation realm powerhouses. All of them were killed in one move. Among them, there are 2 existences at the Chaos realm. 70 to 80 experts discussed in disbelief. Even they felt that the scene just now was an illusion. However, they knew that it wasn't. The disciples of the experts from the lawless universe were the best proof. Luckily, we didn't offend this lord, a great Tao realm expert said. The other experts nodded. The figure just now had already entered their minds. They didn't know his name, but they knew that this master was invincible. Wang Xian entered the lawless land and didn't care about the shock and disbelief of the other experts. He didn't care about how much of a commotion his actions would cause in this area. At this moment, he had already entered the interior of the lawless land. The location I'm at now is the center of the lawless land. At this location, the 2 existences of the primal chaos level in the lawless universe can barely get close to it. However, this isn't the core. There are obviously more terrifying and more powerful energy fluctuations at the core. Wang Xian stood there, his eyes flickering slightly. He did not find any treasures in the inner and outer areas of the lawless land. Obviously, the treasures here had already been taken by the powerhouses in the lawless universe. However, this place was a powerful cultivation treasure ground for the wind-type powerhouses. Moreover, due to the uniqueness of this area, treasures would be born here from time to time. The deeper one went, the more treasures would be born. Wang Xian moved his body and went deeper into the region. That was the core location. Wang Xian scanned his surroundings and saw more than a dozen elemental gods. These elemental gods were of the wind attribute. Each of these elemental gods exuded an aura that was not weaker than the great Tao. The 10 elemental gods intertwined together and formed an extremely terrifying domain. Inside, he could even sense the existence of 3 heavenly fate treasures. The place where the 10 elemental gods intersected was not the core of this place. Wang Xian flew straight in and easily passed through the 10 elemental gods. He looked at the core. There was a special wind elemental bead. The bead was emitting a luster. The luster covered an area of only a few hundred kilometers. However, Wang Xian could feel that the destructive power contained in this luster was extremely terrifying. Wang Xian flew over and came to the interior of this special wind bead. Sensing the powerful destructive power around this wind bead, he raised his eyebrows slightly. Unless a peak chaos expert brought along an ordinary chaos level expert, it would be very difficult. If a peak chaos level expert stepped in, he probably wouldn't be able to get the wind bead. As his gaze landed on the wind bead, Wang Xian's eyes sparkled. His body moved and came in front of the wind bead. He reached out and held it in his hand, and it lit up. The energy contained in it is very strong. It is purely wind elemental energy, but it is very difficult to absorb. If it is absorbed by a powerhouse at the peak of chaos, 1 out of 10 people with wind elemental energy might be able to succeed. Wang Xian calculated in his heart and deduced. Very soon he came to a conclusion. This wind bead was an existence that could allow a powerhouse at the peak of chaos to step into the realm above chaos. In other words, this was a treasure that could allow one to break through to the supreme realm. Is there such a treasure in every chaotic region and every special region? Wang Xian guessed in his heart. The energy contained in this wind bead was extremely huge. If Wang Xian absorbed it, he would be able to increase his realm by at least 5 levels of chaos. This was an extremely terrifying amount of resources. However, Wang Xian was not prepared to absorb it. Such a treasure that could only be encountered by chance but not sought after was something that could only be found in one region. It was better to keep it. In the future, if an expert from the Dragon Palace reached the stage, or if one of the 13 little ones reached the stage ahead of time and gave him the treasure, he would be able to break through to the realm above chaos. This kind of treasure should be called the most precious treasure of chaos. Wang Xian mumbled to himself. A smile appeared on his face as he put it away. Following that, he looked at the dozen wind elemental gods around him. After absorbing these elemental gods, Wang Xian would be able to increase his cultivation level by 3 to 4 levels. With a thought, he sat cross-legged in the middle. He waved his hand and grabbed an elemental god to start absorbing. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Waves of energy entered Wang Xian's body and rapidly converted into his own energy. Time passed quickly. Tens of millions of years passed in a blink of an eye. During these tens of millions of years, Wang Xian had been absorbing the energy in this place. However, compared to the powerhouses in this lawless universe, they did not dare to step into the lawless land after that day. Back then, that one move had instantly killed more than 100 of them. The invincible powerhouse had left them feeling extremely shocked. They were extremely terrified. Wang Xian's training this time was very smooth. After tens of millions of years, he had easily absorbed all the elemental gods. His strength had improved quite a lot again. Standing up straight, Wang Xian scanned his surroundings. The energy in the entire special area had decreased by a lot. However, due to the uniqueness of this place, a second wind bead might be born with time and time. However, this might take up to 10 billion or even 100 billion years. Wang Xian flew out of the lawless land. A few months later, he came to the center of the lawless universe and found the chaos-level powerhouse of Patriarch 5 Yang. Wang Xian did not kill him and did not communicate with him. In fact, Patriarch 5 Yang did not even sense Wang Xian's arrival and was directly transferred by Wang Xian to retrieve the memories in his mind. Wang Xian wanted to obtain information about the surrounding areas from Patriarch 5 Yang. However, he had really obtained information about another area from Patriarch 5 Yang. After reading this information, he raised his eyebrows. Bang! Because he had obtained Patriarch 5 Yang's memories, he knew that this fellow was not a good person. After casually crushing his body, Wang Xian left once again. At this point, the poor Patriarch 5 Yang didn't even know how he died and was resurrected again. After being resurrected, Patriarch 5 Yang trembled and decided to stay in seclusion until the end of the calamity. According to the memories of Patriarch 5 Yang, there is an area further away where he would need about 50 million years to fly by himself. There are many universes and powerful forces there. Furthermore, the strength of that area is much stronger than the lawless universe. Based on his memories, Wang Xian moved and immediately flew in that direction. Patriarch 5 Yang needed to fly for 50 million years. An ordinary heaven origin creator would need to fly for 500 to 600 million years. With Wang Xian's speed, he would only need a few 100,000 years to reach the place. This was already very fast for the huge chaos. A few 100,000 years passed in a blink of an eye in the chaos. On the way, Wang Xian also encountered some treasures. However, these treasures were all at the level of the ordinary heaven's origin creation. The current him was not very interested in them. When Wang Xian arrived at another region, he looked at the universe in front of him and immediately flew over. Sensing the existence of a heaven's origin creator, Wang Xian did the same. He flew over directly to check his memories and information. When Wang Xian arrived at the special domain of this chaotic region based on the memories of this powerhouse, he realized that the Chaos Supreme Treasure in this special domain no longer existed. Based on the situation in this special domain, the Chaos Supreme Treasure should be born. Has it been taken away by other powerhouses? Wang Xian looked at this special region. Using his divination ability, he deduced that there was a 100% chance that the Chaos Supreme Treasure had been born here. But now, it seemed that it had been taken away by powerhouses. He moved and flew towards the location of the strongest faction in this region. In this region, the strongest faction was called the Netherworld. This faction could be said to be an overlord-level existence. In the entire faction, there were 4 chaos-level powerhouses. With the strength of their faction, they indeed had the strength to take away the chaos treasure here. There are 2 chaos-level existences in the front. Wang Xian sensed it and flew towards their location. In front of a long river, 2 chaos-level powerhouses were fishing leisurely. There were dozens of disciples and grand-level powerhouses disciples around them. Everyone, sorry to disturb you. Wang Xian arrived and appeared in front of them silently as he said faintly. The pupils of the 2 elders who were fishing contracted slightly as they looked at Wang Xian. The surrounding powerhouses disciples also focused their eyes and looked up. My friend, may I know what business you have? A primal chaos expert stood up, cupped his hands and asked. The mysterious man in front of them was able to silently arrive at 100 meters away from them, causing them to feel shocked. This kind of strength far surpassed them. You came from afar to look for some primal chaos supreme treasures. I see that your primal chaos supreme treasures have already been obtained by someone. I wonder who obtained them. According to my divination, this chaos treasure is not with you. Wang Xian looked at them and said calmly, Chaos treasure? The eyes of the 2 chaos-level powerhouses focused. When they heard Wang Xian's words, the fear on their faces deepened. It is the core treasure in this special area of yours. Wang Xian explained to them. The treasure there? An elder at the primal chaos level mumbled. Then, he said with a more respectful tone, Senior, the treasures in our special region have indeed been obtained by other experts. They are experts from other regions. They are very strong and have existences that we cannot defend against. They took away the treasures in our special region. There is nothing we can do. Oh! Upon hearing their words, Wang Xian raised his eyebrows slightly. Do you guys know where they came from? In the far north of us, there is a very bright place. There are many existences on the level of chaos there. It is rumored that there are existences above the level of chaos. The elder on the level of chaos replied, Above chaos? When Wang Xian heard their words, his eyes lit up. This was the first time he heard that there was an existence above chaos. Of course, he didn't count himself. Back then, he heard from the divine rock of the 9 heavens that he had wandered around for countless of years. Yet he still couldn't find an existence above chaos. He also couldn't find a way to evolve. Could it be that this fellow, the divine rock of the 9 heavens, has existed for a very long time? His nirvana this time around has lasted for a very, very long time. Perhaps this fellow did not communicate with other experts. After all, the divine rock of the 9 heavens is a giant beast of chaos. It is normal for it to not communicate with experts from other universes. Therefore, it does not know about the information about the supreme treasure of chaos and the existence above chaos. Wang Xian thought to himself, Do you know the specific location and direction of that area? Wang Xian looked at them and asked, Senior, we only know a little about the specific location. We haven't been there before. The location is in that direction. An elder at the level of chaos pointed in a direction and said, Okay. Wang Xian nodded his head and waved his hand. A surge of energy instantly entered the body of the elder at the chaos level. Let me retrieve the memories in your mind. Don't worry, I won't hurt you. As he spoke, the information regarding that mysterious and powerful bright land gushed into Wang Xian's mind. However, at this moment, the elder at the chaos level was dumbfounded by all the strong disciples around him. Their expressions became a little aghast. However, after Wang Xian transferred the memories, he did not bother with them anymore. With a move of his body, he disappeared instantly. He had some understanding of that bright land. He can directly transfer the memories in my mind. This is not something that the primal chaos realm can do. He is definitely in existence above the primal chaos realm. Hiss. When Wang Xian left, the elder at the realm of chaos roared in disbelief. It is rumored that there are existences above the realm of chaos in that region. However, this is just a legend. I didn't expect that there would be experts above the realm of chaos appearing before us today. In this realm of chaos, how many existences above the realm of chaos are there? We think that we are invincible. From the looks of it, we are still a little weak. Another chaos-level powerhouse had a bitter expression on his face. A terrifying existence that could access their memories was definitely not a chaos-level powerhouse. After Wang Xian obtained the information regarding the resplendent land, he immediately rushed over. He was filled with curiosity regarding the existence of other existences above the chaos. He was curious. How strong was this level of powerhouse? How much of a difference was there between him and himself? Or rather, who was stronger, him or himself? Of course, Wang Xian still believed that he should be stronger. According to the old man's memory, that region was indeed very far away. If an expert at the primal chaos level were to fly, it would probably take close to 1 billion years. An ordinary heavenly yuan creator would probably need tens of billions of years or even more to reach there. A journey of tens of billions of years was a long process for a heavenly yuan creator. In fact, there wouldn't be a heavenly yuan creator who could fly so far. That was because all resurrection treasures had a distance limit. When he flew too far, he would lose contact with the resurrection treasure. Therefore, once he died, he would truly die. A heaven origin creator wouldn't recklessly travel in the chaos. Wang Xian didn't mind. He really didn't believe that there would be a powerhouse who could threaten him. In addition, he had the ability to predict danger in advance. A chaos-level powerhouse would need close to 1 billion years to reach a place. Wang Xian only needed a few million years to use his time domain. His speed was something that a chaos-level powerhouse could not fathom. Time passed quickly. Wang Xian flew for more than 1 million years and passed by a new region midway. There were more than 1,000 universes in this region, but they did not form a powerful force. There was also a special region here. However, the most valuable chaos treasure in this region had also been taken away by someone. According to Wang Xian's guess, it should have been done by the powerhouses in that resplendent region. There should be existences above chaos in that resplendent region. After obtaining so many resources, it was quite possible for an expert to break through to the level above chaos. In addition, there must be quite a number of experts at the primal chaos realm in that bright area. That was because they had obtained too many treasures. According to Wang Xian's speculation, the forces in that area had obtained 5 to 6 times more resources and treasures than the Dragon Palace. This was at least a must. That was because the most powerful treasure in every area was the supreme treasure of the primal chaos realm. Around the chaos supreme treasure, there would be a large amount of other treasures and resources. I'm really looking forward to this resplendent region. I hope there will be experts who can fight with me. Wang Xian mumbled as a look of anticipation appeared on his face. Now that he was invincible, it was lonely to be invincible. Now, he wanted to meet an existence who was evenly matched and fight with him. He continued to fly forward from this region. 3 million years passed once again. Wang Xian finally arrived at the dazzling place that the chaos-level powerhouse mentioned. After he passed through dozens of universes in this region, he looked at the chaotic void in front of him with an astonished expression. In the region in front of him, there were spaceships that were emitting a powerful aura flying in the chaos. The spaceships were extremely huge and were emitting a powerful aura. Furthermore, there was an unknown number of spaceships. There were a total of 2 of them. Wang Xian sensed with his mind that there were more than 10,000 strong disciples on the spaceships. Among them, the weaker ones were only at the first level of the ruler realm. As expected of a dazzling place. Although I can't see the whole picture, I can see a few of them just by looking at the spaceships that are flying in the chaos. Wang Xian mumbled. During this calamity, even in the current 9 origin universe, all the powers were dominated by the Dragon Palace. However, there was no such scene where a weak disciple dared to fly in the chaos. The region that he had encountered before did not have such a situation. This was because, after all, it was the period of the calamity. Entering the chaos was fraught with danger. Now, there was actually a spaceship traversing through the chaos. It seems that this region has been unified. Moreover, it is an exceptionally powerful organization. Wang Xian mumbled. He concealed his body and entered the spaceship in an instant. In the 2 spaceships, the strongest one was an expert at the control level. Wang Xian arrived in front of him silently. He immediately unleashed his soul-capturing power. Waves of information were transmitted into his mind. When he received this information, his eyes flickered slightly and revealed a hint of surprise. This dazzling area was indeed extremely dazzling. According to Wang Xian's memory from this control-level powerhouse, there were a total of 2,300 universes in this dazzling area. There were 2 special areas in this area. The entire area was controlled by a force called the Universal Alliance. This control-level expert was also a member of the Universal Alliance. The Universal Alliance was the only king in the resplendent region. Over 2,300 universes were all its members. There were over 10,000 heaven origin creation level experts. This was an extremely terrifying number. Another important point was that there were a total of 20 members in the Universal Alliance Elder Group. And within this Elder Group, all of them were primal chaos level existences. The 20 members of the Elder Group were all primal chaos level existences. Then, it was easy to imagine what level of existence the Universal Alliance's leader was. Above primal chaos. Yes, this was the most powerful existence in the resplendent region. He was also known as the publicly acknowledged king. In the entire Universal Alliance, he was the only existence above primal chaos. He had fused with a powerful true treasure of heaven and earth, and his power was unfathomable. He was an invincible existence in this region and even in distant regions. The Universe Alliance leader had swept through several regions. There was no existence in several regions that could be compared to him. And the Universe Alliance had obtained powerful treasures in several regions. This great being was a control-level existence, and he knew many secrets. For example, a few 100 million years ago, there was an elder of the Universal Alliance who wanted to break through above the primal chaos realm. Unfortunately, when he was fusing with the primal chaos true treasure, he couldn't withstand the energy of the true treasure and died completely. It was extremely difficult to become an existence above the primal chaos realm. After succeeding, he could break through. Once he failed, he would die completely and disappear in the universe. Because this bright region was unified, there was no war in this region. All the disputes were settled in the arena. On the surface, no killing was allowed. Furthermore, between these 2,300+ universes, there was a super teleportation formation. This also allowed the disciples of this universe to carry out universe teleportation, especially during this calamity. The brilliance of the strong also resulted in the brilliance of the disciples. The number of disciples and the level of elites in the entire region were also terrifyingly strong. This is really impressive. If it weren't for the chaos where the distance between one region and another is too far, I'm afraid with the Universal Alliance's strength, they would be able to carry out a cross-region invasion. Wang Xian mumbled. In addition, the Universal Alliance had indeed launched an invasion once. They invaded the nearest region, but their invasion was very instantaneous. As the Universal Alliance was too powerful, the other party surrendered. This Universal Alliance is the strongest strength I have ever seen. Even the Dragon Palace Alliance, Justice Alliance, the 10 Days Federation, and the Behemoth Alliance aren't their match. Wang Xian mumbled. Of course, he had to throw Wang Xian out. At present, it was hard to calculate Wang Xian's actual combat strength. In addition, He learned from the memories of this powerhouse that the destination of this spaceship was the Universal Alliance's base. The Universal Alliance's base was located in a special place. The current special base had been completely modified. The Universal Alliance had opened up a holy land in the chaos with the strength of many experts. This holy land, even if it wasn't during the calamity, ordinary disciples wouldn't be attacked by the power of chaos. And they went to the Universal Alliance's base to participate in the Universal Alliance's once-in-a-calamity grand meeting. The grand meeting was called the Universal Immortal God Banquet. All universes of the Universal Alliance would participate in this banquet. At that time, all heavenly Yuan Destiny Realm experts and all elite core disciples would participate. The banquet was mainly to exchange and share all sorts of treasures and delicacies. Among them, the competition was the most important one. At that time, there would even be a competition between control-level experts. It could be said to be the most important grand gathering in the entire Universal Alliance. It was also the most dazzling event. At that time, the Alliance Master and Elders of the Universal Alliance would be there. Even if it wasn't the real person, the avatar would still come to participate. It seems like I'm quite lucky to have encountered such a grand event. That's good too. This way, I can better understand the Universal Alliance. When the time comes, I'll have a spar with the Alliance Master of the Universal Alliance. Wang Xian thought to himself. He wanted to see how strong the existence above chaos was. In addition, Wang Xian wanted to take the supreme treasure of the chaos level from them. Wang Xian needed treasures of this level. He needed to prepare for the Dragon Palace and his children. With this thought in mind, Wang Xian flew toward the Universal Alliance base quickly according to the memories of this powerhouse. His speed was not something that this spaceship could compare to. After flying for a few decades, Wang Xian arrived in front of the Universal Alliance. He looked ahead. Even though he had obtained some information from the memory of that expert, he was still shocked when he saw it with his own eyes. In a chaotic space ahead, there were two gigantic trees of chaos standing tall. The extremely huge chaos tree opened up a space filled with energy. Apart from the two chaos trees, there was also a special sea of stars. This sea of stars was also a special thing in the chaos. In the sea of stars, there were many elemental gods that were emitting light. These elemental gods were sealed by energy and could not cause harm to other creatures. Similarly, there was an extremely powerful array formation that stood between heaven and earth. The array formation used more than 10 elemental gods of the Great Tao level as energy to support the vast space. Inside, there was a huge spaceship. It was a space battleship that was the size of dozens of planets. There were also various godly mountains and rivers. These were obviously created by the supreme beings with great power. Although I can create a space in the chaos, it will consume a lot of energy. It will take a lot of time just to find the elemental god and the tree of chaos. Wang Xian looked ahead and mumbled. However, if he was bored in the future, he could create such a holy land in the chaos. Wang Xian moved his body and continued to fly in. As he got closer, a powerful energy was transmitted over. The density of this energy was comparable to that of the top grotto heaven-blessed land in the Nine Origin universe. The density of the energy in the core of this holy land should be even higher than that of the Dragon Palace. Wang Xian guessed that the Universal Alliance's foundation was too deep. He could feel the powerful defensive power contained in this holy land. When these defensive powers were activated, the existence of the realm of chaos could be killed. There was no escape. The foundation of the Universal Alliance was really deep. Wang Xian looked at the extremely powerful holy land of chaos and his eyes were filled with amazement. He continued to go deeper. He could see the strong disciples in spaceships or flying on treasures. Each and every strong person was exuding different energies and powers. Some of them had sword chi that shot up into the sky. Some of them had flames that burned the sky. All kinds of cultivation methods had become a system. Wang Xian entered and scanned his surroundings. Although there weren't many heaven origin powerhouses, he could sense them with his powerful divine sense. He could detect the existence of hundreds of heaven origin powerhouses. Impressive, truly impressive. Wang Xian sighed in his heart. He moved his body and locked onto a great Tao-level powerhouse. He arrived in front of him silently and used his soul-absorbing power to check his memories. Waves of information entered Wang Xian's mind. A great Dao-level powerhouse was considered a top existence in the Universal Alliance. He understood most of the secrets of the Universal Alliance. Wang Xian obtained new information from this expert's memories. Since the establishment of the Universal Alliance, it had already gone through 6 eons. The foundation of the 2 eons allowed them to possess a terrifying force. In addition, within the Universal Alliance, they called their leader, who was above the realm of chaos, the eons. They addressed their leader respectfully as the leader of the cataclysm. It meant an expert who could exist eternally even if there was no cataclysm. Leader of the cataclysm, this title is also acceptable. Wang Xian smiled. The only pity was that this expert at the Great Dao level didn't know the actual strength of their leader, the leader of the cataclysm. He only knew that the leader of the cataclysm was an invincible existence. Wang Xian stood in the void and sensed with his mind. He didn't sense the existence of the Lord of Calamity. He's not here. According to the past situation, the Lord of Calamity will come during the Universal Immortal Gathering. Wang Xian mumbled and prepared to wait for some time. He could directly threaten the Lord of Calamity to appear. However, Wang Xian gave it some thought and gave up. The Universal Alliance was too powerful. There were more than 10,000 powerhouses at the Heaven's Fate level and 20 existences at the Chaos level. In addition to the Lord of Calamity and the territory that belonged to them. All the powerhouses and all their resources combined, Wang Xian was no match for them. At present, Wang Xian's realm was comparable to 43 existences of the chaotic realm. Even if he was stronger in actual combat, it would still be very troublesome to face the combined forces of a huge force. Most importantly, Wang Xian did not know the strength of the Lord of Calamity. What if the Lord of Calamity was not weaker than him? After all, Wang Xian was not very clear about the realm above the chaotic realm. He didn't know if everyone was like him. If they broke through to the realm above chaos, they would be able to improve without limits. They would be able to absorb treasures without limits. If the Lord of Calamity was the same, then the other party's strength wouldn't be simple. According to my divination, after fusing with the supreme treasure of chaos and breaking through, they would be able to absorb treasures of the same attribute to improve themselves. It's impossible for them to absorb the power of chaos directly. However, all of this is just my own divination. I still need to verify it. This master of the apocalypse was the person Wang Xian verified. His gaze swept across the surroundings. In this chaotic holy land of the universe, there were more than 10 million strong disciples. In addition, from time to time, there would be all kinds of huge spaceships rushing over. There are more than 2,000 universes nearby. If each universe has a spaceship that is comparable to the strength of a heaven origin creator, it would be truly spectacular and terrifying. Wang Xian thought to himself. His gaze landed on a restaurant that was filled with a modern style and he flew over immediately. He wanted to taste the delicacies of this world. Wang Xian entered the restaurant. More than half of the customers in the restaurant were already seated. A portion of the strong disciples were talking about the upcoming Universal Celestial Gathering. They were talking about which universe, who was who, and how powerful they were. They were talking about a certain genius, how many universes he had conquered, and what kind of cultivation techniques he had learned. Wang Xian listened with great interest. This was the true brilliance, the true glory. It was not something that the nine-origin universe could compare to. The geniuses from the other universes were fighting each other. All kinds of divine arts and divine arts were shining brightly. The delicacies here were also unique and had the characteristics of this world. Wang Xian tasted the food and nodded his head slightly. It was pretty good to be able to come across such a bright area after traveling through the various universes and the chaotic world. For the next period of time, Wang Xian went to various restaurants to taste the delicacies every day. He went to some arenas to watch some of the strong disciples sparring. It also benefited him greatly. He learned about a kind of strange energy, the use of water and space attributes. In the Universal Alliance, there was a race in the universe that was born with the power of water and space. They could leave a puddle of water in a place, and within a certain range, they could instantly return to the puddle of water. They could leave their own water in a lake or river, and they could also instantly return to this place. This was somewhat similar to a special space teleportation, similar to the demon spirit altar. However, it was much more convenient than the demonic spirit altar. The demonic spirit altar required him to set up an altar himself. This kind of special water stain was sufficient. Moreover, if he were to wrap the water flow around an area, he could appear anywhere. It was faster and more terrifying than teleportation. Wuxia analyzed this ability and integrated it into his other attributes. He even integrated it into the chaos. This ability caused his combat strength to skyrocket instantly. What kind of concept was this? In other words, with his power of chaos, he could transform any attribute. In the future, he could make this area his domain in any region. He was omnipresent in this domain. When coupled with the time domain, Wuxia felt that this move was a little too abnormal and invincible. It was almost impossible to restrain. That was because, as long as you used any attribute, I could transform it. Not bad, not bad. Wuxia nodded his head slightly. This trip was not in vain. It can increase my combat strength by a lot. Apart from this powerful ability, Wuxia also learned about some new technological powers. The Universal Alliance's technological powers were very powerful. It far surpassed the mechanical ascension to the universe back then. The technological attack methods and investigative capabilities of their organization had inspired Wuxia greatly. With a deeper understanding, he could use the power of chaos to condense a robot. This robot possessed formidable strength. Wuxia could even condense a robot with the power of chaos. Wuxia had stayed in the Universal Alliance's sacred land for over 10 million years. During these 10 million years, he had witnessed the glory of the Universal Alliance's sacred land. He had witnessed their strength. During these 10 million years, more and more powerful disciples had gathered at the sacred land. The Universal Immortal meeting was a grand event that happened once every 30 billion years. Almost all the powerful disciples from over 2,000 universes had come. Now it was getting closer and closer to this grand gathering. During these few days, Wuxia had already sensed more than a dozen existences at the primal chaos level. This was something unimaginable in other places. There are about 2 years left before the Universal Alliance's celestial gathering begins. Wuxia strolled leisurely in the Universal Alliance's holy land. This holy land was very big. As more and more universes' strong disciples came, it became more and more lively. Many Universe Masters' disciples set up stalls here, selling all kinds of strange treasures and items. There were also all kinds of strange things and powerful treasures. These things didn't exist in the 9 origin universe. Wuxia saw some useful things and saw some good ones. He bought all of them and gave them to the girls. Here, he really encountered many valuable treasures. For example, treasures for the breakthrough of a heaven origin creator. Treasures for the breakthrough of a master at the peak of the Dominator realm. There were even treasures that could allow a master at the peak of the Dominator realm to achieve a 100% breakthrough as long as there was a spot available. Such treasures were also extremely rare in the Holy Land of the Universal Alliance. Although Wuxia did not buy them, he had already analyzed the interior and could easily create them. Dong dong dong. Dong dong dong. Along with the sound of the dusk drums, it spread throughout the entire Holy Land and sounded the beginning of the Universal Alliance's celestial gathering. Let's go, let's go. This year's Universal Alliance's celestial gathering is about to begin. I've been looking forward to it for a long time. All the disciples follow me. When you arrive at the venue, perform well. This time, the Alliance leader and elders of our Universal Alliance are all here. If all of you can get the attention of the elders, you will soar to the skies. Every time there is an assembly of immortals and deities of the Universal Alliance, there will be a lucky genius who will be valued by the elders. From then on, he will ascend to the peak. This time, all the disciples will have a chance to strike at the chaos. If they can make a sound in the chaos, they will receive an astonishing amount of resources. Wuxia flew into the assembly of immortals and deities of the Universal Alliance. At the surrounding seats, all the strong disciples were discussing. Wuxia listened quietly. This celestial gathering was a huge opportunity for ordinary disciples. Those with outstanding talent could soar to the sky with a single leap. They could obtain the recognition of chaos-level existences as well as great Tao-level powerhouses. Of course, it was too difficult to be outstanding from the heavens favorites of more than 2,000 universes. Those who could be ranked here would definitely be able to break through to the Tianyuan Destiny realm. Of course, since there were so many Tianyuan Blessed Realm powerhouses in the Universal Alliance now, there were not many spots that could make them break through. Very soon, Wang Xian followed the strong disciples of the public to the venue of the Universal Immortal Celestial Gathering. His gaze swept across the scene. There were 8,000 to 9,000 Tianyuan Blessed Realm powerhouses in front of him. Each and every one of them was exuding an astonishing aura. They sat there and chatted with each other with a smile. Behind them were disciples whose strength was not even in the Heaven's Origin Kismet realm. They also had seats, but their seats were slightly inferior to those of the strong practitioners of the Heaven's Origin Kismet realm. Wang Xian found a random seat and sat down. His gaze swept across the surroundings. He had yet to sense the existence of the Lord of the Cosmic Calamity. The Lord of the Cosmic Calamity had yet to arrive. Wang Xian was not in a hurry to search for him. He waited quietly. He wanted to see the uniqueness of this celestial gathering. In the future, when the Dragon Palace became stronger and the strong disciples of the Evil Sequence Camp were born in the universe, they could hold such a banquet with many universes. Boom, 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 boom. Not long after, a terrifying aura descended from the sky. 20 figures appeared, and behind each figure was an auspicious cloud and a noble aura. Each of them exuded an aura that was as powerful as hell. 20 primal chaos-level existences arrived. There were men and women, humans, and creatures from other races. Without exception, each of them was abnormally powerful. The strongest one was equivalent to 2 beings of the primal chaos level and 2 beings of the control level. Wang Xian watched quietly. To his surprise, the master of the calamity still did not arrive. An elder of the primal chaos level said a few words. Following that, the celestial gathering of the universe began. The celestial gathering of the universe began with the competition among the disciples. They rang the bell of the primal chaos and performed powerful spells. At the end, the disciples from more than 2,000 universes began to compete in the arena. Compared to the banquet at the Dragon Palace, the quality of the disciples is much higher and their abilities are much stronger. The top-notch disciples at the peak of the Dominator realm here are able to display all kinds of abilities and treasures. They are comparable to the weakest powerhouses who have just entered the Heavenly Yuan Blessed Realm. Wang Xian commented indifferently. Around them, the group of disciples in the Heavenly Yuan Blessed Realm cheered for their supporters. The group of Heavenly Yuan Blessed Realm powerhouses were also watching with great interest. Oh, they are here. When the group of disciples were competing and the top 3 were decided. At the highest seat in front, a middle-aged figure slowly appeared on the empty holy seat. His appearance made a bunch of chaos-level powerhouses bow respectfully to him. The rest of the Heaven Origin Destiny-level powerhouses wanted to bow, but they were stopped by his arm. He signaled for the banquet to continue. All the powerhouse's disciples looked at the imposing figure with admiration and respect. This was the strongest powerhouse of their Universal Alliance. It was also because of the existence of the Alliance Master that their Universal Alliance was so glorious. Wang Xian looked at the Lord of Calamity and sipped on his tea. His eyes sparkled. In front of him, the divination power was circulating, divining the strength of this Lord of Calamity. Very soon, a piece of information appeared in his mind. Being able to divine means that his strength is inferior to mine. According to the divination information, the Lord of Calamity's strength at this realm can kill 6 to 7 existences at the chaos level. There is another point. It is impossible for powerhouses of the chaos level to surround and kill the Lord of Calamity. This is because the Lord of Calamity can escape at will. In other words, more than 10 or 20 powerhouses of the chaos level can't kill a single Lord of Calamity. The Lord of Calamity can assassinate them bit by bit. Wang Xian judged the Lord of Calamity's strength. Overall, there wasn't much of a problem. There was another thing that he wasn't sure about. The Lord of Calamity with wind attribute could absorb wind attribute treasures and resources without any prior knowledge, and whether he could create wind attribute treasures. I want to compete with this Cardinal Tribulations Master. Wang Xian looked at the Cardinal Tribulations Master in front of him. He was still prepared to spar with him. Although he couldn't obtain it, his strength was much stronger than this Cardinal Tribulations Master. However, he wasn't sure how much stronger he was. There was another point. Wang Xian wanted to understand how strong he was now. He wanted to get the Chaos Treasures that were taken away by the Universal Alliance. These Chaos Treasures were extremely rare. There was only one of them in the entire universe. Therefore, he had to get it. There were two ways to get it. One was to snatch it directly. The other way was to use his powerful strength to pressure them and make them hand it over. The Universal Alliance was a relatively fair area. The experts here did not kill the innocent. They were not unforgivable people. Therefore, Wang Xian was not prepared to use his powerful strength and forceful methods to clash with them. Wang Xian sat there quietly and watched the continuation of this grand gathering. In front of him, the Lord of Calamity was also watching indifferently with a satisfied expression on his face. Following the end of the duel between the disciples, what followed was the activity and sparring between the powerhouses of the Heaven's Origin realm. Between powerhouses below the level of the Great Tao, there would be a competition. This battle would be much more intense and exciting. However, within the spatial formation, the battle would not affect too many areas. Wang Xian was also watching quietly and enjoying it. Time passed. After 10,000 years, the battle between the powerhouses in the Heaven's Origin realm had ended. Following that, there were some exchange sessions. Everyone. At this moment, the leader of the Universal Alliance, who had been watching the entire banquet, suddenly spoke. Please speak, Alliance leader. When all the strong disciples heard the leader of the Universal Alliance's words, they immediately stood up and said respectfully, right now, the Universal Alliance has already reached an extremely bright stage. There is no longer any good development in our region. Next, we will prepare to open up other regions. The chaos is huge and there are many regions like ours. However, there are not many who are as strong and brilliant as us. Right now, the quota for the Universal Alliance in the Heavenly Yuan Blessed Realm has almost all been used up. If our alliance wants to continue to grow, we have to head to other regions to look for a slot for a breakthrough. We will open up a path to the next region and the next universe. The Lord of Calamity swept his gaze across all the experts and spoke faintly. Yes, Lord Alliance Leader. We will follow your orders. All the expert disciples immediately replied respectfully. Wang Xian was mixed in with the group of disciples. When he heard the words of the Lord of Calamity, his eyes flickered slightly. They were preparing to go to other regions. Going to war would definitely be the start of the war. The Universal Alliance had already reached its peak of brilliance and glory. Their quota of Heavenly Yuan Destiny Realm powerhouses had already been used up. If they wanted to improve further, they had to expand. They had to conquer other universes and other regions. This was an inevitable development. The Universal Alliance is really dazzling. Today, the Dragon King of Japan is here to experience the strength of the Lord of Calamity. At this moment, Wang Xian also started to move. Now he had understood everything that he needed to understand. Next, it was time to get down to business. His voice spread throughout the entire region and reached the ears of all the strong disciples. His figure stood directly in the air. He looked at the Lord of Calamity from afar with a smile on his face. Wang Xian's sudden words stunned all the strong disciples of the Universal Alliance. Following that, they looked at Wang Xian's figure in astonishment. Who are you? How dare you to make a ruckus in front of our alliance leader? A chaos-level powerhouse stared at Wang Xian coldly. Wang Xian's gaze swept across the chaos-level powerhouse. Thud. The next moment, the Universal Alliance's elder knelt on the ground with a horrified look on his face. His body was completely out of control. Hiss this? Third elder. In the surroundings, the other chaos-level powerhouses as well as the Heaven Origin powerhouses looked at the third elder in disbelief. An expert at the Calamity Lord level. The third elder, who was kneeling on the ground, unable to control himself, had cold sweat on his forehead. His eyes were filled with fear. The other party looked over, and he actually kneeled down uncontrollably. This made him feel extremely terrifying, extremely terrifying. This was definitely an existence at the Calamity Lord level. HM? An existence at the same level? No wonder I didn't find you. Ha ha ha. Good, good. The Universe Alliance leader was also slightly stunned, and then he laughed out loud. His eyes were filled with excitement and fervor. Good, good. I've traveled through several regions and traveled for billions of years, but I haven't met an existence of the same realm. Today, I actually met one. Ha ha ha. I've long wanted to understand just how strong I am. You've come at the right time. You can let me know just how strong I am. Ha ha, being invincible is lonely. I can finally have an opponent today. Today, I will crush you and trample you under my feet to test my invincible Tao. The leader of the Universal Alliance was very excited. He was filled with a strong fighting spirit. He stared at Wang Xian. His eyes were filled with passion. He had been invincible for too long. He yearned for an opponent too much. In addition, he was also very confident in his own strength. He was an invincible existence. Hee. Wang Xian looked at the excited Universal Alliance leader and revealed a faint smile. I also want to know how strong I am now. Then let's have a battle. The Universal Alliance leader moved his body and flew directly into the sky, far away from the Universal Holy Land. Standing in the chaos, his body began to expand crazily. It was as if his entire body was filled with the entire starry sky domain. His endless body caused all the powerful disciples of the Universal Alliance to be filled with shock. Their leader's body was too big. The planet in front of him couldn't even compare to his pupils. Around him, terrifying wind attribute energy condensed into substance and flowed around his body. A terrifying aura swept across everything. Fortunately, the Universal Alliance leader was relatively far away from the Universal Holy Land. Otherwise, just this terrifying aura alone could cause the Holy Land to collapse. Not bad. Wang Xian looked at the Universal Alliance leader who had unleashed his full strength. A satisfied expression appeared on his face. His figure moved and instantly appeared in front of the Universal Alliance leader. He sized him up from head to toe. Although he was still a little weak, he was still barely passable. Hiss, my God. Is this the true strength of our Alliance leader? How terrifying. Why does it feel like he can destroy everything? Too strong, simply too strong. That figure that suddenly appeared, is he on the same level as our Alliance leader? Our leader's power feels like it can destroy an entire universe. It's too terrifying. That person who's on the same level as our leader is definitely not a match for our leader. Of course, our leader has lived for countless years and has been invincible in several regions. We've never met anyone who can fight against him. In the Universal Holy Land, a group of strong disciples looked at the gigantic Alliance leader who was standing in the sky. Their faces were filled with reverence. They were discussing among themselves. They had absolute faith in their Alliance leader's strength. Their Alliance leader was an invincible existence. He was the strongest existence. Today, I will defeat you to test my invincible Tao. The leader of the Universal Alliance stared at Wang Xian. His eyes were filled with fighting spirit and excitement. As he spoke, he extended his finger and pointed at Wang Xian. This finger seemed to pierce through the void space directly. It seemed to pierce through everything and arrived in front of Wang Xian directly. Your strength is not bad, but you are still a little too weak. Wang Xian looked at the attack of the leader of the Universal Alliance. With a calm expression, he waved his arm. Bang! Crack! 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 The gigantic finger began to crumble and dissipate at a terrifying speed. In the sky, the huge Universal Alliance leader's expression changed when he saw that his attack was instantly defeated. Bring out all your strength and all your trump cards. Don't disappoint me. Wang Xian moved and arrived in the chaotic void in front of the Universal Alliance leader. He stared at him calmly. Good, good, good. As expected of an existence on the same level as me. As expected of an existence on the same level as me. The Universal Alliance leader stopped, looking down on Wang Xian. The hurricane around him spun at a terrifying speed. He extended an arm and the arm detached from his body. The entire arm was covered in various types of armor and special skin. The armor was exuding an extremely terrifying might. On the skin, There were various wind attribute giant beasts of chaos roaring and galloping. The leader of the Universal Alliance had used his own powerful means. That armor was a weapon that he had nurtured using the ultimate treasure of Tianyuan as the material. The skin was created by him after hunting a large number of giant beasts of chaos. A large number of souls of giant beasts of chaos were condensed in it. The terrifying arm flew towards Wang Xian. This strike was enough to pierce through an entire universe. It was enough to dim the starlight and create a river of stars in the midst of the primordial chaos. Wang Xian's eyes sparkled as he looked at this strike. He stretched out his hand and a dragon claw phantom grabbed towards this arm. Roar, 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 roar. On the dragon claw, there was a divine dragon phantom roaring. The chaotic dragon claw absorbed the surrounding power of primordial chaos. In a breath, a terrifying crack appeared in the surrounding chaotic energy. The dragon claw directly collided with the arm. However, in the next moment, the chaotic energy on the dragon claw spread toward the arm. As if it was corroding, it was slowly controlled. The energy on the arm armor resisted, but it was still dimming. The roaring soul of the chaos behemoth quickly fell silent. Wang Xian looked at this scene and revealed a smile. He waved his arm and the arm of the Universal Alliance leader came in front of him. It shrunk and turned into the purest energy. Is this all? Wang Xian looked at the Universal Alliance leader in front of him and asked faintly. You. The Universal Alliance leader's expression changed drastically. He stared at Wang Xian with a fearful expression. He had already unleashed most of his strength, yet he was easily neutralized by the other party. Even his arm was taken away by the other party. This caused his expression to turn ugly and his heart to feel extremely heavy. Hiss, what is going on? In just 2 moves, our alliance leader's arm was taken away by that mysterious expert. Oh no, that mysterious expert is not simple. How is this possible? There is actually such a terrifying existence in the chaos. Is this a battle between great beings of calamity, Master? It is simply too terrifying. Even if we are primal chaos level existences, once we get close, we will be easily crushed and killed. Within the sacred land of the Universe Alliance, countless great beings' disciples watched this battle in shock. This was a great battle between great beings of calamity, Master. Especially when they saw that their alliance master was actually at a disadvantage, all of them felt their hearts palpitate. Wind Demon disintegrated. Universe of Wind. The Universal Alliance leader's face was filled with a solemn expression as he roared. In the next instant, their bodies began to disintegrate. Every part of their bodies was emitting a terrifying energy of wind. The disintegrated bodies flew directly towards Wang Xian's surroundings. Each of their limbs was emitting an extremely terrifying energy of wind attribute, causing a terrifying storm to surround Wang Xian. Wind blades, wind beasts, and all sorts of wind attribute objects were formed. In the middle of the limbs of the Universal Alliance's leader, it was as if a wind attribute universe was being born. The entire universe was the Universal Alliance's leader. He was the ruler of this universe. In this universe, he could wear down and destroy everything. Wang Xian's gaze swept across his surroundings. The surrounding space had undergone a terrifying transformation. It was as if he had arrived in an unfamiliar universe. At the next moment, as if the power came from the entire universe, endless wind blades and wind blades attacked him. Countless wind attribute behemoths let out savage roars and attacked him. Endless attacks and endless threats. Interesting. Wang Xian looked at this special space and universe, his eyes flashing. His body shook, and a wave of chaotic energy broke through the universe of wind. The surrounding chaotic energy began to compress towards the entire universe. He transformed into the universe, while Wang Xian transformed into chaos. Chaos engulfed the universe. Crack, crack, crack. The entire universe began to be compressed rapidly, and the entire universe began to shrink. The limbs of the Universal Alliance leader, who was floating around, were suppressed by the chaotic energy. At this moment, a look of shock and horror appeared on his face. He stared at Wang Xian, who was in the middle, and roared in disbelief. How is this possible? How is this possible? How can you mobilize the power of chaos? Your strength is not bad, but to me, you are still too weak. At the next moment, Wang Xian flew out from his universe of wind. He waved his arm, and the surrounding chaotic energy condensed into an extremely huge palm. This palm seemed to be bigger than the universe. The palm pressed towards the universe of wind, and the entire universe of wind was in his hand. The hand of chaos exerted force, and the universe of wind became smaller and smaller. This is impossible. We are both masters of the tribulations, so why is the gap between us so huge? Why are you able to control the power of chaos? The Universe Alliance leader roared in disbelief. He did not have the slightest ability to resist the terrifying power of chaos. Hiss! How is this possible? Our alliance leader was actually suppressed. How is this possible? The other party was able to suppress our alliance leader with just a few moves. Could it be that this person is even more powerful than the Calamity Lord? Not good. Our alliance leader isn't his match. Attack! In the universal Holy Land, all the powerful disciples saw this scene and their pupils contracted slightly. Their faces were filled with shock. Their leader of the apocalypse was no match for the other party. Furthermore, the other party's terrifying hand had directly trapped their leader. The expressions of the 20 Primal Chaos level experts changed drastically. One of the Primal Chaos level experts let out a low roar. His body emitted a terrifying aura as he flew upwards. In the surroundings, a group of Heaven Origin Creator level powerhouses also flew upwards. Each and every one of their auras locked onto Wang Xian. When more than 10,000 Heaven Origin Creator level powerhouses moved together, this terrifying aura caused even the entire chaos to change color. More than 10,000 Heaven Origin Creator level powerhouses. The aura that they gathered together, what kind of concept was this? Wang Xian's current realm was comparable to 43 Chaos level existences. And a powerhouse of the Primal Chaos realm was comparable to 27 existences who had just entered the Heaven's Origin Creation realm. 43 existences of the Primal Chaos realm were only comparable to more than 1,000 of the weakest powerhouses of the Heaven's Origin Creation realm. These over 10,000 powerhouses of the Universal Alliance's Heaven's Origin Creation realm were many of the Primal Chaos realm, the Great Tao realm, and the Control realm. This might even moved Wang Xian. However, when Wang Xian saw all the Heaven Origin Creation stage powerhouses in the Universal Alliance flying over, he let out a cold smile. Why? Do you want to gang up on me? Wang Xian looked at them with a look of disdain. If the other party really dared to gang up on him, it would be easy for him to leave. In that case, he could totally destroy the Universal Alliance one by one. He did not have the confidence to destroy the entire Universal Alliance, but he had the confidence to destroy the entire Universal Alliance. This would cause the Universal Alliance to pay an extremely tragic price. I will give you 10 seconds. Get down here immediately. Otherwise, you are going to start a war with me. Wang Xian coldly swept his gaze across the tens of thousands of Heaven Origin Creation stage powerhouses. He wasn't afraid at all. How arrogant. You dare to be so arrogant in front of the tens of thousands of Heaven Origin Creation stage powerhouses of the Universe Alliance? Do you really think we are afraid of you? A KS-level powerhouse was filled with anger when he heard Wang Xian's words. Hehe, you guys can try. Wang Xian stared at them with a look of disdain. So what if there were 10,000 Heaven Origin Creation stage powerhouses? So what if there was an extremely dazzling Universal Alliance? In his opinion, the strength of the Universal Alliance leader was only SOSO. He could even completely destroy it. Stand down immediately. The Universe Alliance leader was being suppressed at this moment. He hurriedly shouted at his subordinates. At this moment, he was completely suppressed by this terrifying palm. His strongest technique did not have the slightest effect on this mysterious expert. On the contrary, the other party easily suppressed him. Moreover, the other party was actually able to control the power of the entire chaos. This caused him to feel shocked and despair. He and this mysterious expert in front of him were completely not on the same level. The gap was too big. He knew very well that it was too difficult to kill such an expert. Even if their Universal Alliance had many experts, it was still very difficult to keep him. Once he completely became their enemy, he could completely destroy them one by one. One by one. If that really happened, they wouldn't be able to stop it at all. Even if they had tens of thousands of great beings working together, the other side wouldn't dare to go against them. But what about their universes? The Universe Alliance had more than 2,000 universes, and each of them was so far away from each other. The other side couldn't do anything to them, but to destroy their universes they couldn't do anything at all. It's the Alliance leader. The expressions of the experts changed when they heard the Alliance leader's words. They immediately retreated. Humph! Wuxia snorted softly. His gaze landed on the Alliance leader of the Universal Alliance. I have a few questions to ask you next. I've lost. Please ask, Senior. The Alliance leader of the Universal Alliance took a deep breath and said. Seeing that he was still sensible, Wuxia immediately withdrew the chaos hand. He was not afraid that the other party would run away, nor was he afraid that the other party would go back on his words. If the other party really dared to play tricks, Wuxia might as well make the entire Universe Alliance disappear completely. What abilities do you have after you break through by absorbing the Wind-type Chaos Supreme Treasure? Wuxia stared at him and asked. Senior. Faced with Wuxia's question, the Universal Alliance leader cupped his hands and said, After I absorbed the Chaos Supreme Treasure and broke through to the Master of the Cardinal Tribulations, my control over the Wind-type has reached an unbelievable level. I can refine and absorb all the Wind-type treasures and turn them into my own power. What else? Wuxia continued to ask. What else is there? I feel that as long as I absorb enough Wind-type energy, my strength can continue to increase indefinitely. The Universal Alliance leader continued to answer. Can I absorb wind elemental energy directly in the chaos and increase my strength directly? Wuxia's eyes flickered as he continued to ask. This is also possible. However, I have to separate the wind elemental energy from the chaos. This is more troublesome. It's better for me to absorb and increase my strength directly in the universe. In addition, I can look for the wind elemental god to refine and increase my strength. The Universe Alliance leader answered honestly. He did not dare to lie to Wuxia. Is there nothing else? For example, creating a wind attribute treasure directly? Creating a heaven origin creation treasure. Wuxia narrowed his eyes slightly. Creation? Senior, with my strength, I can create a treasure that is comparable to an ordinary heaven origin creation realm treasure. As for creating a heaven origin creation treasure, that is impossible. Perhaps if I were given 1 billion years, I would be able to create one. The Universe Alliance leader shook his head immediately. Then he recalled that Wuxia was able to control the entire power of the chaos. He looked at Wuxia in surprise. Senior, you can create a heaven's origin creation supreme treasure? You can directly absorb all the power in the chaos. Wuxia pondered and did not answer him. He did some divination and calculations. He knew that the Universe Alliance leader was not lying. He had only brought the wind attribute to the Calamity Realm. To create a treasure, he needed not only a single attribute but other attributes as well. It should be no problem for the Universal Alliance to create a wind attribute elf. However, in order for it to gain intelligence, he might need to borrow other items. After understanding the situation, Wuxia had a rough understanding of the situation. If the Alliance leader of the Universal Alliance wanted to achieve his level, he would have to be able to fuse the other 9 attributes. However, he would have to obtain the Chaos Supreme Treasure with the other 9 attributes and improve himself. The difficulty was almost 0. After gaining some understanding of the realm of the Lord of Calamity, Wuxia understood. At this realm, he was still considered a unique existence. In addition, this Universal Alliance leader in front of him had a huge gap in strength compared to him. He didn't even use his time domain and could easily crush him. If he used his time domain, the 10 Universal Alliance leaders would not be his match. It would not be a big problem for Wuxia to kill the Universal Alliance leader and the other 20 primal chaos level existences. Of course, he would not be able to fight against over 10,000 heaven origin creation level powerhouses alone. As he thought, he looked at the Universal Alliance leader and said directly, "Hand over the primal chaos supreme treasure that you obtained from the other regions." When the Universal Alliance leader heard Wuxia's words, his expression changed slightly. His expression didn't look too good. Chaos Supreme Treasure was a treasure of this level. It wasn't something that a heaven's origin creator could compare to. He also knew that a region could only give birth to one Chaos Supreme treasure. It was extremely precious. This was the key to opening the Calamity Realm. This was the most precious treasure in the Chaos. Even if it couldn't be absorbed, just the energy emitted by this primal Chaos true treasure could form an extremely vast cultivation land. This cultivation land far surpassed any other blessed land. The Universe Alliance now had a total of 5 primal Chaos true treasures. Once, there was a Universe Alliance Grand Elder who reached the pinnacle of primal Chaos realm. He wanted to use the primal Chaos true treasure to break through, but he failed and died. Now, 5 primal Chaos true treasures were still in his universe. His universe was also a holy land of countless great beings. If one cultivated there, even heavenly origin creation great beings could quickly improve. Now, the other party actually wanted him to take out a primal Chaos true treasure. His face was full of hesitation. Senior, we obtained this primal Chaos true treasure. It's unreasonable for you to ask us to hand it over, the Universal Alliance leader said with an embarrassed expression. Hee. Wuxia chuckled. You guys also plundered it from other regions. Why would it be unreasonable for me to ask you to hand it over? The stronger the king. Alliance leader. We can't hand over the Chaos Supreme treasure. Wang Xian's words caused the expressions of the 20 Chaos-level elders to change drastically. They quickly spoke up. The Chaos Supreme treasure was the only key for them to break through to the Master of Calamity. Although the process of breaking through was extremely difficult and there was a high probability of death, it was still their only hope. Once the Chaos Supreme treasure was handed over, it meant that they had no hope of breaking through to the Master of Calamity. How could they agree to it? It doesn't matter. If you guys don't agree, we can start a war. Killing you guys is easy. This way, we can obtain more resources. Wang Xian smiled faintly and said nonchalantly. Their Chaos Supreme treasure was snatched from other regions because they were strong. Now that Wang Xian was strong, he could naturally snatch it from them. There was no right or wrong. This was the law of the chaos. The strong were king. Do you really think that we don't dare to start a war? There are more than 10,000 heaven origin creation stage powerhouses in our universe. Why should we be afraid of him alone? That's right. If we join hands, we can even suppress the existence of the Lord of Calamity. Alliance leader, our Universal Alliance is not afraid of any powerhouse. Below them, the powerhouses of the Heaven's Origin manifestation were speaking furiously. How brilliant was the Universal Alliance? How powerful was it? Now, someone actually came directly to them and wanted to take away their Chaos Supreme treasure. This was simply an insult to them. Senior, our Universal Alliance is not a weakling. We are not to be controlled by others. If you want to take away the Chaos Supreme treasure, you need to show sufficient strength. Otherwise, we are unwilling to accept it. The Universal Alliance leader waved his hand and said to Wang Xian. He did not dare to offend Wang Xian rashly, but he was also unwilling to hand over the Chaos treasure directly. Oh? Show great strength? Hee. Wang Xian looked at him, raised his eyebrows slightly, and said with a smile. Yes, as long as you can defeat me and defeat 20 elders of our Universal Alliance, we will be able to hand over the Chaos treasure. The Universal Alliance leader said solemnly. Boom, 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 boom. As soon as he finished speaking, the 20 primal chaos level existences flew directly behind the Universal Alliance leader. They stared coldly at Wang Xian. That's right. If you want us to hand over the Chaos Supreme treasure, you have to defeat us first. Otherwise, don't even think about it. An elder at the primal chaos level said with a sinister expression. Hee, all right. Not bad. However, since I have made my move, all of you will have to die. That's good too. Your corpses are also a huge amount of resources. Wang Xian smiled as he spoke. He did not put them in his eyes at all. Arrogant. The group of top-notch experts from the Universal Alliance were enraged. An extremely terrifying aura erupted from their bodies. The Universal Alliance leaders' gaze also focused, and voice transmissions were transmitted into the minds of the 20 subordinates. They carried out a joint formation, advancing and retreating in unison. The 20 primal chaos existences, even if the Universal Alliance leader fought against them, he would still be suppressed if he did not flee. He did not believe that this mysterious expert in front of him would be their combined opponent. Come on, let's see if the Universal Alliance has the ability to fight against the entire Alliance alone. The Universal Alliance leader stared at Wang Xian coldly. Boom, 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 boom. Following that, an extremely powerful aura erupted from his body once again. Around him, 20 powerhouses at the primal chaos level also unleashed their full strength. At this moment, they didn't hold back at all. Endless energy filled the entire primal chaos space. Below, within the Universal Alliance sacred land, all the experts and disciples felt a sense of oppression. They raised their heads with great difficulty and looked at the battle above. Our Alliance master and elders will definitely be able to suppress this arrogant fellow. This is inevitable. Our Universal Alliance is invincible. No one dares to threaten our Universal Alliance, and no one can go against us. The group of powerful disciples of the Universal Alliance firmly believed that they were the strongest existences. They cheered for the Alliance leader and elders. Wang Xian looked at the 21 top-notch existences of the Universal Alliance and smiled. Today, I will show you the gap between you and this Dragon King. Buzz. The next moment, Wang Xian activated his time domain and moved. Attack! The leader of the Universal Alliance roared furiously. When 20 Heaven Origin Creation Realm experts joined hands to form a Calamity Lord, they released an attack at the same time. This attack was extremely terrifying. It was extremely shocking. Their attack covered the entire chaotic space without any blind spots. Below, the entire Universe Alliance Sacred Land released a powerful luster under this energy fluctuation and automatically activated its defense. All the powerful disciples of the Universal Alliance couldn't even sense what was happening in the sky anymore. They couldn't see anything. They could only feel the boundless energy. If this attack landed on our side, I'm afraid we would be vaporized instantly. I really don't believe that there's an existence in the primal chaos that can resist the Alliance Master and Elders joining hands. I don't believe it either. In front of this energy, we are too insignificant. We feel like ants. All the strong disciples of the Universal Alliance watched all of this in astonishment. At this moment, Wang Xian had already made his move. Out of the 20 powerhouses in the Heaven's Origin Realm, those who were in the Heaven's Origin Realm were not the weakest ones. The strongest one could match up to more than 2 of them. However, when Wang Xian used his time domain, he felt that everything around him had changed. With his current strength and the speed of time that was 100 times faster, everything outside was very slow in his eyes. Even the attacks of the Universal Alliance leader and the rest were extremely slow. In the outside world, the Universal Alliance leader and the rest released terrifying attacks that covered him. However, from Wang Xian's point of view, this attack would take a long time to reach him. He had a lot of time to dodge and dodge easily. Buzz. However, Wang Xian did not dodge. His dragon eyes were sparkling as he sensed the power of this energy. It can't threaten me. Wang Xian looked at their attacks and mumbled. Even if they were attacking him with all their might, he could still easily withstand their attacks with his defense. That's easy. In the next moment, Wang Xian's figure disappeared instantly. Ha! In front of him, the leader of the Universal Alliance was staring at Wang Xian. When he saw Wang Xian disappear, his pupils constricted slightly. He had a bad feeling. Is that all? At the next moment, a voice entered his mind. The leader of the Universal Alliance's heart tightened and a look of horror appeared on his face. Following that, he felt his neck being grabbed. An extremely terrifying force restrained his body, making him unable to move. The leader of the Universal Alliance's body trembled violently. His face was filled with fear. How was this possible? How was this possible? Behind him, the 20 elders of the Universal Alliance were horrified when they saw Wang Xian suddenly grabbing their leader's neck. Crack, crack, buzz. A surge of energy surged into the body of the leader of the Universal Alliance. The power of chaos was rapidly depleting his life force. In less than a second, the leader of the Universal Alliance lost his life force. He was dead. It's your turn. Wang Xian casually killed the Universe Alliance's leader. He looked at the 20 elders and revealed a faint smile. No, no, no. How is this possible? Hiss. The 20 elders were completely terrified at this moment. They would never have thought that such a terrifying existence existed in this world. He killed the leader of calamity in an instant. Furthermore, it was under the condition that they were working together with the leader. They were very clear about the strength of the leader. Even if the 20 elders were to work together, they wouldn't be able to kill the leader of calamity. With the speed of their leader, he could escape easily. But now, their leader was killed in an instant. What level of strength was this? Could it be that there was a higher realm above the leader of calamity? Before they could think further, Wang Xian had already charged forward. The difference in speed made it impossible for them to retaliate in time. They had treasures on them that could automatically defend themselves. However, in Wang Xian's opinion, their defense was too weak. Wang Xian's figure flashed past. The bodies of the elders were separated from their heads. The terrifying power of chaos was eroding their vitality. Instant kill. It was another very fast instant kill. There was no way to resist it. At the moment when the Lord of Calamity and the 20 elders were killed, some energy in the surroundings began to dissipate slowly. The situation in this space was revealed. 21 corpses were lying there quietly. The treasures on their bodies were still emitting radiance. But they were already dead. A terrifying scene was displayed in the eyes of all the powerful disciples of the Universal Alliance. They were all stunned when they saw this scene. It was too fast. It was too fast. They thought that there would be a world-shaking final battle. They thought that there would be a terrifying war. But it ended too quickly. It was so fast that they didn't dare to accept it. At the same time, they didn't dare to believe this result. The familiar corpse lay in the chaos, and their elder's body was separated. This scene was too terrifying. The tens of thousands of Heaven Origin Creation Realm experts felt a chill in their hearts. They were filled with fear as they looked at the figure in the sky. How can there be such a terrifying existence in the chaos? In just a few seconds, he killed our Alliance Master, Elder, and all of them. Doesn't that mean that he alone can suppress the entire Universe Alliance? An expert at the Great Tao level muttered in disbelief. Buzz, buzz. At this moment, light flickered in the sacred land of the Universe Alliance. The Alliance leader of the Universe Alliance slowly appeared. After being resurrected, he rushed over immediately. Looking at his corpse and the corpses of the 20 elders in the sky, he took a deep breath. Senior, are you invincible in this world? He couldn't help but ask. The strength displayed by this mysterious powerhouse in front of them made them feel despair. After the opponent unleashed his true strength, he could actually kill him in an instant. This was an instant kill. I don't know. Wang Xian responded indifferently. With a wave of his arm, he kept all the corpses in front of him. These corpses could increase his combat strength by at least 10 chaos levels. In addition, there were a large number of heavenly and earthly treasures on these corpses. There were more than 40 Heaven Origin Destiny level treasures alone. These 40+ Heaven Origin Destiny level treasures could also increase his combat strength by more than 10 chaos levels. The harvest was huge. Buzz! 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 At this moment, the elders who had been resurrected rushed over. They were silent and filled with despair. This person was undefeatable. The moment they became enemies, the entire Universe Alliance would cease to exist. Senior, we are willing to hand over all the Primal Chaos true treasures. The Universe Alliance leader lowered his head and said respectfully. With the other party's strength, it was already merciful of him not to directly snatch them. The Universal Alliance surrendered. After witnessing Wang Xian's invincible strength, the Universal Alliance no longer had any intention to resist. They handed over all the Chaos Supreme treasures. There were more Chaos Supreme treasures than Wang Xian had expected. There were a total of 6 of them. 6 Chaos Supreme treasures. These were all the gains of the Universal Alliance over the years. They didn't dare to hand over all of them. They were afraid that Wang Xian would find out and implicate the entire Universal Alliance. In the battle just now, the leader of the Universal Alliance died and 20 elders were killed. The death this time was very tragic for the Universal Alliance. A large number of treasures and resources were obtained by the Dragon King. Gold, wood, water, fire, earth, thunder. Wang Xian looked at the 6 Chaos Supreme Treasures and smiled. Each Chaos Supreme Treasure contained extremely powerful energy. Even if these Chaos Supreme Treasures were not absorbed, just by placing them in one place, the energy they emitted and absorbed would form an existence that was not weaker than the Universal Alliance's Holy Land. If the 6 of them were placed together, they would form a holy land with abundant energy. If one cultivated in this holy land, even the strong ones in the Heaven's Origin realm would gain huge benefits. Those who had just entered the Heaven's Origin realm would be able to achieve a breakthrough in an extremely short period of time. If I devour these chaos treasures, I will be able to increase my strength by at least 20 to 30 chaos levels. He mumbled to himself. However, Wang Xian did not plan to absorb these chaos treasures. Instead, he left them with the Dragon Palace. If there were chaos-level existences in the future, he could use them to make a breakthrough. In addition, he had obtained a Fire-type Chaos Supreme Treasure. The Divine Rock of the 9 Heavens could attempt to make a breakthrough. If the Divine Rock of the 9 Heavens could make a breakthrough, the Dragon Palace would have an additional existence at the level of the Lord of Calamity. Of course, there was not much difference to the current Dragon Palace. With Wang Xian's strength, he could handle everything. Very good. Wang Xian looked at the 6 Chaos Supreme Treasures in front of him. With a wave of his arm, he kept them. His gaze swept across the Alliance leader and the rest of the Universal Alliance. The corner of his lips curled up slightly. With a move, he disappeared. His divination ability had confirmed that there were no Chaos Supreme Treasures in this area. Wang Xian did not plan to stay here any longer. He was going back. He had been out for more than 10 million years. His gains were also huge. He needed to go back and raise his strength. Then, he would make the Divine Rock of the 9 Heavens devour the Fire Attribute Chaos Supreme Treasure to see if he could complete his breakthrough. Phew, he's finally gone. When the experts from the Universal Alliance saw Wang Xian leaving, they heaved a sigh of relief. Alliance leader, what realm is this mysterious expert at? How could he be so powerful? An elder asked with lingering fear. He was able to kill all of them in an instant. His strength was too terrifying. I don't know. He might be one realm higher than me, or he might be several realms higher than me. The Alliance leader of the Universal Alliance shook his head with a dazed look on his face. Are there other realms above the Calamity? The elders of the Primal Chaos realm were shocked, their faces filled with disbelief. He can control the power of Primal Chaos, he can control all the power. The gap between us is too big. The other party's strength is too invincible. The Universe Alliance leader muttered. Controlling the power of Primal Chaos, he only controlled the wind attribute. He had no idea if there were other paths behind the Lord of Calamity. I really didn't expect there to be such a terrifying existence in the chaos. Sigh. The elders of the Universal Alliance were a little dispirited. They thought that the Lord of Calamity was an invincible realm and an invincible existence. However, they didn't expect that an even more terrifying powerhouse would come today and be able to kill all of them in an instant. What kind of existence was this? Wang Xian did not pay attention to the Universal Alliance leader's shock. At this moment, he was rushing towards the 9 Origin universe. The distance he flew this time was already very far away. The harvest was also very huge. A few million years later, Wang Xian returned to the 9 Origin universe and returned to the Dragon Palace. After sending a message to the Divine Rock of the 9 Heavens, he began his closed-door cultivation. He had to start absorbing the resources in his hands. The most important thing was to increase his own strength. After absorbing all the resources, he spent 100,000 years in the time domain. He smiled as he felt the energy in his body. The current him was comparable to 66 existences of the primal chaos level. Of course, it was still difficult to calculate his actual combat strength. For example, when he was with the Universal Alliance, the Alliance leader and 20 elders of the Universal Alliance were comparable to more than 30 existences of the primal chaos level. However, he was still easily massacred by Wang Xian. Therefore, it was difficult to calculate his true strength. However, the improvement this time around was extremely huge for Wang Xian. The most intuitive performance was his speed. Now, with a thought, he could fly from one side of the universe to the other. He could even see through the entire 9 Origin universe with his mind. Greetings, Dragon King. When Wang Xian had just arrived at the Dragon King's hall, the voice of the divine rock of the nine heavens was heard. At this moment, the divine rock of the nine heavens was looking at him with excitement and anticipation. Ever since he received the message from the Dragon King 100,000 years ago, he had rushed to the Dragon Palace in excitement. He had broken through an existence above the realm of chaos. He had been chasing after it for far too long. Even in his dreams, he wanted to break through. Now, the Dragon King actually told him that there was a way to break through. How could he not be excited? Nine heavens, do you know that every large region has a special domain? In this domain, there will be a Chaos Supreme Treasure. This Chaos Supreme Treasure is the key to breaking through to the realm above chaos. Wang Xian looked at the nine heavens divine rock and asked with a smile. The nine heavens divine rock was slightly taken aback. He then shook his head and said, Dragon King, I don't know about this subordinate. I know about the special domain. However, with my strength, I can't enter the core of the special domain. Most importantly, I haven't encountered any special domains with fire attributes. Your Majesty, could it be that the key to breaking through lies within this special domain? Wang Xian nodded. Yes, it lies in this special region. Every region has a treasure that can allow one to achieve a breakthrough. In this region, only one existence above chaos can be born. Coincidentally, this time I have obtained a fire attribute chaos treasure. You can absorb it and achieve a breakthrough. However, it is extremely difficult to achieve a breakthrough above chaos. Can be said that there is only a slim chance of survival. Once you die, you will be completely annihilated. You will not be able to revive. You have to think carefully. Wang Xian reminded him. He had never seen a powerhouse breaking through before, so he could not be sure of the situation. However, he had to remind the divine rock of the nine heavens. He might die. Dragon King, no matter how big the risk is, I will not give up. It is enough to learn the Tao in the morning and die in the evening. It had been a long time since the divine rock of the nine heavens wanted to make a breakthrough. Now that there was finally a chance to make a breakthrough, he naturally wouldn't give it up. Are you ready now? If so, let's start the breakthrough as soon as possible. Wang Xian looked at him and asked, Your Majesty Dragon King, I'm already prepared. The divine rock of the nine heavens replied respectfully. All right. Wang Xian nodded and revealed a smile. Let's go to the chaos to break through. As he spoke, he waved his arm and brought the divine rock of the nine heavens to a place of chaos. This place was sparsely populated and was a good place to break through. Wang Xian did not know the exact situation of breaking through the chaos. Therefore, it was a better choice to do so in a place with no one around. Wang Xian moved his palm and the fire attribute chaos treasure appeared in front of him. This is the key to breaking through to above chaos? The divine rock of the nine heavens looked at the chaos supreme. His face was filled with excitement and excitement. Yes, devour it and completely refine it. Only then will there be a chance to break through to above chaos. During this process, it will be exceptionally dangerous. If you are not careful, you will be devoured by the Chaos Supreme Treasure. And once the Chaos Supreme Treasure is devoured, you will be completely destroyed. Wang Xian reminded him. The divine rock of the nine heavens nodded his head heavily. There was a solemn expression on his face. Dragon King, I will start now. He looked at Wang Xian, who was at the side, and said decisively, Sure. Wang Xian nodded his head. I will protect you from the side. Thank you, Your Majesty. If I can make a breakthrough, I will definitely devote my life to you, Dragon King, and the Dragon Palace. The divine rock of the nine heavens said with gratitude. Wang Xian smiled and signaled him to start the breakthrough. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Chirp, 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 chirp. The divine rock of the nine heavens chirped and stared at the Chaos Supreme Treasure in front of him with a burning gaze. He flapped his wings slowly. The huge wings surrounded the Chaos Supreme Treasure and began to refine and absorb it. Buzz. However, not long after the divine rock of the nine heavens refined it, the Chaos Supreme Treasure suddenly entered his body. Chirp, chirp. The divine rock of the nine heavens cried out and terrifying flames erupted from its body. Some of these flames belonged to itself and some belonged to the Chaos Supreme Treasure. The two types of flames did not fuse together. Instead, they began to devour each other. It's starting. Wang Xian looked at this scene and muttered. The breakthrough began. If the Nine Heavens Divine Rock could devour the Chaos Supreme Treasure, it would achieve a breakthrough. If the Chaos Supreme Treasure devoured the Nine Heavens Divine Rock, the Nine Heavens Divine Rock would die completely. The confrontation between the two began. Wang Xian stood together and watched quietly. In the beginning, the Nine Heavens Divine Rock was in an advantageous position. It kept suppressing the energy that was devouring the Chaos Supreme Treasure. However, it was not that easy to completely devour the primal Chaos Supreme Treasure. This would take a very long time. In the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of years had passed. Wang Xian looked ahead and frowned slightly. The speed of the Divine Rock of the Nine Heavens devouring was a little slow. He was a little tired. The primal Chaos Supreme Treasure was resisting little by little. This caused the speed of the Divine Rock of the Nine Heavens devouring to become slower and slower. It was even less than 1/10 of the initial speed. As time continued to pass, Wang Xian realized that the Divine Rock of the Nine Heavens was a little weak and was being suppressed. Instead, the Supreme Treasure of Chaos began to absorb the Divine Rock of the Nine Heavens. Wang Xian looked at this scene and frowned slightly. This won't do. If this continues, I will fail. His gaze flickered slightly. After hesitating for a moment, he waved his arm. Buzz. An extremely majestic fire attribute energy entered the body of the Divine Rock of the Nine Heavens to help him resist the breakthrough of the Chaos Supreme Treasure. However, something unexpected happened. Part of the majestic fire attribute energy that he released entered the body of the Divine Rock of the Nine Heavens, while another part entered the body of the Chaos Supreme Treasure. It was perfectly absorbed by the primal Chaos Supreme Treasure. This is. Wang Xian raised his eyebrows. Currently, the primal Chaos Supreme Treasure has completely merged with the Nine Heavens Godly Peng. However, at the moment, the Nine Heavens Godly Peng does not have control over the primal Chaos Supreme Treasure. Instead, it is suppressed by the primal Chaos Supreme Treasure. In other words, the Nine Heavens Godly Ping will eventually be devoured and assimilated by the primal Chaos Supreme Treasure. This also meant that the absorption and refinement of the primal Chaos Supreme Treasure could not be helped by external forces. Other experts would not be able to help. This was because when the refinement and devouring began, the Chaos Supreme Treasure would merge with it. External forces would not only help the refiner, but also the Chaos Supreme Treasure. This breakthrough is really difficult. If this goes on, the Nine Heavens Divine Rock will completely perish. Wang Xian mumbled. At the same time, the Nine Heavens Divine Rock also realized this. There was a hint of anger and unwillingness on his face. Dragon King, I'm afraid I can't refine this Chaos Supreme Treasure. Now that I've fused with the Chaos Supreme Treasure, I'll be completely devoured by him sooner or later. A breakthrough above the Chaos Realm is a narrow escape. Wang Xian sighed slightly, but he shook his head. Generally speaking, even existences above the Chaos Realm can't help in any way. However, I can. As he said that, a wave of chaotic energy surged toward the Chaos Supreme Treasure and the Nine Heavens Divine Rock. Wang Xian suppressed their powers to an extremely weak state. In fact, he could only sense their powers as rulers from the outside world. I have suppressed you and the Chaos Supreme Treasure to the ruler realm and sealed most of your powers. You suppress and absorb it while I release the energy of the Chaos Supreme Treasure bit by bit. Wang Xian said to the Nine Heavens Divine Rock. Regarding the breakthrough of the Nine Heavens Divine Rock, he couldn't force it to devour the Chaos Supreme Treasure. However, he could seal most of the powers of the Nine Heavens Divine Rock and the Chaos Supreme Treasure, leaving only a small portion of their powers. For example, both parties only had the power of the ruler realm. Under such circumstances, the intelligent Nine Heavens Divine Rock could use his experience to devour this portion of the power of the Chaos Supreme Treasure. As long as the fire attribute power controlled by the Nine Heavens Divine Rock could suppress the Chaos Supreme Treasure, it meant that it could successfully devour it. This method was impossible in the eyes of other experts, even the Alliance Master of the Universal Alliance. However, it wasn't a big problem for Wang Xian. Thank you, Dragon King. Thank you, Your Majesty. The Divine Rock of the Nine Heavens thanked him immediately. He knew that with his own strength, he would not be able to break through. In the end, the only thing that would welcome him would be death. Wang Xian's action was equivalent to saving his life. Furthermore, he could help him to break through. How could he not be grateful? This also made the divine rock of the 9 heavens even more respectful towards the unfathomable Wang Xian. Absorb it as soon as possible. Break through as soon as possible. Wang Xian said faintly without much fluctuation in his mind. Time passed once again. Since he needed to devour it bit by bit, it took a very long time for him to make a breakthrough. Under the condition of having a time domain 1,000,000 years later, the divine rocks of the 9 heavens finally completed their final transformation. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The roar of the divine rock of the 9 heavens rang out in the chaos. His face was filled with excitement. An extremely terrifying power of flames erupted from his body. A force that far exceeded that of the chaos realm spread out in all directions. The surrounding chaotic void was dyed red with a scorching temperature. Wang Xian smiled when he saw this scene. Thank you, Your Majesty Dragon King, for helping me to improve and achieve a breakthrough. The divine rock of the 9 heavens knelt in front of Wang Xian and said with gratitude. Without Wang Xian, he would be dead. Without Wang Xian, it was impossible for him to achieve a breakthrough. It's good that you can achieve a breakthrough. Show me your strength. Wang Xian smiled at him. It's the Dragon King. The divine rock of the 9 heavens replied immediately. He flapped his wings excitedly. Rumble. Following that, terrifying flaming boulders that looked like meteorites shot out from his wings. These meteorites were extremely huge and blotted out the sun. Each of them was comparable to a life planet. Countless meteorites covered the area in front of them. They were exuding an extremely terrifying power. Dragon King, I feel that my strength has increased by at least 2 to 3 times compared to before. The divine rock of the 9 heavens said excitedly. Yes, that's fine. Wang Xian nodded. The current divine rock of the 9 heavens could easily destroy an entire universe. His strength was much weaker than the leader of the Universal Alliance. Of course, it was mainly because the leader of the Universal Alliance had made a breakthrough for a very, very long time. Your Majesty, although I have made a breakthrough, I still feel that there is a huge gap between us. Dragon King, what realm are you at now? Do you need to be higher? The divine rock of the 9 heavens looked at Wang Xian and couldn't help but ask curiously. Wang Xian shook his head. The realm you are at now should be the highest realm. There is no upper limit to this realm. You can continue to improve by absorbing the energy of the fire attribute. I feel that it is very difficult for me to improve now. Unless I have a large number of treasures of the fire attribute, the speed will be very slow. Of course, this is only relative. Compared to the past, it is already ridiculously fast. The divine rock of the 9 heavens said with a smile. You should stabilize your strength. You don't need to be in a hurry for the rest of your cultivation. You can just improve slowly. Wang Xian said to him. After saying that, he moved his body and returned to the Dragon Palace. The improvement of the divine rock of the 9 heavens had improved the strength of the Dragon Palace considerably. In the future, when Wang Xian traveled in the chaos, he could also take charge of the Dragon Palace. Of course, for now, it didn't matter if there were any powerhouses in the Dragon Palace. In this area, no force dared to provoke the Dragon Palace. Prime Minister Gue. Wang Xian returned to the Dragon Palace. With a thought, he called Prime Minister Gue over. Your Majesty, I'm here. Prime Minister Gue rushed over immediately. Tell me about the current situation of the Dragon Palace. Wang Xian looked at him and asked. Reporting to Dragon King. Prime Minister Gue nodded. Over the past 10 million years, the number of powerhouses at the heaven origin creation level in our Dragon Palace has already reached 500. It is still increasing at a terrifying rate. Is it 500? Still all right. Let the disciples cultivate well. He nodded without any fluctuation. This number seemed to be a lot in one universe. However, after witnessing the brilliance of the Universal Alliance, he wasn't too surprised. There were more than 10,000 powerhouses in the Heaven's Origin realm in the entire Universal Alliance. Currently, the disciples of the Dragon Palace didn't have the ability to travel in the chaos for a long time. They had to be careful when entering another region. Where are the Dragon Queen and the rest? Wang Xian sensed the Dragon Palace and continued to ask Prime Minister Gui. Dragon King, the Dragon Queen is worried about the situation of the Crown Prince and the princesses. They have all gone to the torrent area. Prime Minister Gui replied. Wang Xian nodded his head. With a move of his body, he disappeared as well. Buzz. The next second, he arrived at the torrent area. The torrent area was where the little ones were currently training. Speaking of which, more than 10 million years had passed, and the little ones had grown up a lot. He had left a devil spirit altar at the edge of the torrent area so he could come here directly. After divining the location of the girls, he quickly flew over. The torrent area, the location in front of the torrent area. This was a special area of the torrent area, and it was also the most prosperous area of the torrent area. There were 3 large factions in the torrent area, and it wasn't very peaceful between these 3 large factions. They were always fighting openly and secretly. But overall, this area was relatively peaceful. One of the most important reasons was that the torrent area was already connected to a place called the 8 Directions region. The 8 Directions region was relatively powerful, and the entire 8 Directions region was controlled by a large faction. That large faction had several thousand Heavenly Yuan creation realm experts. Although there were 3 major forces in the torrent region, there were only a few hundred Heaven Origin Destiny realm powerhouses in each major force. Wang Xian came to the front of the special domain of the torrent region and looked ahead. In front of him, there was an incomparably huge, tumultuous river. This was a river of chaos. The water element energy was the main element in it. It flowed through a long region in the chaos. Within this river of primal chaos, there were special creatures living. Similarly, there was a primal chaos true treasure here that had yet to be obtained by any force. The 3 great forces of the torrent region all had holy lands and blessed lands around this river of primal chaos. The main reason was that this river of primal chaos flowed through a vast region, and it was very close to more than 10 universes. This also caused many factions to open up cultivation holy lands around the river of primal chaos. Because of the river of primal chaos, a large number of experts were born in these 10 universes. The 3 major factions were also born from these 10 universes. Guan Shuqing and the girls were located in a faction's holy land. This holy land was called the Flowing Wood Holy Land, and it was created by one of the 3 major factions, the Flowing Wood Universe. The Holy Land was close to the River of Chaos. There were a large number of strong disciples here. As the River of Chaos was relatively stable, this also resulted in more than 1 billion living beings cultivating in this Holy Land. It also resulted in this place being unusually prosperous. Wang Xian sensed the location of Guan Shuqing and the rest. With a thought, he came to a huge pagoda. The pagoda was called the River Viewing Pagoda. It was exceptionally magnificent, and its height had reached an unimaginable level. More than 10 girls were sitting in a room eating the delicacies here and discussing things. Buzz. Hee, how is it? Wang Xian teleported to their room and asked with a smile. Xiao Xian. When Guan Shuqing and the rest of the girls saw Wang Xian, their eyes lit up. They replied with a smile. Xiao Xian, at the moment, the girls and boys are still all right. Most of them have already joined one faction after another. Among them, the boss has already broken through to the Heaven Origin Blessed Realm. The rest of the little guys are about to make a name for themselves. Among them, 4th brother was taken in as a disciple by an expert at the Great Tao level. A few girls spoke to Wang Xian one by one. The strength of the group of girls had already reached the control level. They were not considered strong, but they were not weak either. However, with the chaos-level experts of the Kongchan clan guarding them by their side, they would not be in any danger. In addition, they all had the life-saving and offensive spells that Wang Xian had given them. Once these spells were activated, the chaos-level experts would definitely die. Wang Xian listened to their words and nodded slightly. Oh right, according to our investigation, the 8 Baron region is going to attack the Torrent region. Guan Shuqing and the rest suddenly spoke up. Are we going to attack? Looks like the war in this region is about to begin. Wang Xian raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, That's good too. Once the war begins, we will be able to train the young lads and girls better. According to your divination, this war will be exceptionally fierce. By then, the young lads will suffer a lot of blows. The group of girls frowned slightly. More than 10 million years ago, Wang Xian had divined that a huge battle would break out in this region. And this huge battle came from the eight-sided region that was connected to the torrent region. The eight-sided region belonged to the intruders, and they were stronger. In this huge battle, the torrent region would be at a disadvantage and would be extremely tragic. Countless strong disciples would bleed, and even the universe would be massacred. Initially, the group of girls wanted Wang Xian to take care of this matter. However, Wang Xian thought about it and rejected them. It was very cruel in the chaos. In the vast and boundless chaos, there were universes being destroyed. This was the development of the chaos, and this was a calamity. Even though Wang Xian was invincible now, he could not interfere in many matters. Regarding the calamity of the torrent universe, he was not prepared to interfere. In this way, in this calamity, he could train the little guys better. It's good to be cruel. Only in the midst of cruelty can one grow better. Wang Xian said only after experiencing great battles and setbacks can one live a better life and become stronger. The group of girls nodded. Although they knew that with Wang Xian's strength, even if the little guys did nothing, they would be safe and sound forever. However, this was considered doting. They had no dreams and no fighting spirit. This was no different from a good-for-nothing. They had to grow up and have a new life of their own. They couldn't rely on their father for everything. Let's just watch. This war will last for hundreds of millions of years. Wang Xian said with a twinkle in his eyes. A war that lasted for hundreds of millions of years would allow all the strong disciples in the torrent region to grow rapidly. Of course, there were also many strong disciples who died quickly. Wang Xian and the rest were prepared to watch everything from the perspective of a bystander. Sitting on the river viewing tower and looking at the scenery outside was also pretty good. Time passed by. In less than 10,000 years, the 8 regions officially began to invade the torrent region and the war began to erupt. The Great War had just begun, and it was abnormally fierce. A group of heaven origin creation realm experts from the 8 regions led their disciples and began to invade the various universes in the torrent region. They began to slaughter and enslave. After a short period of shock, the torrent region also reacted. However, only one faction in the torrent region was attacked and the other 2 factions didn't participate. However, tens of millions of years later, that faction called the Torrent Channel occupied all the universes. After a group of experts escaped with their elite disciples, the 8 Directions region continued to invade other factions. This also made the other 2 factions in the Torrent region know that the 8 Directions region wanted to destroy their Torrent region. In shock and anger, the other 2 factions joined forces. They wanted to invite the experts who escaped to join forces. However, they were rejected by Hong Chu. This was because Hong Chu had already been defeated and all the universes had been occupied. Under such circumstances, how could they agree to join forces? Furthermore, when Hong Chu had been invaded, they had asked for help from the other 2 forces, but they had been rejected. Who were they fighting for now? The other 2 forces were called Shangjiu and the Divine Gate. Helpless, Shangju joined forces with the Divine Gate to fight against the powerful disciples from the 8 regions. However, the Torrent region was weaker than the 8 Directions region to begin with. Without the involvement of the Torrent forces, Upper 9 and the God's Gate were forced to retreat. In the end, the 2 forces, Upper 9 and the God's Gate, had no choice but to hand over dozens of universes to the Torrent region, asking them to act together, to fight against the enemies of the 8 Directions region together. The Torrent region joined in and agreed to join forces. The war continued to erupt. If the Torrent region had been united from the start, it wouldn't have reached this stage. Now, half of the universe in the Torrent region is occupied by the 8 Directions region. On the river viewing tower, Wang Xian was sitting in a room with a group of girls. They were chatting. There was a dispute between the Upper 9 of the Torrent Channel and the 3 forces of the Gate of God in the past. However, their mistake was that they should have been united when the enemy invaded. Old 5, Little 9, and 13 belong to Hong Chu, right? Now that Old 5 has broken through to the heavenly Yuan blessed realm, Little 9 and 13 are about to do the same. In the beginning of the battle, Little 9 and 13 died in battle once. If not, they should have broken through as well. Boss's strength increased the fastest. Now that the war has broken out, the boss in the Divine Gate has been heavily nurtured. With Boss's talent, he has already reached the control level. The control level cannot change the outcome of a war. Speaking of which, the second and third brothers have met. The few of them were talking about the 13 children. The memories of the 13 children were blocked by Wuxia in the Dragon Palace. They did not know each other. Now that the war had broken out, there were some who had fought once and some who had already broken through to the Heaven's Origin blessed realm. However, even if they had died once, they still shone brightly in this great war and displayed their powerful talents. As the children of Wuxia, their talents far surpassed any genius or spoiled child. In fact, their talents couldn't even be compared to those experts at the chaos level. Therefore, they would gradually show their talents tomorrow. However, due to their weak strength, they couldn't change the fact that they had occupied this battle. The flood area is still weak. As time passed, Wuxia and the group of girls strolled around the area of the torrent every day. From time to time, they would look at the children from afar. They were rather carefree. However, compared to them, the lives of the 13 little fellows were not as easy. During the war, the 13 little fellows who belonged to the torrent area were either cultivating or fighting every day. As the war broke out, they had to follow the experts to launch sneak attacks and counterattacks to alleviate the crisis in their torrent zone. However, as time passed, the torrent zone became more and more suppressed. More and more universes were occupied. The war was extremely intense. Boss got to know a girl who has just broken through to the Heaven's Origin manifestation stage. The girl is not bad. On this day, Wuxia and the rest received a piece of news. A smile appeared on their faces. They formed a deep friendship during the war. It's normal for them to have feelings for each other now. The girl is not bad as well. They can be considered to have a true friendship in times of adversity. Wuxia revealed a smile when he received the news. According to his divination, the two boys in his family would find a girlfriend in the next few 100 million years. Oh, isn't it a little bad for us to keep an eye on a bunch of little guys in the dark? The group of girls looked at Wuxia with a smile. Indeed, it's a little bad. Haha. Wuxia smiled. We've seen enough. Let's go back first. We'll come back when the war in the torrent zone is almost over. Yeah, that's fine too. We've visited every corner of the torrent zone in the past tens of millions of years. The group of girls nodded their heads. Then they returned to the Dragon Palace. Wuxia did not go out to wander anymore. With his current strength, it would be easy for him to go to all the major regions and universes in the future. Even if the calamity ended, he could easily enter a universe with the characteristics of the power of chaos in his body. In addition, even if this universe rejected Wuxia and attacked him with his strength, he could flatten an entire universe. After returning to the Dragon Palace, Wuxia used this time to teach Guan Shuqin and the other girls to cultivate and the disciples of the Dragon Palace to cultivate. Putting everything else aside, the strength of the girls was only at the control level. It was a little too weak. With sufficient resources and treasures, the strength of the girls increased rapidly. Most importantly, in Wuxia's time domain, 10 million years was equivalent to 1 billion years. Time passed once again and 200 million years passed very quickly. Boom, 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 boom. In the Dragon King Hall, Guan Shuqing and the rest who were in the time domain were emitting a powerful aura. After 200 million years and 10 billion years in the time domain, the strength of the girls had finally reached the chaos level. Speaking of which, other than Lan Qingwei, the rest of the girls were much weaker in terms of talent. Using 20 billion years to upgrade from the control level to the chaos level was something unimaginable to the other experts. However, with the help of Wuxia, the speed was not very fast. Alright, stop cultivating. Something big is about to happen. Wuxia looked at the group of girls and said with a smile, Huh? What big thing? The group of girls were slightly stunned and looked at him in surprise. It's about Boss. Boss is getting married. As parents, we can't have this wedding. Wuxia said to them with a smile. What? Boss is getting married. The group of girls were slightly shocked. Following that, a nostalgic look appeared on their faces. Shao Xian, the children have been training for more than 200 million years. It's time for them to come back. Yeah, it's about time. They have been training for more than 200 million years. They have already experienced what they should have experienced. Wang Xian nodded his head. With a wave of his arm, a black hole appeared in front of them. He gestured to the group of girls and entered the black hole. Soon, they arrived in front of the river of chaos in the torrent region. Speaking of which, how far has the war between the torrent region and the 8 regions progressed since we didn't pay attention to the matters here for 200 million years? Guan Shuqing and the rest looked at the surroundings of the torrent region and asked curiously. The torrent region has been defeated continuously for more than 200 million years. Now, all the forces have been gathered at the river of chaos. The entire torrent region has suffered heavy casualties. Wang Xian spoke. How are the little ones doing now? Not only do we have to pay attention to the little ones themselves, we also have to take care of their friends. I don't want the little ones to blame us for not saving their friends in the dark after we get to know each other. The few girls were slightly shocked and asked, "It's all right. I have Jutian keeping an eye on them. The battle is very intense. There are indeed powerhouses in the Heaven's Origin manifestation who have died completely in the torrent region. There are also some friends of the little ones who have died completely. However, before they died, they were all taken away by Jutian." Wang Xian replied. Naturally, he had already taken care of these matters. The main purpose of letting his children train was to let them grow up. It was inevitable that there would be life and death separation during the process of growth. It was enough to let them experience it. Of course, it was not enough to let their friends really die. Before they died, Jiotian had already preserved a trace of their lives. That's good. Speaking of which, will boss's wedding be held here? Isn't it at home? Guan Shuqing and the rest asked. Oh, it's here now. At most, we can go back to the Dragon Palace and hold another one. Wang Xian smiled nonchalantly and brought them to the river viewing tower. The river viewing tower was a pleasure zone where people could stay and play. Wang Xian and the rest had rented a room here for a long time. Jutian was also here at the moment. Jiotian. When Wang Xian arrived, he called Jiotian over with a thought. Dragon King. Dragon Queen. The next second, Jiotian arrived and greeted him respectfully. How is it? A group of girls asked him immediately. Rest assured, Dragon Queen. Although the Crown Prince and the princesses have gone through a lot of hardships, they are still relatively stable. 10 years later, the Crown Prince will be married to a girl from the Hong Canal faction. Now, the first Crown Prince is a core member of the Divine Gate, while that girl is the descendant of the strongest person in the Hong Canal faction. When they get married, there will be some form of union. Of course, the first Crown Prince and that girl are truly in love. Jiotian replied. He continued. The 10th Crown Prince has also found a girl that he likes. The relationship between the two of them is also very good. Now that the 10th Crown Prince is in the Upper 9 regions, he is also highly regarded by the Upper 9 powerhouses. It can be said that the 13 Crown Princes have a high status in the Hong Canal region and are considered as core figures. Wang Xian and the rest nodded. With the talents of these little guys, more than 200 million years was enough for them to shine. All of their abilities had reached the level of control. Now that more than 200 million years had passed, the war in the torrent region had also lasted for more than 200 million years. During these 200 million years, the relationship between the 3 forces in the torrent region could be said to be unprecedentedly united. 10 years later, there would be a Heaven Origin Creation Realm expert holding a wedding in the torrent region. Not only would there be a couple, there would also be several other couples holding a wedding together. Moreover, these couples who were getting married were from different forces. This behavior was also deliberately done by the 3 major forces. The 3 major forces formed an alliance through marriage and became the strongest allies to deal with the upcoming war. Where are the relatives of the little ones who died in battle? Wang Xian asked the divine rock of the 9 heavens. Dragon King. They are all in the river viewing pagoda. The divine rock of the 9 heavens replied, there are a total of 10 relatives of the crown princess who died in battle. Among them, the fourth princess master, the second prince's uncle master, and a senior brother of the upper 9 forces where the seventh princess was from, etc. All of them self-destructed their bodies and souls and died together with their enemies. Especially the fourth princess master. He sacrificed his life in order to save the fourth princess. Wang Xian nodded his head slightly. In a battle of this level, there was a possibility of a powerhouse of the heaven's origin creation dying in battle. This was especially so when a powerhouse of the heaven's origin creation sacrificed everything to self-destruct. The power of their self-destruct was extremely terrifying. It was extremely terrifying. There were also some forbidden moves that required one to sacrifice everything to engage in battle. This kind of special self-destruction, powerful forbidden move, after being released, would completely vanish into thin air after death. Even if one had a resurrection treasure, they wouldn't be able to revive. Generally speaking, heavenly Yuan creation realm experts wouldn't use forbidden moves, and they wouldn't carry out suicidal attacks. However, when a great battle started, there would always be some bloody-minded experts who fought recklessly for their homes, even sacrificing their own lives. Among the friends, teachers, and elders that the group of little fellows had just met, there were 10 people. Call them over. Let's get to know each other. The group of girls said to the 9 heavens divine rock. It's the Dragon Queen. The 9 heavens divine rock nodded. With a thought, 10 figures quickly appeared in the room. Sir. When the 10 people saw the 9 heavens divine rock, they immediately bowed respectfully. At that time, they were determined to die. After using the forbidden move, they thought that they would die. In the end, they did not expect that a trace of light of life was actually saved by an unknown expert. This was the most terrifying expert they had ever seen, the most powerful existence. They all knew that once they used the forbidden move, even the primal chaos experts in their flood region would not be able to save them. But they survived and were quickly restored to their strength by this mysterious expert. This made them feel somewhat incredulous. After all, there was an existence at the great Tao realm among them. The ones in front of you are the Dragon King and the Dragon Queens. The Dragon King and the Dragon Queen want to meet you. The 9 heavens divine rock spoke to them. At this moment, the 10 people finally noticed the 12 figures in front of them. The mysterious powerhouse who had saved them was standing at the back. Wasn't this? A trace of shock flashed through the eyes of the 10 people as they looked at the 12 or so people in awe. Greetings, Dragon King and the Dragon Queen. They hurriedly bowed and greeted. You're welcome. We're all family. Have a seat. The Dragon Queens looked at them with a smile and stretched out their hands. The 10 of them had great perseverance and were the kind of people who were willing to sacrifice their lives for their relatives and friends. At the same time, they were also the relatives and friends that the Dragon Princess had made in the torrent area. Among them were the masters that the Dragon Princess had come here to worship. For example, the master of the fourth princess, the woman. Ha! The 10 of them were slightly surprised when they heard Guan Shuqing and the others. A family? To be able to order a terrifying powerhouse. Who exactly was the Dragon King and Dragon Queen? They were certain that the other party was not a powerhouse from the torrent region. There were no such powerful existences in the torrent region. Lord Dragon King, Lord Dragon Queen, may I know who you are? Among the 10 of them, the only powerhouse at the level of Great Tao could not help but ask. You are an elder of Lanjiang, right? Xiao Jiang is our boss. Wang Xian said with a smile on his face. With a wave of his arm, the shadows of his children appeared in front of him. More than 200 million years ago, we left 13 little fellows in your torrent region to train. In the blink of an eye, more than 200 million years have passed. Wang Xian looked at him. It is also a blessing that they are able to get to know people like you. These 13 figures, aren't they the heavens' favorites that rose to prominence in our torrent region in the past 200 million years? An old man looked at the 13 young men and women. His eyes were wide open and filled with shock. You are Inin's parents? The fourth princess master looked at them in disbelief. He shook his head and said, That's impossible. We have investigated Inin's background. Wang Xian looked at the woman and smiled faintly. When the woman saw his smile, she opened her mouth as well. She understood something. With the mysteriousness and strength of this group of people, their investigations might be fake. Dragon King and Dragon Queen, you are so strong. Can you help us in the torrent area? Can you expel the 8 regions? An expert asked. Let's do it in 10 years. We will have an understanding in 10 years. Wuxia looked at him and said, I will let you guys go back in 10 years. Thank you, sir. The expert thanked him with excitement. The war that lasted for more than 200 million years was a very, very long time for them. You guys don't have to be restrained. Eat some delicious food and relax after that. Just take a look around. Wuxia waved his arm and exquisite food appeared in front of them. The food contained extremely powerful energy. This was the meat of a chaos-level giant beast. Thank you, Dragon King. Can we ask why you brought Enin and the rest here to train? The woman asked curiously. It's because they grew up too smoothly in our area. A strong person has to go through all kinds of life and tribulations. Therefore, we blocked part of their memories and threw them here. Wuxia replied, The bunch of little guys have brought you trouble. How can you say that it's trouble? Enin's talent is unparalleled. Even our great ancestor from the Torrent Channel said that given time, she could break through to the Chaos Realm. This is the first time I've heard our great ancestor being so certain about something. The woman recalled the great ancestor's evaluation of Enin and sighed. It was extremely difficult to break through to the primal Chaos Realm, but their patriarch was so certain. Back then, it shocked all the experts of the Hongqiu. Our Divine Gate's Divine King also said that Xiaojiang could break through to the primal Chaos Realm and his strength would surpass him. Xiaojiang's talent is too monstrous. It turns out that they are too powerful and terrifying. The great Dao expert also looked at Wuxia and sighed in his heart. He was sure that the Dragon King in front of him was stronger than Hun Dun. No, he was sure that the subordinate of the Dragon King, the Divine Rock of the 9 Heavens, was stronger than Hun Dun. It was simply unheard of. Time was fleeting to Wuxia and the rest. This day was the only good thing that had happened in the last few 100 million years to the Torrent region. It was the day of the wedding between Wang Lanjiang of the Divine Gate and Gongsun Ing-er of the Upper Nine. Wang Lanjiang of the Divine Gate was the most dazzling hero during the war. He rose in these 200 million years and used a short 200 million years to break through from the peak of the ruler realm to the current control level. Furthermore, it was not an ordinary control level. It was comparable to 2 control-level powerhouses. In addition, he had a heavenly Yuan Destiny Supreme Treasure. In other words, Wang Lanjiang could match the weakest Great Dao-level powerhouse. Of course, this was only comparable. Great Dao-level experts usually had powerful treasures and weapons. However, according to the Divine Gate's Divine King, Wang Lanjiang only had 300 million years of life. In other words, he had achieved his current achievements in 300 million years. This was extremely terrifying and terrifying. It made everyone feel incredulous. In 300 million years, to be able to break through to the heavenly fate realm was already an extremely heaven-defying talent. However, Wang Lanjiang had already reached the level of 2 control levels. Extremely terrifying. Similarly, although Upper Nine's Gongsun Ing-er didn't have Wang Lanjiang's heaven-defying strength, as the granddaughter of a primal chaos-level expert, she had used 300 million years to break through to the heavenly fate realm. She was also a genius that shocked many universes. Unfortunately, she was only slightly dimmer in front of the dazzling Wang Lanjiang. In addition, in these 200 million years, the 3 major factions had given birth to too many heaven's favorites. Wang Lanjiang, Wang Guanzhou from the gods, Wang Yin-er from the torrent, Wang Zhou-er Wang, and so on. These heaven's favorites had risen up powerfully in these 200 million years. Each and every one of them was stunning. What shocked everyone the most was that these 13 heaven-defying prodigies all had the surname Wang. Furthermore, all of them were over 300 million years old. At that time, this matter had also shocked the Flood Channel Divine Gate and the Upper Nine Primal Chaos Realm experts. For this, they had investigated the 13 heaven-defying prodigies' teachings and traced them back to when they were born. They were 100% certain that there was nothing strange about it. This also caused the upper echelons of the 3 major forces to say that the powerful rise of the 13 heaven-defying prodigies with the surname Wang meant that the torrent area would become a king in the future. They would lead the torrent area and walk the path of the king. Even though the torrent area was currently suppressed by the 8 regions, They still firmly believed that it wouldn't be long before these 13 stunning prodigies would lead them to expel the experts from the 8 regions. They could even counterattack. Today, apart from the wedding of Lord Wang Lanjiang and Lord Gongsun Ing, there are 6 other lords holding a grand wedding together. This also represents the further alliance of the 3 great forces of the Torrent region. Today's grand wedding is also the attitude of the 3 great forces. It tells our disciples that in the future, the 3 great forces will be indistinguishable from each other. I heard that Wang Lanjiang, Wang Yin, Wang Zhou, Wang Yueqing, and the other elites have a very good relationship. This wedding will also be held as the best man and maid of honor. That's right. This time, almost all the experts from our Torrent region have arrived. The godly monarch, Patriarch Hongqiu, and Patriarch Nine Fingers will also be present. They will also be present to witness it together. This can be considered the only joyous occasion in our Torrent region in the past 200 million years. I believe that in the future, our Torrent region will be able to defeat the 8 regions and expel them from our region. Today, the front of the River of Chaos was abnormally lively. At that moment, in front of the river observation tower, the experts from the 3 major factions had received a portion of the River of Chaos water. They had paved an abnormally beautiful field in the sky. The experts of the 3 major forces and tens of millions of disciples of the ruler realm had all arrived. The disciples were discussing excitedly. Today was a joyous occasion in their flood region. All the experts and disciples were filled with smiles. This also alleviated the depressing atmosphere of the war. Little Xian, today is very lively and festive. The decorations in front are also very good. In the river viewing tower, Guan Shuqing and the rest of the girls looked at everything in front of them. They were affected by the festive atmosphere and smiled. Yes, the kids are doing well. As parents, we are also very pleased. Wang Xian looked at everything with a smile on his face. His children had grown up and he was about to have a family. Lan Zhang's bride is also not bad. She's quite a nice person. She's going to be a mother-in-law soon. I'm really not used to it, Lan Qingyue said with a smile. Hee. Wang Xian smiled. Lan Jiang and Gongsun Ing have experienced hundreds of wars of all sizes. They have formed a deep friendship. It can be considered a true friendship in times of adversity. That's right. However, it has been so long. After unlocking the memories of the children, how will they react? The group of girls said. Wang Xian shook his head. Although he could divine what would happen in the future, there was no need for that. If everything was divined, it would be meaningless. However, there were some things that he had divined. For example, the war between the Torrent region and the 8 regions was coming to an end today. Of course, there were 2 outcomes for this ending. If Wang Xian didn't make a move, there would be one outcome. If he made a move, there would be another outcome. Be careful. When do we make our appearance? The group of girls couldn't help but ask Wang Xian when they saw that the wedding was about to begin. Let's make our appearance when we pay our respects to the heavens and earth and our parents, said Wang Xian. It was time to end the training of the little guys. 200 million years was enough. The group of girls nodded and looked outside. Less than an hour had passed since the wedding started. However, at this moment in a starry sky in the region of the Torrent, more than 1,000 heaven origin creation realm experts concealed their auras and quickly flew towards the River of Chaos. The leader was a young-looking expert. Although his face was young, he had lived for a very, very long time. He was the strongest expert in the 8 regions, the leader of the 8 regions. The 8 regions had already been unified by a force. The name of the force was also known as the 8 regions. The meaning was to traverse the 8 directions of the chaos. The eyes of the leader of the 8 regions were filled with excitement and blazing killing intent. The experts behind him were also filled with excitement. Not long ago, their 8 directions master had finally stepped into another realm. An unprecedented realm. And the moment their 8 directions master broke through, they knew that the war with the Torrent region was about to end. The Torrent region was about to become their domain. Moreover, the Torrent region was only the beginning. It was the beginning of their invincible path. Lord of the 8 directions, this time when we go over, we must subdue those 13 rising fellows, or we must completely exterminate them. In the 8 Directions region, more than 1,000 experts were like living beings hidden in the primal chaos, rushing over quickly. Beside the Lord of the 8 Directions, an old man's eyes were shining brightly as he spoke. After fighting fiercely with the Torrent region for over 200 million years, they had a thorough understanding of the Torrent region's strength. In fact, before the Great Battle, they had a general understanding of it. However, the rise of 13 people in this great battle had exceeded their expectations. Although these 13 experts had not completely risen and had not even reached the Great Tao realm, the speed at which they broke through and the increase in their strength caused the entire 8 regions to be incomparably shaken. They also believed that these 13 people were extremely likely to be at the Great Tao primal chaos realm. No matter how weak they were still peak existences at the Great Tao realm. The 8 regions paid close attention to these 13 people. This time, these 13 people had to be dealt with. These 13 rising disciples are indeed terrifyingly talented. I don't know if they have a special density on them, but this time, they won't be able to escape. The 8 regions master felt the powerful strength on his body and said with a face full of confidence. With his current strength, if he wanted to completely destroy a primal chaos expert, given enough time, he could do it. He wanted to subdue or get rid of the 13 talented experts of the Torrent region. Alliance? Wedding? Today is the day of their destruction. The eyes of the surrounding experts shone with a fiery luster. Soon, they would completely unify the Torrent region. At that time, the strength of their 8 regions would receive a terrifying increase. In front of the river of chaos, festive music floated in the air. Countless disciples of the experts acted as guests as they excitedly arrived at the front. There was a huge stage in front of them. This was the wedding venue for today. The grand wedding had dispelled some of the haze in the Torrent region. At the front row were all the experts from the 3 regions, including the experts of the Chaos Realm from the 3 regions. This wedding was the focus of the world. Let's welcome 4 couples to the stage. On the stage in front, 2 Heaven Origin Creation Realm experts were the hosts. Their faces were filled with smiles as they spoke. Clap, clap, clap. Clap, clap, clap. As the sound of their voice faded, millions of people stood up and clapped. Couples walked out from the seats inside, followed by groomsmen and bridesmaids. In the Torrent area, the weddings of the strong were usually very luxurious. As a group of strong people, the marriage between the 3 forces was naturally extremely luxurious. Auspicious beasts flew in the sky, scattering all kinds of beautiful skateboards. A sacred rain of light fell from the sky. This was an energy rain that made people feel comfortable. Melodious music was emitted from the mouths of the special races. 4 teams of rookies were led by Wang Lanjiang, Gong Sun Ing and 3 pairs of rookies walked out from behind one by one. Sigh. In the blink of an eye, all the children have grown up. At the bottom of the stage, Guan Shuqing and the other girls looked at the children on the stage and sighed with emotion. It has already begun. When they pay their respects to their elders, let's go over. Wang Xian said. The group of girls nodded. On the stage, Wang Lanjiang and the rest were all smiling. Today was his big day. Wang Yinin, Wang Juer, and the rest were also very happy because they were the bridesmaids and groomsmen. Please welcome the elders of the 4 couples. After swearing, the 2 hosts spoke with smiles on their faces. In front of the stage, a group of powerhouses went up the stage happily. Wang Lanjiang's status in the Torrent Zone was that his parents were the kings. There were only a few elders from the sects. Apart from these few elders from the sects, there were also a few elders from the divine sect who went up the stage. Wang Xian looked at Guan Shuqing and the rest of the girls. With a wave of his arm, he brought them to the stage instantly. The sudden appearance of Wang Xian and the rest made all the experts slightly shocked. This included the 3 primal chaos-level existences who were seated below the stage. Their pupils constricted slightly as they looked at Wang Xian and the rest in astonishment. They actually didn't sense how the other party appeared on the stage. Wang Lanjiang, Gong Sun Ing and the rest also looked at Wang Xian and the rest in astonishment. It's been more than 200 million years. Children, it's time for you to return. Wang Xian looked at Wang Lanjiang and the rest and waved his arm with a smile on his face. Guan Shuqing and the rest of the girls were also looking at them with sparkling eyes. A ray of light flashed past their souls. The sealed memories appeared in the minds of Wang Lanjiang, Wang Yinin, Wang Jur, and the rest. Wang Lanjiang and the others trembled. And then their eyes lit up. Father! Mother! The sealed memories were restored and they immediately shouted and ran toward them. Guan Shuqin and the others spread their arms toward the children, smiling. It's been more than 200 million years. You've grown up, and you're going to get married. Guan Shuqin and the rest said with smiles on their faces. Mother, I really didn't expect that we have been training for more than 200 million years. Wang Lanjiang and the rest were like children as they hugged their mother. Wang Xian stood at the side and watched with a smile. At this moment, all the strong disciples in the surroundings were looking at everything with faces full of shock. Even the primal chaos realm experts from the 3 major factions in the Torrent region had a slight change in expression as they stood up. In these 200 million years, their region had produced 13 heaven-defying prodigies. Each of them had the surname Wang, and each of them was only 200 million years old. They had naturally suspected that they had even investigated the situation. The result was that these 13 heaven-defying prodigies had been born in their Torrent region. There was evidence to prove it. But now, a group of people suddenly appeared. It was actually Wang Lanjiang and his group's parents. This made them feel incredulous and shocked. This? What's going on? Lord God, didn't you personally investigate their whereabouts? Are there no problems? Where did they come from? How could it be Wang Lanjiang and his group's parents? Oh my God! What's going on? The 13 strongest elites in our Torrent region have the same father. What is the identity of this group of people who suddenly appeared? All the strong disciples in the surroundings were in an uproar. Their eyes were wide open as they looked at everything and discussed. Father, back then, you blocked our memories and allowed us to train here. I didn't expect 200 million years to have passed. Are you satisfied? Wang Lanjiang hugged his mother, Lan Qingyue. He looked at Wang Xian like a child, waiting for his father's evaluation. The other 12 children also looked over with smiles. All of you have done well. Wang Xian looked at his 13 children and praised them with a smile on his face. As long as you were satisfied, Father. The children also smiled. Father, we have experienced a lot in the past 200 million years. We have lost some and gained a lot. Wang Yinin walked to Wang Xian and pulled his arm. We are no longer children. Yes, you are no longer children. Wang Xian nodded with a smile. However, how can father and your mother make you lose too much? As he spoke, 10 figures flew over from the back. Ina. One of the women looked at Wang Yinin and asked with a smile. Master. Wang Yinin's face instantly revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. Master, I'm glad that you're okay. Martial Uncle. Senior Feng. Wang Lanjiang and the others saw a few familiar figures and revealed excited expressions. They immediately went up to them. Haha, we didn't die. We didn't die. It was your father who sent people to save us and saved our lives. Wang Yinin's master and the others said with smiles on their faces. This? Senior Feng and the others didn't die. I remember that Senior Feng used a forbidden move and self-detonated all his energy to perish together with the enemy. Hiss, our martial uncle didn't die. He's still alive. This, how did Wang Lanjiang's father do it? Oh my God, Senior Feng and the others didn't die. That's great. Below, when everyone saw the 10 figures, their faces were filled with shock. During the 200 million years of war between the Torrent region and the 8 regions, their Torrent region had produced many heroes. These heroes didn't hesitate to use forbidden techniques to perish together with their opponents, in order to save their own disciples and clansmen. These people were worshipped as heroes and were worshipped in the heroic Soul Palace. But now these 10 people were still alive. Below the stage, the 3 chaos-level experts from the Torrent region were filled with surprise and curiosity. They exchanged glances and walked up the stage. I never expected that all of you are the parents of the 13 elites from our Torrent region. This is truly unexpected. May I know where all of you come from? The strongest person from the Gate of God, the Godly King, opened his mouth and asked with a twinkle in his eyes. I'm from a region not far away. Sorry to bother you. Wang Xian looked at the three of them and said with a smile, "It's really hard to imagine how you managed to raise such outstanding children." The strongest person from the torrent region also said with a slight sigh. They were all very polite. This group of people in front of them was too mysterious. They could not tell their strength. However, to be able to nurture 13 heaven's favored sons that shocked the world, they felt that they were at least at the chaos level. Furthermore, it was possible that they had reached an extremely deep level in the chaos level. "Thank you." Wang Xian smiled faintly. He looked at Wang Lanjiang and said with a smile, "Aren't you going to introduce your wife to us, our future daughter-in-law?" "Father." Wang Lanjiang's face turned red. He immediately held Gongsun Ing-er's hand and said, "This is the girl I met here. Her name is Gongsun Ing-er. We used to cultivate together and fight together." Gongsun Ing-er looked at Wang Xian and the rest, feeling a little restrained. She called out in a low voice, "Uncle and aunt." "Hee, you'll have to change your name in a while," the strongest person in Hongchu said with a smile. "That's right." Wang Xian and the rest looked at their future daughter-in-law and nodded with a smile. They had investigated Gongsun Ing-er and understood her well. They were also very satisfied with her. "Today is your wedding day. As parents, we have to give you some gifts. Child, tell us what gifts you want." Wang Xian and the rest looked at Gongsun Ing-er and asked with a smile, Father, mother, I don't need any gifts. It's fine as long as you can appear." Gongsun Ing-er was a little shy and restrained as she said intermittently, "It's fine. Don't be nervous. We can satisfy whatever you want." Lan Qingyue said to her with a smile, "Mother, there's really no need." Gongsun Ing-er shook her head. "Mother, father, why don't I wait for Ing-er to speak?" Wang Lanjiang said from the side. "Hee, sure." Lan Qingyue nodded with a smile. "Father, mother, Ing-er's greatest wish is to one day be able to expel the 8 regions from the torrent zone. Father, mother, our training has ended. What do you think?" Wang Lanjiang said with a smile. "Yes, father, mother. The people from the 8 directions region are too despicable. You have to help us teach them a lesson." A few girls who surrounded Wang Xian said coquettishly, All right. You have been training for more than 200 million years. Everyone has a wish. All right?" Wang Xian looked at them dotingly and touched the heads of the girls. "Hee, father is the best." The girls nodded happily. "Then, after Big Brother's big wedding, I'll have to trouble father to make a move." The boys also said with smiles on their faces. They had been in the torrent region for more than 200 million years. They already had feelings for this place. Naturally, they hoped that they could expel the entire region. At the side, all the strong disciples in the torrent region heard their family's conversation. Their faces were filled with shock and joy. All the strong disciples knew that the existence that could nurture Wang Lanjiang and his group of heaven's favored sons was definitely not simple. Moreover, their parents were able to cross regions and place Wang Lanjiang and his group in their torrent area to train, so they were definitely top-notch experts. They were definitely not weaker than the 3 lords in their torrent area, and were even much stronger than the 3 lords. Now that Wang Lanjiang's father was willing to take action to expel the 8 directions region, excitement could be seen on their faces. "There's no need to end it. I'll give all of you a gift for your wedding this time, boss." Wang Xian smiled. He raised his head and looked at the sky on the right. The strength of the 8 directions region is not bad. One of them obtained an opportunity and broke through to above the chaos realm not long ago. They are even prepared to wipe all of you out on the day of your wedding. Xiaojiang. He looked at the sky to his right as he spoke. He extended his arm and a terrifying black hole appeared in the void in front of him. In the black hole, more than 1,000 heaven origin creation realm powerhouses appeared. All of them had excited expressions on their faces as they flew over. What? Wang Xian's words, the sudden appearance of the black hole, and the more than 1,000 heaven origin creation realm powerhouses in the 8 regions of the black hole caused all the strong disciples in the torrent region to be slightly shocked. They looked over with shocked expressions. "Kill them today and expel them from the torrent area as your wedding gift, boss." Wang Xian said calmly. He extended his hand. In the next second, a scene that shocked and horrified everyone appeared. A black hole appeared in front of the river of chaos, appearing above the wedding stage. This black hole expanded at a terrifying speed, as if it was connected to the distant primal chaos void. In this primal chaos void, more than 1,000 powerhouses from the 8 directions could be clearly seen. However, at this moment, an incomparably huge dragon claw appeared within the black hole. The dragon claw emitted an aura that could destroy the heavens and earth, contained an incomparable might. At the same time, a law of time circulated on it. The dragon claw that blotted out the sky grabbed towards the more than 1,000 heaven origin creation realm powerhouses in the 8 directions. This sudden scene and shocking scene stunned all the disciples in the torrent region, especially when they saw the faces of the powerhouses in the black hole. The disciples of the great beings from the torrent region were very clear about the great beings from the 8 directions universe. They looked at the familiar figures and enemies with shock and anger on their faces. Those are the great beings from the 8 directions universe. In the center is the supreme master of the 8 directions universe, the 8 directions master. He was the one who gave the order for this war, but he never made a move. The 5 figures next to the master of the 8 regions are primal chaos existences. I've seen them. There are more than 1,200 heaven origin creation realm great beings. Many familiar figures are great beings from the 8 regions. It's them. Their auras? I'll never forget them. Where are the great beings from the 8 regions now? What is Wang Lanjiang's father trying to do with the black hole? And that huge hand that blots out the sky? Could it be? At this moment, all the experts and disciples from the torrent region stared with their mouths agape. Some control-level and even great Tao-level experts couldn't help but exclaim in shock. They would never forget this group of powerful enemies from the 8 regions. There was a deep hatred between them. At the same time, not far from the river of primal chaos, in the primal chaos void, more than 1,000 experts from the 8 regions quickly flew over here. Today was the day of great joy for the torrent region and also the day of their final attack. All the experts from the torrent region were captured. They concealed their bodies and flew in the primal chaos void. With the existence of the masters of the 8 regions, their concealment would definitely not be discovered. However, all of a sudden, an incomparably huge black hole appeared in front of them. Seeing this black hole, all the experts in the 8 directions were slightly stunned. Even the 8 directions masters looked at the black hole that had suddenly appeared with a stunned expression. However, before they could even think, they saw a special claw heading towards them. What's the situation? Damn it! Is someone attacking us? Is it an ambush from the torrent region? Courting death, you really don't know what's good for you. You actually dare to attack us. The experts from the 8 regions were extremely shocked and furious. The aura on their bodies was no longer concealed. The soaring aura charged towards the primal chaos space. The 8 regions master stared at the huge dragon claw coming from the black hole. His face slowly revealed an incomparably grave expression. Humph, is this the great formation set up by the torrent region? Today I'll let you see my power. Humph, break. However, 8 directions master snorted coldly, and with a wave of his arm, an axe appeared in his hand. The heavenly creation true treasure axe was exuding a terrifying power, and with the support of the power of chaos from 8 directions master, it directly clawed at the dragon claw that blotted out the sky and covered the sun. The huge axe contained the power of endless laws of nature, and the power of thunder was as if it could split the sky and split the earth. However, in the next second, the huge dragon claw suddenly became much faster. Time seemed to have stopped when it reached their side. Soon, the dragon claw instantly covered the sky above them. The power of thunder from the huge axe landed on the chaotic dragon claw, and it seemed to be directly absorbed. The dragon claw came to the sky above them as if it was floating in the sky above them. How is this possible? I have already broken through to above the primal chaos realm, how can I not even break through a single claw? The 8 directions master saw that his attack was actually blocked, and his eyes widened, filled with shock and disbelief. Not long ago, he had just broken through to above the primal chaos realm, and this was an unknown realm. This was a realm that the 8 regions had never heard of before. Similarly, this realm was an unimaginable realm for the flood region. and he had reached it. He felt that it would be easy for him to kill a primal chaos existence. But now, a black hole had suddenly appeared, and a huge hand that blotted out the sun easily blocked his attack. It even carried an incomparably vast and mighty power that covered them. What kind of power was this? Under this power, even he himself was trembling. Some felt that he was small. What kind of attack was this? What realm was it released by? He didn't know. He also didn't dare to imagine. He felt that all of this was an illusion. Oh no! Lord of the Eight Directions, what is this thing? Oh my God! Is this some kind of rule in the chaos? Is it a strange movement of the chaos? At this moment, the other 1,000 plus heaven origin creation realm experts in the Eight Directions were also stunned. They didn't attack when the Lord of the Eight Directions attacked. They wanted to see their great Lord of the Eight Directions easily break the claw that attacked them. However, the scene in front of them was hard for them to accept. They could not believe that this was an attack that other experts could release. The dragon claws that blotted out the sky gradually enveloped them. They regained their senses and wanted to resist. However, the chaotic dragon claws were like a prison of laws that covered them completely. They felt that the world was covered in gray as if they had returned to the chaos that did not exist before the calamity. At that time, there was no energy in the primal chaos, so they could not absorb the energy from the outside world. Hiss, 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 hiss. This? In front of the river of primal chaos, all the powerful disciples in the flood region looked at this scene in the black hole with disbelief and disbelief. In the black hole, they could hear the voices of all the powerful experts in the 8 regions. They heard the words of the 8 Directions Master. He said that he had broken through to above the chaos realm. Above the chaos realm, how powerful was this realm? However, it was an existence at this realm, along with more than 1,000 heaven origin creation realm experts in the 8 directions, that was enveloped by a large hand. The person who waved the large hand was the figure who stood on the stage. A light-hearted figure. Is Wang Lanjiang Wang Inin they all father? A mysterious existence. An indescribable existence. In the chaotic void, there was an extremely terrifying dragon claw. Covered more than 1,000 heavens origin powerhouses. Faced with this terrifying dragon claw, they did not have the ability to resist. They did not have the ability to resist at all. Even the leader of the 8 directions, who had just broken through, could not resist it. This move of Wang Xian could be said to be his full strength. The powerful power of time, including all of his strength. That was how he was able to achieve this step. However, this step was terrifying. It was equivalent to suppressing an entire region with one hand. We are trapped. Master of the 8 directions, what should we do? What should we do? I don't know either. This huge hand is too terrifying. Even the surrounding chaotic space has been sealed. Even powerful treasures and escape treasures have lost their effectiveness. What exactly have we encountered? This is definitely not an attack that can be released by living beings. Absolutely not. The extremely terrifying dragon claws completely enveloped all the great beings in the 8 regions. They could not break free at all. They wanted to escape, but there was no way they could escape. It was as if the area covered by the dragon claws was the entire world. In this place, all laws and everything had disappeared. Following that, they felt a terrifying power of chaos surging into their bodies. Not good. It's over. I feel like I'm being corroded by chaos. The energy in my body is rapidly decreasing. I can't resist it. I can't resist it at all. At this moment, they could feel their bodies being corroded. They could feel their strength rapidly decreasing. At this moment, they were extremely terrified, although each of them could be resurrected. However, the despair that made them suffocate, the despair that they hadn't even met their opponent, made their bodies tremble. Each of them had their strength suppressed by more than 90%. Soon after, they felt that terrifying hand begin to move them. This caused the hearts of all the experts in the 8 regions to sink. In front of the river of chaos, in front of the wedding stage, all the experts and disciples in the torrent region were completely stunned. A black hole was opened with a single hand. A single hand covered the entire 8 regions and grabbed more than 1,000 Tian Yuan Wheel of Fortune experts. This was the area of the 8 directions. It was a powerful force that invaded them. It was a powerful force that caused their flood region to defend for more than 200 million years, yet they were forced to retreat. But now Wang Lanjiang, Wang Yinin, and the others, this mysterious father with just one hand, had captured all the experts in the area of the 8 directions. The other party didn't even have the power to defend. What kind of power was this? What kind of invincibility was this? How could there be such a powerful existence in the universe? Wang Lanjiang and the others were also dumbstruck as they watched this scene. They knew that their father was very powerful. In their region, he was an invincible existence. All the experts in the universe had to curry favor and submit. But they didn't expect that their father was actually so powerful, so terrifying. A terrifying hand came out of the black hole and grabbed all the strong practitioners in the 8-sided area. The hand began to shrink as if it was in control of another universe. 8-sided area, from today onwards, get out of the torrent area immediately. You are not allowed to invade the torrent area. Anyone who disobeys will be annihilated. Wang Xian grabbed all the strong practitioners in the 8-sided area. Through the gray hand, all the strong practitioners in the 8-sided area could see the outside clearly. All of them stared blankly at the mysterious powerhouse who held them in his hand. They looked at the disciples of the powerhouses in the surrounding torrent region. They were in a daze. They couldn't believe it. Until now, they still couldn't believe that they were captured by a powerhouse. They had a total of more than 1,000 powerhouses in the Heaven's Origin realm. However, they were captured by a large hand from the distant chaotic space. What realm was this? This was especially so for the leader of the 8 directions. He had just broken through and was above the chaos realm. He thought he was invincible. He thought he was the supreme existence. In the end, he was like an ant that could be crushed to death by that mysterious powerhouse? This made him somewhat unable to believe it. Wang Xian looked at his children with a smile. His gaze landed on Wang Lanjiang. This is considered a wedding gift for you, boss. In the future, the torrent region will not be invaded by the 8 directions region. As he spoke, he clenched his terrifying dragon claws slightly. Buzz, buzz, buzz. An extremely dull energy surged out from the huge hand. All the experts in the 8 regions were dead. They didn't even manage to utter a single word. Father, you are actually so powerful? Wang Lanjiang looked at him with a face full of shock. This is the first time I've seen you fight. Wang Xian smiled. Your strength has improved quite well. What other gifts do you want? You can tell me. Father, I don't want anything either. Wang Lanjiang shook his head. After regaining his memory, he knew that he didn't lack anything and didn't need anything. All right then. Let's continue with the wedding. Don't miss this auspicious day. Wang Xian smiled and said to them, Yes, father. Wang Lanjiang nodded happily. The rest of the children were also very happy. Let's continue with the wedding. Sirs, please take a seat over here. The 3 chaos-level powerhouses from the torrent region spoke with their eyes wide open. Their faces were filled with respect. The scene just now had given them too much of a shock, destroying all the experts from the entire region with a single hand. The other party wanted to destroy their torrent region, so it was naturally easy for them. However, at this moment, the 3 primal chaos realm existences were extremely excited. This lord's children, Wang Lanjiang and the others, had trained in their torrent region for over 200 million years. They had formed a deep friendship with their torrent region. In the future, wouldn't their torrent region have an invincible backer? Especially the primal chaos realm experts of Upper 9, their faces were filled with excitement. Gongsun Ing was his descendant, and now that she had become this lord's daughter-in-law, who would dare to provoke them in the future? In the future, their Upper 9 would be passed down forever. The 3 great experts of the torrent region were very happy, and the other experts were even more excited. Not to mention the disciples. The wedding continued. At this moment, everyone's faces revealed even more excitement and happiness. This was especially so when they received news from some of the powerful disciples at the front lines not long after. They received news that all the powerful disciples in the 8 regions had begun to retreat. The universe they occupied had also been abandoned. All the strong disciples of the 8 directions region have retreated from the various universes of our torrent region. This is great. This is simply great. Ha ha ha. Our peaceful days have arrived. With Lord Wang Lanjiang and his parents around, how could the Eight Directions region still dare to stay in our torrent region? The scene just now was simply too shocking. My God, to suppress more than 1,000 heaven origin creation realm experts in the entire Eight Directions region by himself. Just what kind of realm is this expert at to be able to do this? I don't know. The Eight Directions master's strength has already broken through to above the chaos realm. But it was this kind of existence that was suppressed by that mysterious lord with a single hand. Too terrifying, too powerful. Such powerful strength, he's completely an invincible existence. That mysterious lord could easily destroy our entire torrent region by himself. The wedding ended very quickly. However, the celebrations in the torrent region were still going on. Countless powerful disciples were discussing excitedly. Everything that had happened today had given them too much shock. No one had expected that there wouldn't be such a powerful existence in this boundless chaos. Father, mother, let me introduce you. This is Qing my girlfriend. Backstage at the wedding, a family was sitting together. Old Ten Wang Tianyao was smiling as he pulled a girl and introduced her to Wang Xian and the rest. The girl stood at the side nervously and greeted them with a smile. Hello, uncles and aunties. Good, good. Wang Xian and the rest nodded with a satisfied smile. It's our first time meeting and we don't have any good gifts. Let me give you 2 pieces of jewelry. The 2 treasures of the heavens origin landed in front of the girl, causing her to thank her in a flustered manner. Hee, I didn't expect you to find a girlfriend in the past 200 million years. I really didn't expect that. Wang family's little Seven looked at her younger brother and teased him. Sister Seven, you are only a few minutes older than me. Big brother was born a few minutes earlier than me. Now that you are married, is it abnormal for me to find a girlfriend? Unlike you, who is so violent and no one wants her. Wang Tianya looked at him and curled his lips as he said, You are looking for a beating. Your strength is not as good as mine now. Just you wait. Xiao Qi flashed her fist with a warning look on her face. Wang Tianya's face darkened when he saw her expression. Wang Xian, Guan Shuqing, and the rest watched this scene with smiles on their faces. After the children's memories were restored, they still had deep feelings for each other. Among the girls, Xiao Qi was more mischievous. She would beat up her brother and beat up her younger brother. When she was young, there were not many who could defeat her. She was still more lively now. Father, are we going back to the 9 origin universe later? After the group of little ones argued for a while, Wang Lanjiang asked. When we go back, we can bring your friends here. In the future, we can open the teleportation formation from the 9 origin universe to the torrent area. It will be much more convenient for us to travel back and forth. Wang Xian said to them. And that's good. Speaking of which, after living in the torrent area for more than 200 million years, we have already developed a sense of familiarity. Moreover, we have yet to visit many places in the torrent area. The group of little fellows nodded and said. After the family finished their meal and stayed in the River of Chaos for a few months, Wang Xian brought them back to the Dragon Palace. In the Dragon Palace, Prime Minister Gui and the rest were informed in advance of the arrival of the little ones. They were all waiting in the Dragon King's hall. Uncle Prime Minister Gui, Uncle Ao Jian, Uncle Qitian. When the little ones saw the leaders of the Prime Minister Gui, Ao Qitian, who had watched them grow up, they walked over with smiles on their faces and gave them a hug. Haha, the little fellows from the past have grown up. They are all adults now. I heard that the Crown Prince is already married. Prime Minister Gui and the others also spoke with smiles on their faces. Uncles, let me introduce you to them. Wang Lanjiang smiled and pulled Gong Suning to introduce them one by one. Wang Xian stood at the side and watched. He also felt very warm. Unknowingly, his own children had grown up. The group of strong disciples from the Dragon Palace celebrated the return of the crown princes and princesses for a few days. Wang Lanjiang and the rest brought their friends in the torrent region and strolled around the 9 origin universe. Wang Xian had nothing to do as he absorbed the energy and resources that he had obtained this time. The corpses of more than 1,000 heaven origin creator-level powerhouses in the 8 directions region were already a huge amount of treasures and resources in their storage space. Especially, There was a corpse of a cardinal tribulations master among them. It had been 1,000,000 years in the outside world and 100 million years in the time domain. Wang Xian had absorbed all these corpses and his strength had improved tremendously once again. It had reached the level of 85 existences of the primal chaos level. Wang Xian felt that he could destroy the entire universe with a wave of his hand. Yes, destroying a universe was so powerful and terrifying. After 1,000,000 years, the black hole teleportation formation between the 9-origin universe and the torrent region was completed. They could travel to and from the two regions very quickly. Speaking of which, the 9-origin universe was not as prosperous as the torrent region. That was because the torrent region could be said to have been unified. The region where Wang Xian and the rest were located also had the Alliance of Justice. He was prepared to reorganize and build a prosperous central region. In the future, even after the cataclysm ended, countless strong disciples could go to the prosperous central region to cultivate. Wang Xian had a few pieces of Primal Chaos Supreme Treasures in his hands. This Primal Chaos Supreme Treasure could affect a domain and turn this domain into a blessed land. Furthermore, a blessed land of this level was extremely powerful. It was not something that the blessed lands in the universe could compare to. I might as well change it to the 9-origin universe and turn the entire 9-origin universe into an extremely powerful blessed land. I can let the powerhouses from other universes come and form the center of this region. Wang Xian made a decision in his heart. However, he did not act immediately. Instead, he called the powerhouses from the other peak races in the Heaven's Origin realm over and made some plans. The powerhouses of the other peak races in the 9-origin universe in the Heaven's Origin realm naturally did not have any objections. Everything was based on the Dragon Palace. After all, they were able to achieve what they had now because of the Dragon Palace. For them, the Dragon King turning the 9-origin universe into a powerful holy land was also a good fortune and opportunity. Let's begin the transformation then. Wang Xian, who was bored out of his mind and could no longer meet his enemies, began to transform the 9-origin universe. He originally had 6 Chaos Supreme Treasures in his hands: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, and thunder. After the 9 heavens divine rock absorbed one, there were still 5 left. 5 of them were placed in the 5 regions of the 9-origin universe, gradually forming 5 unusually powerful and terrifying holy lands. Time passed slowly. Wang Xian was in the 9-origin universe undergoing a transformation. With the influence of the 5 Chaos Supreme Treasures, the entire universe underwent a terrifying transformation. The Chaos Supreme Treasures formed a supreme paradise. The density of various attributes had reached an unbelievable level. This transformation could not be completed in a short period of time. It would take at least tens of millions of years, or even hundreds of millions of years. After all, the Chaos Supreme Treasure was needed to first affect a domain. While Wang Xian was transforming the 9-origin universe, the powerhouses from the Dragon Palace and the Righteous Universe were also exploring further away. At present, there were basically no treasures in this area of the 9-origin universe. Be it the Land of Origin or other places, they had been explored by countless powerhouses. Therefore, they needed to explore further. In fact, a few 100 million years ago, a group of powerhouses had already begun to explore. Wang Xian did not have the desire to explore other regions for the time being. He stayed in the 9-origin universe every day. 10 million years passed very quickly. The 9-origin universe had undergone great changes. 5 regions were emitting extremely powerful energy. Meanwhile, the experts of the Dragon Palace had also explored a new domain. Dragon King, according to the disciples of the Dragon Palace, one can go directly to another prosperous area from a black hole in the Land of Origin. We don't know how strong that area is or if there are any Chaos Supreme Treasures. Prime Minister Gui reported to Wang Xian. All right, let them explore first. Wang Xian nodded his head. He wasn't very interested in this new domain for the time being. There were countless black holes at the Land of Origin. These black holes led to an unknown region. In the past, the experts at the Land of Origin didn't dare to enter the black holes rashly. This was because they were afraid that the other part of the black hole would be as powerful as the previous Land of Origin. If they were too far away after entering, they would die there completely. After all, if they were too far away, even resurrection treasures would be useless. However, a group of powerhouses from the Dragon Palace had left their blood essence in the Dragon Palace. With Wang Xian's means, he could resurrect them. Therefore, they could try to enter the black hole. After hundreds of millions of years, they found a region on the other side of a black hole. As for the strength of that area, they still needed to explore it. However, not long after Prime Minister Gui told Wang Xian about this news, Prime Minister Gui rushed over again. Dragon King, according to the investigation of the powerhouses of the Dragon Palace, that area is very strong. There are 3,000 to 4,000 powerhouses in the heavenly Yuan realm. Among them, there are existences above chaos. The supreme chaos treasure there has also been refined. Prime Minister Gui reported. This region is an extremely aggressive region. They have destroyed another region around them. Now they are also searching for other regions. Oh! Wang Xian nodded. As they explored deeper, there were more and more powerhouses above chaos. Does this mean that there is at least one chaos supreme treasure in that region? Of course, based on the time spent exploring, it was actually very little. After all, they had explored for hundreds of millions of years before they could find an area. Only then could they encounter one in this area. It was true. The realm of the Lord of Calamity should be the highest realm. Yes, Dragon King. They invaded and occupied another area. The Chaos Supreme Treasure in the other area was also obtained by them, Prime Minister Gui said. Do you know what attribute it is? Wang Xian asked. According to the information sent by the disciples of the Dragon Palace, it should be light attribute. Prime Minister Gui said. Wang Xian nodded. Light attribute. Currently, he did not have any Chaos Supreme Treasure with light attribute. He decided to find a time to get his hands on this Chaos Supreme Treasure with light attribute. However, before Wang Xian was ready to go over, a piece of news that shocked Wang Xian came from Prime Minister Gui thousands of years later. Dragon King, 2 million years ago, the powerhouses of our Dragon Palace were discovered by the powerhouses in that area and were attacked by them. Not long ago, we discovered an unfamiliar powerhouse in the Heaven's Origin realm in the Land of Origin. This powerhouse is the powerhouse in that area. They seem to be investigating the situation in our area. Prime Minister Gui came forward to report. Oh, what a surprise. Send the news to the disciples of the Justice Alliance and the Dragon Palace Alliance. Tell them that the strongest powerhouse in our region has a combat strength equivalent to 3 primal chaos levels. Wang Xian squinted his eyes slightly and instructed. It's the Dragon King. Prime Minister Gui replied immediately. With his status in the 9 Origin universe and Wang Xian's status, all the experts would definitely obey him with just a word. Generally speaking, unless the experts from the Dragon Palace Alliance and the Justice Alliance personally mentioned that there was an existence above chaos in their region, the experts from other regions would not be able to find out anything. That region won't invade us, right? Prime Minister Gui left, mumbling with a smile on his face. It would be interesting if they came to invade them. After Prime Minister Gui spread the news, the experts of the Justice Alliance and the Dragon Palace Alliance immediately complied. Moreover, Prime Minister Gui sent the Empty Cicada clan to monitor the black hole in the Land of Origin that could lead to that area. As time passed, more and more great beings from that area came through the black hole. In addition, to prevent them from falling, they had built a powerful base under the Land of Origin. This base was personally built by the strongest great being in that area, Calamity Master, and it was used to store a group of great beings' resurrection true treasures. If an accident really happened, they could be resurrected immediately, and after they were resurrected, they could immediately return to their area. The many experts in the area called the Witchcraft region had spent hundreds of thousands of years in the Land of Origin. Finally, on this day, over 3,000 Heavenly Yuan Creator Realm experts from the Witchcraft region arrived. They flew out from the Land of Origin and looked at the void in front of them. Ha ha, I didn't expect that a weak region would be able to explore our area. This area is not bad. A black hole can be teleported here directly. In the future, it will become a stronghold of our Witchcraft universe, allowing us to explore other areas better. According to our investigation, there are less than 1,000 Heaven's Origin Creation Realm experts in this area. There are even fewer chaos-level existences. If we occupy this area, we will be able to obtain a lot of resources and treasures. The heavens are really helping us in the witchcraft universe. If we occupy this area, we will be even stronger. At this moment, the eyes of the 3,000 heaven origin creation realm experts in the witchcraft region were filled with excitement and fervor. Once they occupied an area, they would be able to obtain many universes. These universes would become their territory. Dragon King, according to the information from the Empty Cicada clan, more than 3,000 heavens origin creation realm powerhouses have gathered below the land of origin. They are ready to invade our area. Dragon King, the Justice Alliance, has also received information. Now, the leader of the Justice Alliance has sent a message. Should we fight them? We can't let them enter our area. The powerhouses of the Dragon Palace Alliance have also returned. All of them have gathered at the Alliance base above the land of origin. When the powerhouses of the witchcraft region arrived, Prime Minister Gue and the rest immediately received the news. After all, they knew that the witchcraft region intended to attack their territory millions of years in advance. In addition, the land of origin was their territory. It was their territory. Although the witchcraft region was strong, the strength of the Dragon Palace Alliance and the Justice Alliance wasn't weak even if Wang Xian didn't make a move. After all, the Dragon Palace still had the divine rock of the 9 heavens. There's no need for the other powerhouses from the Justice Alliance and the Dragon Palace Alliance to make a move. The powerhouses from the Dragon Palace can just go over. Wang Xian received the information from Prime Minister Gue and said with a smile, "It's a good opportunity for the disciples of the Dragon Palace to practice their skills." "It's the Dragon King." Prime Minister Gue and the rest replied immediately. "Call all the little guys over," Wang Xian added. "Yes." Prime Minister Gue nodded. "It's just right. Let's use the experts from the witchcraft region to practice." Wang Xian mumbled. Currently, the number of disciples in the heavenly Yuan blessed realm in the Dragon Palace had reached 900. The current Dragon Palace had too many resources. Naturally, it would be easy for them to break through. 100 primal chaos metallic lifeforms had all reached the heavenly Yuan blessed realm. However, other than Guan Shuqing, Lan Qingyue, and the others, the leader of the Empty Cicada clan, Mo Sha was the only one who had reached the primal chaos realm. This was not a small number, especially after Lan Qingyue broke through Little Blue, Little White, and the Little House quickly received feedback and broke through to the primal chaos realm. There were 18 primal chaos experts in the Dragon Palace. This time, there were only 13 primal chaos experts that had invaded their witchcraft region. "Father, what did you call us here for?" Not long after, the 13 dragon children rushed over and asked with smiles. After over 200 million years of training, they had started to relax after returning to the Dragon Palace. They brought their friends from the Torrent region to explore the various universes, have fun, and be at ease. After receiving the message, they rushed over immediately. At the same time, some of their friends also followed them. "There's a chance to train. I'll bring you there," Wang Xian said to them. "Ah, father, it can't be. We've just trained for more than 200 million years. Do we still need to train?" Xiao Qi's face instantly fell as she said with an aggrieved expression, "Hehe, don't worry. I'm not throwing you to another region." Wang Xian smiled and shook his head. "Greetings, Dragon King." "Dragon King, I heard that there is an area that has invaded our region?" "Ha ha, that witchcraft region has really come. Kiki, this is interesting." At this moment, Masha Ao Qitian and the rest of the heavenly Yuan creation realm experts from the Dragon Palace arrived and said with smiles on their faces, "Oh, someone wants to invade our region." The 13 dragon sons and daughters were also slightly stunned and revealed stunned expressions. Their father's strength had already been witnessed. He had killed more than 1,000 heavenly Yuan creation realm experts with a single hand, and there was even an existence above chaos. Now, there was actually a region that was trying to invade them? "Father, are the forces that invaded our region strong?" Wang Lanjiang could not help but ask. "It's not bad. There are more than 3,000 powerhouses of the Heaven's Origin realm, 1 Lord of Calamity, and 13 people of the Chaos realm. Coincidentally, the disciples of the Dragon Palace have not fought for a long time. Therefore, I asked you to come and train them." Wang Xian replied with a smile. "Dragon King, can I make a move?" I haven't fought against anyone of the same level since I broke through. The divine rock of the 9 heavens requested. Yes, but you haven't broken through for long. There's a high probability that you won't be a match for the other party. However, it's good to temper yourself. Wang Xian nodded his head. When it's time for each of you to pick an opponent and engage in a life-and-death battle, I won't interfere with you. If you die, revive and reflect on your cultivation. It's the Dragon King. The powerhouses from the Dragon Palace replied immediately. In fact, the powerhouses from the Dragon Palace also understood that it was very difficult to be killed in a fight between people of the same level unless they were told to fight to the death instead of running away. They also understood what the Dragon King meant. He wanted them to have a life-and-death duel. Only in such a big battle would they be able to transform faster. Everyone is here. Let's set off, Wang Xian said as he looked at Guan Shuqing and the rest who had arrived. It's the Dragon King. The group of experts from the Dragon Palace replied immediately. Gongsun Ing and the rest of the more than 30 experts who came to the torrent region were in a daze when they saw the scene and heard the Dragon King's words. In a region, there were more than 3,000 Heaven Origin Creation Realm experts, a Calamity Lord, and 13 Primal Chaos Realm existences. This terrifying force had accidentally invaded their region. In the end, the Dragon King brought them there to temper the powerhouses of the Dragon Palace? Was it just a tempering? Using more than 3,000 Heavenly Yuan Creation Realm powerhouses to temper them? Even though they had witnessed the Dragon King's power, they were still in a daze at this moment. A wave of energy enveloped them, followed by their dazed expressions. In the next moment, they had arrived at the base of the Dragon Palace Alliance. At this moment, a large number of experts had gathered here in the Dragon Palace Alliance. Even the Alliance Master of the Justice Alliance and the others had arrived. The Alliance Master of the Justice Alliance and the others knew that the Dragon King was very powerful and was an existence above chaos. However, they also knew that the invasion of their witchcraft region was similarly terrifyingly powerful. There were over 3,000 Heavenly Yuan Creation Realm experts, and there were even existences on the same level as the Dragon King. Therefore, they were a little nervous at this moment. When they saw the Dragon King and the powerhouses of the Dragon Palace, they immediately went up to greet him. Sir Dragon King, the powerhouses from the witchcraft region have arrived. They are very strong. How should we deal with them? The chief of the Justice Alliance asked. Leave it to the Dragon Palace. You don't have to worry. Wang Xian looked at them and said faintly. The chief of the Justice Alliance was stunned. Sir Dragon King, the other party's strength is very terrifying. Everyone. This time, our Dragon King is prepared to use them to temper the disciples of our Dragon Palace. You don't have to worry. We will destroy the invading enemies. Prime Minister Gue, who was at the side, also said with a smile. Let's go. Wang Xian looked at the group of disciples. He waved his arm again and their figures disappeared. In the front, the members of the Justice Alliance and the Dragon Palace Alliance looked at each other in dismay. The power of the witchcraft region is very terrifying. There are more than 3,000 powerhouses in the Heavenly Yuan Creation Realm and one in the same realm as the Dragon King. Now, the Dragon King says that he wants to use them to train the powerhouses of the Dragon Palace? Just leave it to them. It's impossible that the Dragon King and the others don't know about the power of the witchcraft region. Even the Dragon Palace knows it better than us. Since the Dragon King says that it's fine, the power of the Dragon Palace will definitely be able to destroy them. You should know that the Dragon King doesn't fight battles that he's not confident about. Has the Dragon King's strength increased tremendously again? Or perhaps the Dragon Palace's strength has increased tremendously. The experts of the Dragon Palace Alliance and the Justice Alliance couldn't help but discuss. They hesitated for a moment, looked at each other, and then rushed down to the land of origin. They wanted to know how strong the Dragon Palace was now. They wanted to know how powerful the current Dragon King was. Hum, 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 hum. At the same time, at the bottom of the land of origin, the experts of the Sorcerer Demon area were gathered in front of a special building which was emitting a terrifying aura. Dark energy was flowing on the building. At the top of the building, there were 4 enormous heads standing in 4 corners. From the might that these 4 heads emitted, the owner of these 4 heads must have been a primal chaos-level existence. The witchcraft region had already made all the preparations to attack this region. However, at this moment, suddenly, a wave of energy enveloped the surrounding space. The gray energy formed an incomparably huge cage, enveloping the entire space. It was as if it had separated the space and formed a single domain. Oh! The sudden change caused all the experts in the witchcraft region to be slightly stunned as they looked over in astonishment. The witchcraft ancestor's gaze focused as he stared at the energy that enveloped their space. What's going on? Is this a formation? It's enveloping us all within it. The experts in this region have discovered our arrival? They want to use the formation to attack us. Lord Witchcraft's ancestor, should we immediately destroy this space? The experts in the witchcraft region frowned as they sized up this space and said, "There's no need." Witchcraft's ancestor's eyes flickered. "I can sense a powerful energy enveloping the surrounding space, enveloping us. In addition, the other party is here. Trapping us here? Don't tell me they want to have a duel with us here?" Ha ha ha. A chaos-level expert looked ahead, his eyes shining. He could sense a group of experts flying toward them rapidly. "I wonder who gave you the courage to invade our dragon palace. Die! Hiki, leave that chaos-level guy in the middle to me. I'm going to kill him." At this moment, the experts of the witchcraft region heard arrogant voices. In their line of sight, there were also more than 3,000 heavenly yuan creator-level powerhouses flying toward them. Huh? What? Isn't there only more than 1,000 heavenly yuan creator-level powerhouses in this area? Why are there so many of them now? The faces of the experts from the witchcraft region changed slightly when they saw the over 3,000 heavenly yuan creation realm experts charging over. They swept their gazes over and discovered that the number of heavenly yuan creation realm experts was the same as theirs. This made them extremely astonished. According to their investigations, there were only over 1,000 heavenly yuan creation realm experts in this area. If not, they wouldn't have sent all their experts over to invade. But now, the other party had appeared with an equal number of experts. The other party has an existence on the same realm as me. Damn it, attack! The strength of this region is very strong, not weaker than us. There are existences on the same realm as me here. At that moment, the ancestor of the witchcraft demon's expression changed as well. A grave expression appeared on his face. Suddenly, energy enveloped the space and trapped them. Another group of experts suddenly charged over. He could sense that the expert at the front was an existence above chaos. What? Attack! Ancestor Sorcerer Demon's eyes were cold as he shouted. He locked onto the 9 Heavens Divine Rock and directly charged over. The other experts from the Sorcerer Demon region also instantly erupted with intense killing intent. They had all killed their way out of the sea of corpses. Although this situation had appeared when they attacked this area, they did not have the slightest fear. The violent energy attacked the group of powerhouses from the Dragon Palace. The Dragon Palace only had 900 Heaven Origin Creation Realm powerhouses. The other Heaven Origin Creation Realm powerhouses were all Wang Xian's clones. Without Wang Xian, the strength of the Dragon Palace would be much weaker than the Witchcraft region. They might not even be a match for him. In order to train the powerhouses from the Dragon Palace, they naturally had to fight him one-on-one. As for the other experts, Wang Xian had to help them fend them off. He had to use his doppelganger to help them fend them off. Kill! The second sons of the Dragon Palace. It's been a long time since they had a big battle. Kill them! Mo Sha laughed maniacally in excitement. He locked onto the chaos-level expert and charged forward. Kill! Guan Shuqing and the other girls also made their move. They locked onto the chaos-level expert whose strength was similar to theirs. The rest of the powerhouses from the Dragon Palace also locked onto their targets very quickly. As for the divine rock of the 9 heavens, he was staring at the ancestor of the witch and demon. The two of them were at the highest point in the sky and they collided instantly. Boom! 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 The flames and demon flames churned and produced explosive sounds. The battle erupted instantly. The 13 dragon children and dragon ladies locked onto their enemies respectively. Wang Xian watched this scene with a faint smile on his face. His identity was against more than 2,000 other heaven origin blessed powerhouses. It was very easy to deal with them because of the time domain. After all, the Lord of Calamity and the top-tier combat strength of the Chaos level were locked onto by the 9 Heavens Divine Rock, Guan Shuqing, and the rest. Didn't you say that there are only over 1,000 heaven origin creation realm experts in this area? Old demon, how did you investigate? The battle broke out and both sides were in a more balanced situation. We don't know. An expert from the witchcraft region couldn't help but shout. We don't know either. The experts who were questioned replied. They didn't know that there were so many experts in this area either. If they knew, they wouldn't have come to invade. Because the distance was too far, once they died, their danger level would increase by a lot. Now that such an enemy had suddenly appeared in this area, the possibility of them wanting to conquer it was almost zero. This made them all look unusually embarrassed. They didn't get any benefits, but now they had to fight against the experts in a powerful area. That's not what they want. Boom, boom, boom. A terrifying battle erupted beneath the land of origin. Countless explosions sounded out. A clash between Masters of Calamity and Primal Chaos. The attacks of over 6,000 heaven origin creation realm experts were destructive. The entire land of origin was affected by the terrifying energy. Boom, 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 boom. In the sky, the ancestor of Sorcerer Demon and the energy bombardier of the 9 Heavens Divine Rock. There was an endless darkness and a crimson flame. Kill. Everyone, kill. This fellow has just broken through to the realm above Primal Chaos not too long ago. I can kill him. After a few clashes, the ancestor of Sorcerer Demon immediately sensed the strength of the 9 Heavens Divine Rock. At the realm above Primal Chaos, once one broke through, one's power could rapidly increase. Because at this realm, one could freely absorb a type of energy in the universe. Moreover, this absorption, in his view, had no end. The longer one accumulated, the greater the increase in power. In a short exchange with the 9 Heavens Divine Rock, Ancestor Sorcerer Demon could confirm that it had just broken through. With such strength, he had 80% confidence in defeating it. In fact, if he did not escape, he had the confidence to kill it. Good, good, good. Kill, fight with them. As long as our ancestor of witchcraft can win, we can destroy this group of people. Kill, kill, kill. The experts roared with excitement. The divine rock of the 9 heavens is indeed no match for the ancestor of witchcraft. However, it shouldn't be a problem for it to hold on for a few hundred years. Wang Xian looked at everything in front of him and muttered. The strength of the divine rock of the 9 heavens was indeed far from his. After all, he had just made a breakthrough. However, Wang Xian wasn't worried at all. He watched quietly and used his divination ability to predict the outcome of the battles from time to time. The purpose of this battle was to train the strong disciples of the Dragon Palace. Wang Xian also hoped that they could fight for more time. Time passed quickly during the battle. It was usually difficult to determine the victor of a battle of the same level. At this level, it would take at least 10,000 years if they were to fight to the death. Even longer. A few years passed quickly. At the same time, the experts of the Alliance of Justice and the Dragon Palace rushed over from below the land of origin. What is this? Are the experts of the Dragon Palace fighting against each other? Is the entire space covered by the gray energy? Hiss. Although the front is covered by the gray energy, I can still sense the terrifying fluctuations inside. I feel that as long as I enter, I might be killed instantly. A great battle has broken out. The experts of the Dragon Palace are fighting with the experts of the Witchcraft region. This terrifying gray space domain should have been set up by the Dragon King. Is it used to train the experts of the Dragon Palace? It's really hard to imagine that the Dragon King would use a powerful area like the Witchcraft region to train the experts of the Dragon Palace. How powerful is the Dragon King now? The experts of the Justice Alliance and the Dragon Palace Alliance stared at the front in shock and disgust in disbelief. Although they couldn't see the specific situation inside, the terrifying aura coming from inside was enough to make the chief of the Justice Alliance and the others feel terrified. The chaotic energy inside would probably be destroyed if they entered. Time passed quickly again. 100 years had passed. During these 100 years, All the experts of the Dragon Palace were fighting and fighting against their opponents. Each and every one of them had a huge improvement in their battle experience. Dragon King, I am completely no match for this ancestor of witchcraft and devil. He broke through much earlier than me. His accumulation is much deeper than mine. More than 100 years later, the divine rock of the 9 heavens transmitted his voice to Wuxia. He had been suppressed during the 100 years of battle. It was extremely difficult to resist. If this continued, he wouldn't be able to hold on any longer. Let me help you. You have to hold on for a little longer. Wuxia looked at him and said faintly. At the same time, a surge of energy entered the body of the divine rock of the 9 heavens, amplifying the fire attribute energy in his body. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the body of the divine rock of the 9 heavens erupted with even more terrifying flames. HMPH, are you going to use a powerful move? How dare a guy who has just broken through to ambush us? The ancestor of the witchcraft demon stared at the divine rock of the 9 heavens with a face full of killing intent. He did not have any doubts about the explosive power of the divine rock of the 9 heavens. He also had a way to temporarily unleash a stronger combat strength. The battle continued. 200 years, 300 years, 500 years. As time passed, some of the experts in the witchcraft region were injured, and some of the experts in the Dragon Palace began to get injured. However, because the 13 dragon children had been training in the Torrent region and because they had always been in the zone of war, their combat experience was very rich. Each of them suppressed their opponents and stained their bodies with blood. Damn it, how can this guy's explosive power last for so long? At this moment, the witchcraft ancestor stared at the 9 heavens divine rock in front of him, and his expression became a little ugly. Although he was still not his opponent, it was already very difficult for him to completely destroy it. If he wanted to determine the victor, this time would probably be extended to tens of thousands of years or even more. The strength of our two regions are about the same. I feel that there's no need to continue fighting. Continuing to fight won't benefit either of us at all. How about we just give up? The witchcraft ancestor punched out a terrifying dark region as he spoke to the 9 heavens divine rock. He wanted to end this war. The strength of this region far exceeded their scouting and imagination. With the other party's strength, it was already impossible for them to occupy it. Since it was impossible, there was no need for them to fight. The gains outweighed the losses. What a great opportunity to train us. How can we give it up? The 9 heavens divine rock sneered and coldly locked onto the witchcraft ancestor. Do you really think you are my opponent? Your strength is weaker than mine. If you really anger me, you will have to pay the price. The ancestor of the witchcraft demon's face darkened as he shouted coldly. Kill! The divine rock of the 9 heavens ignored him and continued to attack. Good, good, good. The ancestor of the witchcraft demon was also emitting a cold killing intent. Since you are courting death, I will fulfill your wish. The dark energy in his body began to erupt. An even more powerful energy surged in. However, at the back, Wuxia watched this fellow erupt. With a wave of his arm, another wave of energy entered the body of the divine rock of the 9 heavens. This allowed the disciples of the Dragon Palace to train for a few hundred years. They would need at least 3,000 to 4,000 years of training. Boom! Boom! The energy on the divine rock of the 9 heavens grew stronger as it charged forward once again. The battle continued. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, more than 1,000 years had passed since the battle between the experts of the Dragon Palace and the witchcraft region. It was rare to see a battle that lasted for more than 1,000 years. This was because battles at the same level would usually disperse after no victor was determined. In a battle of 1,000 years, if one side was at a disadvantage, the disadvantaged side would escape. It was still very easy to escape. But now, the battle between the two sides was still at a white-hot stage, and they were continuously fighting. This bunch of damnable fellows. At this moment, all the experts of the witchcraft region were somewhat anxious. Although they weren't at a disadvantage, this meaningless battle made them extremely frustrated. They were extremely angry. At the same time, they also had a bad premonition. Why did the other party want to keep fighting with them? What did the other party want to do? If we continue fighting like this, there won't be a result. Why do we have to fight like this? Our witchcraft region is willing to retreat. From now on, we won't interfere with each other. The witchcraft ancestor stared at the nine heavens divine rock and roared loudly. However, the nine heavens divine rock didn't reply and continued to attack. The experts of the Dragon Palace did the same. Break through the defense of this space. The ancestor of witchcraft's expression was gloomy. He didn't want to continue fighting and ordered all the experts. Yes. Yes. The experts of the witchcraft region also wanted to quickly resolve the current situation and replied loudly. They moved, wanting to get rid of the opponent in front of them and leave this place. Some great beings even tried to take out their true treasures to escape. True treasures are useless in this space. They can't be used. This array is very strange. Damn it. My full-strength attack landed on the gray protective shield around me, but there was no fluctuation at all. The level of this array is terrifyingly high. The experts of the witchcraft demon area wanted to escape the attack of the experts of the Dragon Palace and leave. However, they soon roared with ugly expressions. Keep fighting. Don't even think about running away until a winner is decided. Hee hee. Didn't you want to invade our area? Why do you still want to run away now? Can you escape? The experts of the Dragon Palace roared with battle intent. Damn it. Fight them. Kill, kill, kill. Seeing that they couldn't escape, the experts of the witch demon area also roared with killing intent. The battle continued. More than 2,000 years passed quickly. Some experts started to get injured, and those who had the advantage had already killed their opponents. However, many of the experts could be resurrected instantly, which meant that only a dozen of them had been killed in this battle. 8 of the experts from the Dragon Palace had been killed. In comparison, the experts from the Dragon Palace were still lacking. They hadn't broken through for long, so they were still lacking in battle experience. However, after experiencing this battle, their battle experience was rapidly increasing. There were also heaven origin manifestation powerhouses that were killed in the witchcraft region. After they were killed, they were quickly resurrected from that building. However, after being resurrected, they did not dare to continue killing their way over. This was because if they died again, they would probably die here. They wanted to escape, but they could not break through the strange space covered by the gray energy. It was as if they were in a separate world. What exactly do you want to do? What benefits will it bring you if you continue fighting like this? As time passed, the witchcraft ancestor's expression became more and more unsightly. He could not understand why the other party was fighting like this. This didn't benefit them at all. On the contrary, because of their deaths, there would definitely be a lot of losses. A heaven origin creation great being dying once was still very injured. A true treasure that could revive was very precious. Anyone who dares to invade our region must die. 9 Heavens Divine Rock said with a cold expression. Lunatics, you bunch of lunatics want to kill us. If you're all dead, we won't be exterminated. The ancestor of witchcraft and demon roared with anger and killing intent. As time passed, more and more experts died. From the initial dozen or so, there were already more than 100 experts. Some of them were experts from the Dragon Palace, while some were experts from the witchcraft and demon region. It's been more than 3,000 years. It's about time. Wuxia looked at the battlefield in front of him and muttered. After more than 3,000 years of continuous life and death battles, the experience and combat strength of the disciples of the Dragon Palace had obviously improved by several levels. It's time to end this. He opened his mouth and spoke to the disciples of the Dragon Palace. At the next moment, Wuxia's body trembled as he activated his time domain. All of his clones around him disappeared. At the same time, Wuxia himself started to move. With his current strength and the enhancement of his time domain, how terrifying was his speed. Even experts at the chaos level couldn't see his shadow. In just a blink of an eye, more than 2,000 heaven origin blessed realm experts were instantly killed by him. The sudden change in the situation caused more than 2,000 heaven origin blessed realm experts to be instantly killed. The surrounding experts from the witchcraft region who were fighting against the Dragon Palace's experts were all stunned. The ancestor of witchcraft had a drastic change in expression. He looked at Wuxia's figure in astonishment. Your strength is not bad. It's a pity that you are still too weak. Wang Xian looked at the ancestor of witchcraft and commented indifferently. In the next instant, Wang Xian arrived in front of the ancestor of witchcraft. He grabbed his neck with one hand and said, "If you want to invade our region, only you members can do so. Die." He spoke calmly as he held the ancestor of the witchcraft demons with his palm. His face was filled with shock. Energy surged, and the ancestor of the witchcraft demons was instantly killed by him. Let's end this. These 3,000 years of training are considered pretty good. Wang Xian looked at the surrounding disciples of the Dragon Palace and said, "It's the Dragon King." The group of experts from the Dragon Palace replied immediately. At this moment, the experts from the witchcraft region opposite them were all stunned. What did they see? More than 2,000 comrades in the Heaven's Origin realm were instantly killed. Their witchcraft ancestor was easily killed. This? How was this possible? How could there be such a powerful and terrifying existence in the chaos? Their faces were filled with panic and despair. Wang Xian moved his body and charged towards the remaining 800+ Heaven Origin Creation Realm powerhouses. It was still very easy. The other party did not have the ability to resist at all. Under their shocked gazes, each and every one of them was killed quickly. In the special building that belonged to them, they were resurrected one by one. Father's strength is really invincible. Wang Lanjiang and the other 13 dragon children were also deeply shocked when they saw their father instantly kill over 3,000 heavenly Yuan realm powerhouses. They didn't know just how strong their father was. But from the looks of it, he was invincible. Wang Wang Wing. Wang Wang Wing. Next to a black hole below the origin source grounds, inside an incomparably huge building that emitted endless might. One by one, the experts in the witch region were revived from the resurrection treasures. After they were resurrected, they still had shocked expressions on their faces. It was also filled with fear. Where's the ancestor of witchcraft? Lord Ancestor of Witchcraft, what should we do now? What kind of existence is the other party? That person was able to easily slaughter all of us. What kind of expert is he? The enemy has been fighting us for more than 3,000 years. This isn't a war at all. They're using us as whetstones. They're using us to train. They don't even put us in their eyes. Run, run. We have to run. Otherwise, we're finished. We're completely finished. The experts in the witchcraft region were panicking. When they arrived at the main hall of the building, more than 3,000 Sky Origin Creation Realm experts looked terrified. The expert who attacked them just now was too terrifying. They could not resist at all. Escaping was the most important thing now. All experts, follow me. Break through this strange gray space and directly enter the black hole to escape. At this moment, the figure of the ancestor of witchcraft and demons also appeared. He shouted with a trace of anxiety on his face. When the 3,000 Sky Origin Fate Realm experts heard this, they immediately followed without hesitation. They even abandoned the buildings that they had painstakingly built and flew out. Can you escape? However, just as they rushed out of the temple, a figure appeared outside and stared at them indifferently. When the ancestor of witchcraft and demons saw this figure, his body could not help but tremble. His eyes were bloodshot. "Sir, are you really going to kill us all? If you spare our lives, we will definitely compensate you." He gave in. Most of the experts only brought one resurrection treasure. If they were killed again, they would probably really die here. Even the witch ancestor himself would die here. The longer one lived, the more one did not want to die. In the primal chaos, the strong prey on the weak. "If you occupy our territory, will you let us go?" "It won't happen." Wang Xian looked at them coldly. According to his divination and simulation, if the other party captured this area, their area would be extremely tragic. The experts were hunted down, and many living beings were slaughtered. There were many experts who used blood to increase their strength in the witch region. For example, the ancestor of witchcraft and demons in front of him devoured creatures of the same attribute to increase his strength. Moreover, at least 1/3 of the experts in the witch region cultivated in this way. To living beings, they were no different from the most terrifying demons. It was basically the same as the evil sequence faction back then. "Sir, don't kill us. We are willing to serve you as king and become your subjects. We know that you will let us go. In the future, We will provide you with a large amount of treasures and resources every tribulation. Please don't kill us. A primal chaos expert also begged for mercy with a terrified expression. No matter what, he had to survive for now. Only by surviving was the most important thing. If I kill you, I'll get even more resources and treasures. Wang Xian revealed a cold smile. He did not want to get entangled with them anymore. He moved and attacked the ancestor of witchcraft and demons immediately. Damn it! He wants to kill us. Fight back. Fight back. Use all our strength. Even if we die, we won't let him off. The ancestor of witchcraft and demons sensed that Wang Xian was coming for him. He roared with a crazed expression. They had cultivated for countless years, and they had the courage to fight. Now that they could not escape, they would fight to the death. The energy in the body of the ancestor of witchcraft and demons began to become chaotic, and the might on his body continued to rise. At the same time, his flesh and blood were rapidly melting. He wore a hat on his head, and inside the hat was a space. There were countless living beings inside this space. In an instant, all these living beings were sacrificed by him. A vast amount of energy erupted from his body. This energy was chaotic, violent, and disorderly. When Wang Xian saw this scene, he frowned slightly. The witch ancestor had used forbidden power and wanted to perish together with him. However, it was still a little weak. You deserve to die. Wang Xian instantly appeared in front of the ancestor of witchcraft and demons. With the huge difference in strength and his time domain, he was 100 times faster. Before the energy in the body of the ancestor of witchcraft and demons reached its peak, Wang Xian had already channeled the chaotic force into his body. His dragon claw landed on the body of the ancestor of witchcraft and demons, crushing all the energy in his body. The extremely violent energy began to dissipate and calm down. Under the gray primal chaos power, the ancestor of witchcraft and demons turned into a ball of black energy that was extremely deep. Wang Xian waved his arm and kept the black energy ball. He had a feeling that the witch ancestor had not been completely destroyed. The reason why he dared to use a forbidden technique and self-destruct all his energy was because he had a powerful supreme treasure that could revive him. Even if it was very far away, it could still be revived. The ancestor of witchcraft was killed in an instant. Run. We're no match for him. Run. 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 When the remaining 3,000 experts in the witch region saw their ancestor of witchcraft being killed again, they completely collapsed. They all fled in all directions. Now, they had lost their fighting spirit and only wanted to escape. Wang Xian swept his gaze across them with a hint of mockery in his eyes as he moved. His speed was too fast. If these 3,000 experts could fight and defend together, Wang Xian might need some time. However, fleeing in different directions would only hasten their deaths. In less than a few seconds, the 3,000-odd Heavenly Origin Fate Realm experts who had fled turned into corpses that floated in front of Wang Xian. These corpses were all huge treasures and resources. Dragon King. Father. At this time, the experts of Dragon Palace also rushed over. Seeing that the battle had ended, their faces were full of respect. Let's go to the witch region and take a look. Prime Minister Turtle, prepare yourself. The witch region will belong to the Dragon Palace in the future. We need to plan the development of this region. Wang Xian instructed them with a smile. This was the first area occupied by Dragon Palace. Wang Xian wasn't very interested in plundering. However, since there was an area that was invading them, he naturally wouldn't show any mercy and would subdue it. In the future, the Dragon Palace would have plenty of opportunities to break through to the Sky Origin Fate Realm, as well as resources. It's the Dragon King. When the powerhouses of the Dragon Palace heard Wang Xian's words, their faces were filled with excitement. Taking down a region was a huge improvement for Dragon Palace. A region could be as small as a few hundred universes, and as large as 1,000 universes. Not to mention the huge resources in these universes, the number of Sky Origin Creation Realm experts in these universes was very important to Dragon Palace. Buzz! Wang Xian moved and entered the black hole. The other experts of Dragon Palace followed closely behind. The target was the Witch region. 95% of the experts in the Witchcraft and Fiend region had been completely wiped out by Wang Xian. However, this time, the Witch region did not send all the experts to fight. There were also more than 200 Heaven's Origin Creation Realm experts guarding various important places in the Witch region. Apart from that, Wang Xian could sense that among the 3,000-odd Heavenly Origin Fate Realm experts, there were more than a dozen of them who were not completely dead except for the ancestor of witchcraft and demons. These experts had a special resurrection method. However, even if they were resurrected, their strength had already decreased greatly. Wang. When the experts of the Dragon Palace went to the witch and demon area through the black hole, the gray domain around this area instantly disappeared. The entire chaotic space returned to its original state. The gray energy has disappeared. Has the battle ended? There are no more fluctuations. The battle should have ended. What's the situation now? Did Dragon King and the others win? When the gray energy disappeared, the Masters of the Justice Alliance and the Dragon Palace Alliance were still waiting outside. They had been waiting for thousands of years. For thousands of years, not a single expert had left. This was because the situation within the gray energy was related to the fate of their region. All the experts were filled with doubt. Now that the gray energy had ended, all the experts were slightly shocked. I can't sense the presence of any experts in this space. Let's go inside and take a look. The leader of the Justice Alliance sensed everything in front of him. He frowned slightly and hesitated for a moment before speaking. Then, the group of experts immediately flew forward. The buildings in the Witchcraft District were still standing there. It was still emitting a terrifying power. The leader of the Justice Alliance and the others sensed the threat of death from this building. Yes, this building brought them the threat of death. It was an existence that could suppress chaos. The Dragon King and the others are not here, and all the experts in the Witch Demon area are not here either. What's going on? An expert looked around and could not help but ask. The leader of the Alliance of Justice and Order was shocked. He sensed the smell of blood around him and sensed that some powerful beings had fallen. He looked at the few prophets who were divining the universe. The 3 seers who were divining the universe immediately joined forces and performed a divination. Soon, their faces were filled with shock. There are too many experts involved. Our divination is not accurate, but we can confirm that more than 3,000 Sky Origin Fate Realm experts in the Witch region have fallen. We didn't manage to divine the Dragon King's situation. The Dragon King is very powerful, so we can't divine him. Even the other experts of the Dragon Palace couldn't divine him because of the Dragon King's influence. But we can be sure that the Dragon King is safe and sound now. The 3 prophet who was divining the universe said in shock. The Dragon King was fine, but more than 3,000 Heaven's Origin Fate Realm experts in the Witch and Demon region had been killed. The result was obvious. The Dragon King and the others should have gone to the Witch and Demon area. The leader of the Justice Alliance's eyes flickered as he looked at the location of a black hole. Do you want to go over and take a look? How powerful is the Dragon King now? How strong is Dragon Palace? They can destroy such a powerful area. It's too scary. If the Dragon King has the ambition to fight for hegemony, all of our universes will belong to the Dragon Palace. Let's go and see if we can help. The experts were shocked. They were glad that Dragon Palace didn't occupy their universe. They didn't completely submit. Let's go. The leader of the Justice Alliance nodded and led the experts into the Witch region. On the other side of the black hole, Wang Xian had led the experts of the Dragon Palace to the Witch region. Go to the center of the Witch region and completely destroy the Witch ancestor. Wang Xian looked around. This was a desolate, chaotic space, and there was nothing around. He stretched out his palm and tore a crack in the chaos. On the other side of the crack was a bright space. It was a place in the universe. It was the universe born by the Witch ancestor and also his lair. At this moment, the ancestor of witchcraft and demons had just broken out of a special egg. This fall was a huge loss for him. His strength, which was originally above chaos, was now only comparable to an existence at the level of 2 chaos. Fortunately, his realm and strength could still be slowly recovered. I can't stay here any longer. I have to escape. I have to escape. That terrifying existence will definitely come and occupy the Witch-Demon region. The ancestor of witchcraft and demons, who had completely stabilized his body and recovered his mind, said with an extremely ugly expression. After witnessing that terrifying existence, he no longer had the heart to resist. He even felt that he was not safe here and had to escape as soon as possible. Run as far away as possible. However, at this moment he saw a black hole suddenly appear in front of the hall. The black hole slowly grew bigger and a familiar figure walked out. When the ancestor of witchcraft and demons saw this scene, his eyes were dull and his face revealed a look of despair. "No!" he roared crazily, his face full of pain and despair. "Buzz!" Wuxia didn't say much to him. With a wave of his arm, a surge of chaotic force enveloped him. At the same time, the soul-absorbing power read the memories of the ancestor of witchcraft. Soon, information appeared in his mind. Wuxia moved his palm and completely killed the ancestor of witchcraft and demons. Killing an existence above chaos was as easy as killing a chicken or a dog. I'll send the information about the witchcraft region into your minds. Accept the universe of the witchcraft region. I'll go and destroy the other heavens origin creation realm experts here. Wuxia instructed Prime Minister Turtle and the rest behind him. With a flash, he disappeared. He wanted to start hunting down the sky origin creation realm experts in the witch demon region. This was very simple for him. Move out. When the experts of the Dragon Palace received Wuxia's message, their eyes lit up and they immediately took action. Time flew by. The hundreds of Heavenly Fate realm experts who were guarding the witchcraft region were easily killed by Wuxia. In the following period of time, Wuxia used his divination technique to locate the lair of all the heavenly origin creation powerhouses in the witch region. They found the place where they stored their treasures. How many resources did an entire region have? Even Wuxia could not imagine the amount of resources. The treasures collected by more than 3,000 Heaven's Origin stage powerhouses, including all kinds of powerful divine trees and divine herbs. The treasures collected by the ancestor of witchcraft, the treasures in the ancestor of witchcraft's lair. These resources were too huge. There were more than 400 of them. One could imagine how terrifying the resources were. Wuxia could absorb all these resources. Wuxia spent tens of thousands of years to travel all the universes in the witch region and collect all the important treasures. Meanwhile, the Dragon Palace in the witch and demon region was also slowly receiving them. This speed of reception would require at least hundreds of millions of years. In fact, to completely master it was not something that could be done in hundreds of millions of years. It would take at least 1 billion years. After all, this was thousands of universes. And among these thousands of universes, there were also 6,000 to 7,000 more spots for the Heaven Origin Fate realm. At least for billions of years, Dragon Palace would not lack the opportunity to enter the Heaven Origin Fate realm. 50,000 years later, Wuxia returned to the Dragon Palace with a large amount of resources. He planned to turn the entire 9 origin cosmos into a sacred land, a powerful region. Now that he had the resources in the witch region, it was even easier. For example, the extremely powerful grotto heavens in the fiend region. Wuxia transferred everything he could use over. He wasn't in a hurry to forge a 9 essences universe immortal king. Instead, he wanted to continue improving his strength. The increase in strength was endless. The stronger he was, the more convenient it would be for him to build a holy land. Wuxia left 1,000 of the corpses of the 3,000-odd Heavenly Origin Fate realm experts for the experts of the Dragon Palace. It was equivalent to 1 for each person to cultivate and absorb. Wuxia used the rest to improve his strength. Just the improvement of these corpses was very terrifying. In addition, there were more than 400 Heavenly Origin Creation Supreme treasures. Wuxia's strength was rising at a terrifying speed. Time was also disappearing. 100 million years later, except for the divine trees, herbs, and resources that were useful to the Dragon Palace, all the other resources were absorbed by him. At the same time, his strength had also reached an immeasurable level. In the past, he could still calculate that his strength was comparable to more than 80 chaos existences. However, as he continued to absorb and improve, Wuxia had no idea how strong he had become. All he knew was that with a single thought, he could travel from the 9 essences cosmos to the Justice Alliance's Justice Universe. This speed was immeasurable. With a single thought, he could cover several universes. All the living beings in the entire universe were under his control. A single thought could destroy an entire universe. Wang Xian felt an invincible force. Moreover, as his strength continued to increase, he discovered that the speed at which he absorbed the chaotic force in the chaos had also reached an unimaginable level. With just a thought, the amount of primal chaos energy he absorbed was comparable to that of a Sky Origin Creation Realm expert. In just a few days, he could perfectly convert this chaotic force into his own power. Increase his strength. The current me should be considered truly invincible, right? Wang Xian came to a space in the chaos and sensed his strength. He even had a feeling that he could create a universe. Of course, creating a universe required some chaotic energy. However, with the energy in Wang Xian's body, creating a universe was a piece of cake. After all, he had obtained too many resources in the Witch region and absorbed too many resources. Let's try divination. Can you divine how big the chaos is, how many regions there are in the chaos, and where the nearby regions are? Wang Xian thought to himself as he tried to use the power of divination. Soon, a vague message appeared in his mind. Eh? It can vaguely divine some information and can divine the nearest 10 regions. Soon, Wang Xian muttered. The more powerful the divination target was, the more difficult it would be. For example, the 3 great prophets who divined the universe could not divine anything from Wang Xian. In fact, if he forcefully divined, he would suffer a backlash from the energy. Wang Xian didn't get any information from divining the entire chaos. However, he managed to divine the nearest 10 regions. Try divining the chaos cardinal treasure. Wang Xian's eyes sparkled. Currently, the Dragon Palace still had 5 supreme treasures of chaos. They were metal, wood, water, earth, and thunder. He wanted to see if he could gather all 9 attributes and place them in the 9 essences cosmos to create 9 enormous holy lands. Or perhaps he could make it circle the 9 essences cosmos. The divination results soon came back. 6 of the 10 nearby regions had chaos cardinal treasures. The torrent zone is one of the zones. The chaos cardinal treasures do exist there. There are no chaos cardinal treasures in the 8 zones. The chaos cardinal treasures in the 8 zones have been absorbed and refined. Wang Xian mumbled. A region without any supreme treasures of chaos meant that there was a high possibility of a calamity master being born there. Of course, it was also possible that the chaos cardinal treasure had been taken away by experts from further regions. Let's go around the surrounding area. Wang Xian thought to himself. With a flash, he arrived at the witchcraft region and checked out the current situation. After hundreds of millions of years of taking over the witch region, it could only be said that he had rough control over it. Every universe still had a huge amount of resources. These resources were of great use to Heaven Essence Fate Realm experts. As for the disciples of Dragon Palace, it was needless to say. After that, more than 8 million disciples of Dragon Palace, who had so many resources in the universe, improved even faster. Guan Shuqing and the rest were playing with the 13 children in the various universes of the Witch region. Many universes had their own characteristics which were very attractive to them. Wang Xian went over to greet them. After accompanying them for a while, he flew towards the surrounding areas. In the past, it would have taken him tens of thousands of years to fly from the 9 essences cosmos to the torrent region. But now, a few hundred years was enough for him to go from one region to another. A few hundred years was considered a very short period of time for powerhouses like them. Every region had its own unique characteristics. The chaotic river in the torrent region, Fa Wu Mountain in Fa Wu District, the shocking white clouds in the ancient cloud region. In the following period of time, Wang Xian began his journey to the chaotic world. He stepped into a new field. They passed through new areas. At the same time, he had also obtained some chaos cardinal treasures in some areas. They saw some invincible experts in various regions. These experts were all existences similar to the masters of calamities. These calamity masters were also exploring the surrounding area. The difference was that they needed to spend billions of years to find a region. When Wang Xian encountered these calamity masters, he only observed the experts who were not bad from afar. However, if the other party was a master of calamity who was extremely vicious and treated living beings like ants, killing them at will and cultivating evil techniques, Wang Xian would have killed him directly. Yes, he would directly kill the other party. Cough, cough, cough. I didn't provoke you. Why do you want to kill me? What realm are you at? Are there any other realms above the Master of Calamity? The High Devil region was located in an extremely luxurious hall in the center of the universe. A middle-aged man sat on the throne in the hall. His chest had been pierced by a spear. His face was filled with disbelief as he stared at the figure in front of him with a crazy expression and roared in despair. Yes, you didn't provoke me. I just don't like you. Wuxia was standing in front of the luxurious palace. He looked at the middle-aged man indifferently and said, "You have slaughtered hundreds of living beings in the universe and absorbed all the dark attribute cultivators. You used their flesh and blood to increase your strength. Because you are a strong person, you can kill them. Now, I am stronger than you. Naturally, I can kill you. Ha ha ha. This is the reason you want to kill me. I'm just killing a bunch of ants." The middle-aged man seemed to have gone crazy as he roared with an unwilling expression. "In my eyes, you are just an ant." Wuxia stared at him and said calmly, "Ant? In your eyes, am I just an ant?" The middle-aged man's body trembled violently. He was an invincible existence in the upper devil region. His cultivation was extraordinary. He even went to other regions to hunt countless experts. He had also encountered other existences of the same level, but those experts were not his match either. Although he could not kill the other party, he could still make the other party flee. He was such an existence, but in the end he was easily crushed by a nameless, mysterious expert. His expression was a little dazed. He was an invincible existence. He was an invincible existence that countless gods and devils believed in. In the eyes of that mysterious young man, he was just an ant? His breathing was a little hurried. "Before you kill me, can you tell me what realm you are at?" The middle-aged man asked with a trembling body. "I don't know. Maybe he's invincible." Wuxia shook his head. He had no idea what his current realm was. Why don't you call yourself invincible? In addition, he wanted to see if there was anyone who could compete with him in this chaotic world. However, he had already passed through 7 or 8 regions and still did not encounter a single one. "All right, you should die." Wuxia waved his arm and a surge of chaotic force immediately enveloped the middle-aged man. The destructive power immediately made him lose all his vitality. Hoo. At the same time, in another universe in the High Devil region, the figure of a middle-aged man climbed out of a deity's lake. He panted heavily, his expression constantly changing. "Invincible? Invincible?" he muttered, his face filled with unwillingness. But he couldn't think of a way to take revenge. The other party's strength was too terrifying. Facing that mysterious expert, he did not have the slightest ability to resist. The other party had killed him as if he had crushed an ant. It was effortless. The middle-aged man was in despair, and his expression became even more ferocious and crazy. He wanted revenge. Even if he was no match for that mysterious expert, did he not have any family? Did he not have his own universe? "Buzz, I can feel your disrespect towards me. When I say I'll kill you, I mean completely kill you." At this moment, a familiar voice suddenly sounded in his ears. The middle-aged man's eyes widened in disbelief. "No. No. Don't kill me. I'm willing to be your slave." "Your slave," he roared. "Buzz." However, the only response he got was death. Wuxia didn't need slaves. With his current strength, he didn't need any subordinates. After killing the Calamity Master in the Upper Devil region, Wuxia absorbed it. At the same time, many of the Calamity Master's subordinates in the High Devil region were killed by Wuxia one by one. They were refined and absorbed. Wuxia could freely take all the resources in the entire Upper Devil region. However, he only took away the corpses and resources of these experts. He did not waste time collecting the resources that were useless to the Heaven Origin Fate Realm experts. Let's go to the next area. After staying in this area for tens of thousands of years, Wuxia's strength had improved tremendously once again. This wasn't the first Calamity Master he had killed, but the third. Every time he killed a Calamity Master, Wuxia's strength would increase tremendously. His figure moved and left. They headed to the next unknown region. What Wuxia didn't know was that tens of thousands of years after he left, disciples of experts from the Upper Devil region came to the old nest of their ruler. When they sensed that their ruler had been killed, they burst into tears. Then all the universes in the High Devil region were in an uproar. 5 faceless statues were erected in various universes for all living beings to worship and worship. They were grateful to the nameless powerhouse who had saved them. He continued to fly and roam the primordial chaos. When Wang Xian passed through the 2 areas, he discovered another area that was unusually bright. This place is even more resplendent and powerful than the Universe Alliance. Wang Xian was surprised when he arrived at a new area. He had passed through more than a dozen regions. Including the regions he had encountered before, there were more than 20 regions. However, this was the first time he had encountered 3 Calamity Masters in one area. Moreover, this region was even more resplendent and powerful than the Universe Alliance he had encountered back then. This place could no longer be called a region but the fusion of 2 regions. There were more than 3,000 universes in the 2 regions. There were tens of thousands of heavenly Yuan creation realm experts. Impressive. The primordial chaos is so vast and there are so many experts. There are also quite a few resplendent regions. Wang Xian sighed. The wiser the experts in a region are, the stronger the region they can govern. Wang Xian came to this dazzling area and looked at the brilliance and prosperity of this area. He was amazed. He came to the center of this batch of areas. This was the central area of the 3 universes. It was abnormally resplendent and prosperous. There were countless flying ships flying through the primordial chaos. There were also countless flying treasures flying through the primordial chaos. The entire chaotic space had undergone a special transformation. Even after the tribulation ended, ordinary disciples could still fly here. There were buildings, floating islands, huge castles, and endless mountains. On these buildings, there were experts, disciples living and moving around. The entire area was undoubtedly a paradise. Wang Xian was also sizing up the area with curiosity and admiration. According to his understanding, this was a federal system. All living beings were ordinary citizens and had the right to cultivate. There were universities everywhere for these living beings to learn and cultivate. As long as one had talent and strength, they would not be buried. Sooner or later, he would rise up. This pattern also caused the number of experts in this area to be abnormally high. There were tens of thousands of people in the heavenly essence creation realm. However, Wang Xian soon discovered another problem. There was another area adjacent to this area. This area was called the Abyss. There was a powerful and terrifying creature in the Abyss, as well as many chaos beasts. In the Abyss, all kinds of terrifying existences had always wanted to invade this dazzling region. The 2 sides had been in a great battle. Because of the external threats, this area was becoming more and more resplendent and powerful. This area was called the Holy Area. The Holy confronted the Abyss. Currently, the sacred territory guarded the border of their territory and had been able to resist the invasion of the Abyss. However, because the energy in the Abyss was extremely violent, the sacred region had never counterattacked. Perhaps the reason was that the Abyss was very strong. They were not strong enough to counterattack and completely destroy the Abyss. Wang Xian was very interested in this area. He moved his palm and divined with the power of divination. Soon, he divined the location of a Calamity Master. Wang Xian moved his body and arrived beside the Master of Calamity. The powerful concealment power seemed to have placed Wang Xian in another space. Wang Xian was less than 100 meters away from the Master of Calamity, but the Master of Calamity still did not notice him. His strength is not bad, but he is not the strongest person in the holy region. Wang Xian looked at the middle-aged woman in front of him. This was the first female Calamity Master he had met. He was sitting cross-legged and cultivating. Wang Xian didn't alert her. With his current strength, he could easily kill her. However, Wang Xian wasn't someone who would kill the innocent. He wouldn't kill other experts recklessly for resources. Wang Xian moved and left. After staying in the holy territory for hundreds of years, he headed to the border between the holy territory and the Abyss. At the edge of the 2 regions, there was a huge castle. This castle was called Demon Suppression Castle. The entire castle was incomparably huge. Although it was called a castle, it was actually the size of tens of thousands of planets. The entire castle was emitting extremely terrifying energy. Wang Xian swept his gaze across the castle and could sense that there were more than 8,000 heavenly origin fate realm experts. In fact, there were even 2 cataclysm masters guarding the castle. This castle was called the Demon Suppression Castle. It was a line of defense between the Holy Area and the Abyss Area. Countless experts from the Holy Region came here to fight and suppress the demons in the Abyss Region, just to protect their home. Wang Xian strolled around the castle and sensed the strength of the two Calamity Masters. They were much stronger than the ones he had met before. However, compared to him, they were worlds apart. At the very least, Wang Xian could still kill them easily. He did not stay there for long and continued to fly in the direction of the abyss. Along the way, he saw the powerhouses of the sacred region fighting the monsters of the abyss region. The creatures of the abyss were a kind of monster that looked extremely cruel and ferocious. They were bloodthirsty, the strong preyed on the weak and followed the naked laws of darkness. The intelligence of these creatures was not inferior to humans, but the nature of their bodies was to kill. This is the first time I've encountered a creature with such intelligence but such brutality. Wang Xian's eyes sparkled as he looked at these creatures. He did not make a move because the weak abyssal creatures nearby were not worth his time. He kept flying toward the depths of the abyss, divining while sensing. Soon, he entered the depths of the abyss and sensed a huge abyss nest. This was an extremely huge abyssal lair. Countless abyssal monsters were born here, killing and evolving. These abyssal monsters began to devour the corpses of their own kind from the moment they were born. The stronger they were, and the weaker they were turned into food. At the center of the nest, there was a monster that emitted an extremely terrifying aura. This monster was the Master of Calamity. At the same time, he was also the leader of many abyssal demons. He could control his subordinates. This abyssal monster didn't break through the chaos cardinal treasure. It's similar to the power of faith. Wang Xian muttered as he checked the monster's condition. The abyssal demons gave birth to countless monsters. These monsters would sacrifice their faith and their souls. The more and stronger his subordinates were, the stronger it would be. He even had the strength of a tribulation master. Furthermore, according to Wang Xian's senses, this monster was not much weaker than the three Calamity Masters in the sacred region. There's dark energy, faith energy, and lightning energy in his body. It should be enough to kill this monster. Wang Xian thought to himself as he extended his palm. An extremely terrifying dragon claw instantly arrived in front of the abyssal demon, and a chaotic power enveloped its body. The extremely terrifying energy instantly caused it to tremble. Countless blood-red pupils were filled with disbelief and fear. Buzz! After the dragon claw covered the area, Wang Xian killed the Cataclysm Master. Waves of energy entered Wang Xian's body and increased his strength. Chirp, chirp, chirp. When this abyssal demon died, all the abyssal monsters born from it died in an instant. Wang Xian surveyed the abyssal demon's lair and collected all the resources and treasures before flying deeper into the abyss. With Wang Xian's current capabilities, everything he had was akin to a vacation. At the same time, he could also increase his strength and obtain resources. This abyss region is completely pitch black. Even the universes are pitch black. It's occupied by all kinds of abyssal monsters. This region is really terrifying. Wang Xian was flying in the abyss and kept flying deeper. He was extremely surprised. A huge area was occupied by these abyssal monsters. He did not know if these abyssal monsters were born in this universe or if this universe was occupied by these abyssal monsters. In the chaos, Wang Xian would occasionally encounter some powerful abyssal monsters. He would directly attack these abyssal monsters, kill them, and absorb and refine them. After flying for hundreds of years, he still hadn't passed through this huge area. Wang Xian used the power of divination to divine the situation in this area. Wang Wang Wang. Information appeared in his mind one after another, causing him to reveal an extremely shocked expression. According to his divination, the entire abyss region was incomparably huge, like an endless abyss. The abyssal demons occupied this area. There were 12 Queen Mother abyssal demons in the entire region. As for the abyssal demons at the level of the Queen Mother, they were existences at the level of the Master of Calamity. This abyss region was not only a threat to the sacred region. There were 3 other areas that were threatened by the abyssal demons. They desperately resisted these demons. The strength of these 3 regions was not as strong as the sacred region. Compared to the sacred region, they were much more miserable. Countless experts had fallen in order to fight against the abyssal demons. However, they had no choice but to send more experts to the battlefield to resist these abyssal demons. Let's exterminate these abyssal demons. Wang Xian made a divination and decided to eliminate this group of demons. Although the existence of this group of demons could make some regions stronger and stronger, it also caused more regions to become more and more tragic. Countless heroes and experts died to protect their homes. Wang Xian moved and divined the location of the abyssal demons. A few hundred years later, Wang Xian arrived at the lair of the second abyssal demon Queen Mother. In the abyssal demon Queen Mother's lair, there were not only the Queen Mother but also thousands of heavenly fate abyssal monsters. However, Wang Xian could easily kill them. With a wave of his arm, a gigantic dragon claw covered the entire nest of the demon Queen Mother. The power of chaos covered all the abyssal demons. Who is it? No, no, no. What kind of power is this? Countless abyssal monsters roared and wailed, but it was useless. The abyssal Queen Mother unleashed all her power, but it was useless. After tens of thousands of years, Wang Xian had refined and absorbed all the abyssal Queen Mothers and monsters here. He then proceeded to the next place. In the following tens of thousands of years, Wang Xian refined and absorbed the abyssal Queen Mothers one after another. His strength continued to rise, and his supernatural powers became more terrifying and invincible. The abyssal Queen, am comparable to the strength of a region that isn't weak. The 12 abyssal queens represented 12 powerful factions and resources. Wang Xian continued to absorb, improve, and kill. 80,000 years had passed unknowingly. Wang Xian arrived at the lair of the abyssal demon Queen Mother. This abyssal queen was leading her people to fight against a region. In front of them were countless mechas, battleships, battle islands, and war planets. There were also countless powerhouses who stared at the abyssal Queen Mother with blood-red eyes. Their faces were filled with tragic expressions. Fortunately, there were also calamity masters in this area. He stared at the abyssal queen from afar. The war between the two sides did not break out, and the Queen Mother did not launch an attack. They did not dare to attack and could only wait quietly. The atmosphere was extremely oppressive. Almost all the experts in this area had gathered here. They knew that they could not retreat. Behind them was our universe. Once they were occupied by the abyssal Queen Mothers, they would become stray dogs without a home or a universe. Once they lost the universe and their home, it would be terrifying after the tribulation ended. After the tribulation ended, there was no longer any other elemental energy in the chaos. Even a primordial heaven creation realm expert could not continue to cultivate and improve. As for those below the heavenly yuan creation realm, they would all die. This meant that their race was heading towards extinction. Therefore, they could not retreat even if they died in battle. The atmosphere was solemn and stirring. No one knew why the war had erupted. Woo-woo. At this moment, the abyssal Queen Mother suddenly let out a roar. The energy on the bodies of the countless abyssal demons and monsters around it began to boil. Woo-woo. Roar. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Countless abyssal monsters began to respond. They seemed to have woken up and were ready to hunt and fight. Prepare for battle. Fight to the death, for our homeland, for our loved ones, for our universe. Kill. Even if I die today, I won't take a step back. Kill, kill, kill. Let's fight to the death with these monsters. When all the living beings in the area heard the horn, their hearts tightened, and their eyes turned red as they roared with death in their eyes. Fight. Fight to the death. Everyone was prepared to sacrifice themselves. Buzz. At this moment, they suddenly saw an extremely terrifying giant hand covering the abyssal Queen Mother. It covered all the subordinates of the abyssal Mother Empress and countless abyssal monsters. What kind of hand was this? Boundless and endless. The gray hand slowly covered the abyssal Mother Empress and the others. Woo-woo! In the next moment, they saw the abyssal Queen Mother bellowing in horror and sending out messages in horror. They saw countless abyssal monsters trembling and lying in the chaos in despair. At this moment, they saw a figure appear in their line of sight. He stood proudly in front of the abyssal Queen Mother army and casually extended his palm. He suppressed the entire abyssal Queen Mother army with one hand. That figure turned around and glanced at them indifferently. This made all the disciples of the experts in the entire region feel as if their souls were being sucked in. What kind of gaze was that? What pupils? It was as if he could see through everything in the chaos of the universe. It was as if he could see through all their secrets. One glance for 1,000,000,000 years, one glance for a lifetime. Under the incredulous gazes of all the powerhouses, the entire Abyssal Queen Mother army was held in the hand that reached through the sky. It was slowly shrinking. Finally, it landed in front of the divine, great, and unbelievable figure. He suppressed the abyss with one hand. What kind of existence is this? A single person and a single hand suppressed an Abyssal Queen Mother. How could a human be capable of such a feat? Hiss, so strong, so strong. What kind of existence is this great expert? Where did it come from? Is he here to save us? Are you here to help us suppress the abyss? All the disciples were stunned. In the Tianqing region, the disciples who were prepared to die in battle looked at this scene in disbelief. They thought that a disaster was coming, that a great war was about to break out. However, he did not expect that a figure would suddenly appear and suppress the entire Abyssal Queen Mother army single-handedly. This scene shocked everyone. Thank you, great being, for helping us resolve the disaster in our Tianqing region. Thank you, sir. At this moment, even the only calamity master in the Tianqing region was shocked when he saw this scene. They were also shocked, afraid, and filled with endless reverence. He directly knelt in the void and bowed to that mighty figure. Thank you, great being, for helping us resolve the disaster in our Tianqing region. Thank you, sir. Thank you, great being, for helping us resolve the disaster in our Tianqing region. Thank you, sir. In the next moment, all the experts in the Tianqing region knelt in the void and shouted. Their faces were filled with excitement. They were filled with gratitude and trembling. With the Abyssal Queen Mother army suppressed, the calamity in the Tianqing region would be completely resolved. They could finally breathe a sigh of relief. It's just a casual gesture. There's no need to thank me, Wang Xian said calmly when he heard the earth-shaking, kowtowing voices behind him. He moved his body and led the suppressed Abyssal Queen Mother army toward the depths of the abyss. Thank you for your help, sir. Our Tianqing region will erect a statue of you for all the disciples to worship as a sign of our gratitude. Calamity Master continued to kneel and said loudly. Even though Wang Xian's figure had disappeared, they still knelt there for a long time. 10 minutes later, all the experts slowly stood up, their faces filled with excitement. Ha ha ha, that mysterious lord has eliminated the Abyssal Queen Mother and the group of abyssal monsters. We finally don't have to worry and be afraid all day. Yes, we can finally be free. Thank you, great being. Where did that lord come from? How powerful is he? He suppressed the entire Abyssal Legion with one palm. My God, this is unbelievable. All the experts and disciples in the Tianqing area roared excitedly. Shocked, cheered, and roared. Not long after, a statue of Wang Xian was established in various regions of the Tianqing region and stood at the center of the various great cosmoses. Although the Tianqing region didn't know where this great existence came from or what his name was, they only knew that he was their benefactor. That was enough. He allowed countless creatures in the Tianqing region to exist and continue to survive. It was a supreme existence. Wang Xian didn't know that the Tianqing region had erected statues for him in all the universes. However, even if he knew, he did not care much. He shuttled back and forth in the abyss and killed a large number of Abyssal Queen Mothers and the Abyssal Legion. After refining it, his strength became more and more terrifying, unpredictable, and unimaginable. After dealing with a large number of Abyssal Queen Mothers and the army, Wang Xian crossed the abyss and continued to fly towards the area ahead. Tens of thousands of years after Wang Xian left the abyss, some areas that were threatened by the abyss suddenly realized that the entire abyss had calmed down. Some experts entered the abyss and found that the demons in the abyss were almost invisible. Only a few abyssal demons were active inside. Wang Xian crossed the abyss and stepped into a new area. In this area, he found a Chaos Cardinal treasure. As he continued to fly forward, he divined another special area. A special area where chaos behemoths live. An elemental god with the existence of a calamity master. Wang Xian's eyes flickered as he checked the information he obtained from the divination. He moved and immediately flew toward that area. A few hundred years later, Wang Xian arrived at this special area. His eyes sparkled as he looked at the area. Here, chaos behemoths ran amok. There was no universe. There were many elemental gods, and all kinds of elemental gods emitted powerful auras. There was even an elemental god at the center that was comparable to the Master of Calamity. This elemental god, who was comparable to the Master of Calamity, had already given birth to a trace of intelligence. However, because there were no other creatures around to talk to, her intelligence was very low. Moreover, because of the characteristics of the elemental god, she was full of destructive power. Within a radius of countless kilometers, even the powerful chaos behemoths did not dare to approach. This elemental god is quite mystical. It actually has intelligence and can be brought to the 9-origin cosmos. Wang Xian muttered. The elemental god contained endless energy. For example, the area around this wood-type elemental god was a holy land for cultivating wood-type creatures. Of course, he had to be able to withstand the wood attribute energy that erupted from it. The cultivation holy land formed by the elemental gods was even more powerful than that formed by the KS cardinal treasures. Buzz! Wang Xian came to the front of the elemental god. With a wave of his arm, he sent some information about the chaotic universe into her mind. This caused the elemental god's energy to fluctuate, and endless wood-type energy surged. Wang Xian placed it inside and blocked it easily. Hello, Dragon King. Are those chaos, universes, and living beings real? Very soon, a spiritual fluctuation was transmitted into Wang Xian's mind. That's right. You're an anomaly among the elemental gods. You've gained intelligence, and you're considered very powerful. You can try to restrain the energy that you've spread out and try to transform. Are you interested in following me? Wang Xian smiled and said, All right, Dragon King. You've increased my intelligence and made me understand more things. I'm willing to follow you and see the endless chaos and universe. The elemental god replied, Hee, all right, I'll call you Moo Moo from now on. You should learn to control your own strength first. Wang Xian smiled as he tried to meddle with the method of controlling one's strength. Very soon, Moo Moo, who looked like a little girl, appeared beside Wang Xian and sized him up curiously. Let's go. I'll bring you to learn more about living beings, regions, and knowledge. Chaos was extremely magical. The elemental god absorbed the elemental gods of the same kind and reached the level of the Master of Calamity. It could affect an area of space, and the area it affected was comparable to half the universe. It was extremely terrifying. It gave birth to wisdom. After Wang Xian helped her increase her intelligence, he also gave her the method to control her strength. This caused Moo Moo to be completely born, turning into the appearance of a little girl. No one would have thought that this was a terrifying elemental god. Wang Xian brought her along and continued flying towards the chaos ahead. Gradually, Moo Moo's control over her own energy became more and more proficient. She was no different from an ordinary expert. As an elemental god, he could also absorb energy of the same attribute and advance. It could even easily devour other wood-type elemental gods. Wang Xian brought her through the chaos. Not long after, they encountered a chaos beast. An extremely powerful chaos beast. The entire chaos behemoth emitted the power of a calamity master like a giant whale in the ocean. This was the strongest existence Wang Xian had ever seen in the chaos. He was even stronger than all the previous calamity masters he had seen. When Wang Xian and the rest saw the chaos behemoth, it was in a universe. Its size was comparable to tens of thousands of planets. It was the largest creature Wang Xian had ever seen. It was extremely terrifying. It shuttled through the universe and had an immeasurable mouth. Everything in front of it was being devoured. Yes, it devoured everything, be it living beings, the universe, or even death. Everything it saw was devoured by it. Behind it was a place for excrement. This place would expel everything that it could not digest. A life planet was extremely small in front of it. In fact, hundreds or thousands of planets would be devoured in the blink of an eye. The speed was extremely fast. With a sway, it could fly very far. Wherever it passed, all living beings died. Wang Xian arrived with Mu Mu. When he saw the terrifying chaos behemoth, his face was filled with shock. Why does it devour everything? Devouring all living beings. Mu Mu stood beside Wang Xian and could not help but ask. Because of its instinct, because it wants to become stronger. This chaos behemoth has also gained intelligence, and its intelligence is very high. However, in its eyes, everything in the world is just food. Wang Xian's eyes sparkled as he looked at the terrifying beast ahead. This chaos behemoth was indeed extremely terrifying to a universe and a region. He looked ahead. There were more than 2,000 experts in the distance. More than 2,000 Sky Origin Creation Realm experts. The leader was in existence at the level of a calamity master. They had set up an inescapable net in front of them, waiting for the chaos behemoth to step into it. All great beings, get ready. The universe devourer is coming. He's about to arrive. We have to destroy him. Otherwise, our region will be finished. We'll be devoured by him. Among the 2,000 experts, the leader, Calamity Master, gritted his teeth and stared ahead. Universe Devourer. This was the name given to the chaos behemoth in their region. It could devour the universe and everything in the universe. They did not know where this giant beast came from. The giant beast had appeared in their region more than 10 million years ago. In a short period of more than 10 million years, it had devoured more than 80 universes here. All the living beings in every universe were devoured. Wherever the giant beast passed, everything became ruins. There was no sign of life. This caused the experts in the entire area to be terrified. In the beginning, there were Sky Origin Fate Realm experts who joined forces, but they were easily devoured and killed. Even if hundreds of Sky Origin Fate Realm experts joined forces, they would not be able to do anything. In fact, it could not even break through its defense. Later, the invincible experts of this area personally attacked, but they still could not do anything to this chaos behemoth. This caused all the universe great beings in the entire region to be shocked and seethe. One had to know that the Master of Calamity was an invincible existence in their eyes. As the giant beast ran amok, all the experts in the entire region decided to join forces and set up an ambush here. Here it comes, attack! The chaos behemoth moved very fast. More than 2,000 Heaven Origin Creation Realm experts and 1 Calamity Realm expert roared when they saw the chaos behemoth. Boom! 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 In an instant, a huge formation flew out and Sky Origin Creation Realm experts stood on one side of the formation. Boundless energy surged into the array. The figure of the Master of Calamity stood in the center of the array. Endless energy gathered and terrifying arrows condensed, attacking the chaos behemoth in front of him. Endless arrows and energy pierced through space. The chaos behemoth had no pupils, but it could instantly sense the terrifying attack. It had fused with the attacks of more than 2,000 Sky Origin Creation Realm experts. His entire body shook slightly, and a phantom flew out from his body. It opened its abyss-like mouth and swallowed the attack in front of it. Boom! Boom! Violent collisions sounded out as countless arrows landed on the huge phantom, slowly destroying it. Roar! However, it only defeated the phantom. The terrifying chaos beast seemed to have been angered and attacked directly ahead. Continue attacking. When the leading tribulation master saw this scene, his eyes were about to pop out as he roared. More than 2,000 Heaven Origin Creation Realm experts stood on the formation map. A huge spear condensed. The spear seemed to be able to penetrate the entire universe and pierce towards the chaos beast. Buzz, buzz, buzz. However, the next moment, the surrounding space began to collapse, and everything around them began to turn black. The chaos behemoth's extremely huge body suddenly disappeared. Not good. This chaos behemoth has a terrifying innate skill. A bad premonition enveloped the hearts of all the experts. The expression of the leading Calamity Master changed drastically as he roared. Hiss, look around, we've already entered the body of the Universe Devourer. Oh no! At this moment, a primal chaos existence discovered in horror that they had been devoured. It had already entered the chaos behemoth's body. They felt a destructive energy attacking them. Not good. Charge out and break its body. Calamity Master, who was in the center of the array, roared with a trace of fear. It swallowed more than 2,000 Sky Origin Creation Realm experts. One of them was a Calamity Master. The strength of the Universe Devourer had exceeded the expectations of the great beings in this area. Their expressions were extremely ugly as they hurriedly activated the huge array diagram. One had to know that this array diagram was a powerful treasure that their Master of Calamity had found in the chaos. It could gather all of their strength together, allowing their attacks and defenses to be condensed together. However, even so, they were suddenly swallowed into their stomachs. This caused them to be incomparably shocked. Boom! Boom! They activated the array diagram, and a terrifying energy attacked upwards. The endless energy beam tried to break the body of the Universe Devourer. Roar! However, an incomparably deep voice entered their minds, causing their expressions to change drastically. They saw that the terrifying energy beam actually dissipated bit by bit. It was as if it had been swallowed by a strange force. How is this possible? Oh no! How can this Universe Devourer be so powerful? How can it be so terrifying? Over 2,000 Heaven's Origin stage powerhouses looked at this scene in disbelief. It was too powerful. The strength of this Universe Devourer was so strong that it made them feel despair. It could actually devour them in an instant. An attack that could be directly dissolved by it. How could he resist such a terrifying existence? They were in despair. Should we escape immediately? A primal chaos existence couldn't help but ask. Once we escape, all of our universes will be devoured. What if we don't escape? We don't even have the strength of a Universe Devourer. Some experts were unwilling. Their faces were filled with shock and anger, but they were even more powerless. Universe Devourer? This title is very vivid. The strength of this giant beast is really powerful. From afar, Wang Xian was shocked when he saw this scene. This Universe Devourer's power was truly terrifying. He was even stronger than when he was in the Torrent region. At that time, he could kill more than 1,000 Sky Origin Creation Realm experts. However, after such a long period of improvement, Wang Xian's strength had already reached an unfathomable level. Ah, Dragon King, those creatures have been devoured by this giant beast. This giant beast is so powerful that even I am no match for it. It's so terrifying. Mu Mu stared at the Universe Devourer in front of him and said in surprise, "It is very strong." Wang Xian nodded. He looked at the gigantic Universe Devourer and raised his arm. A similarly immeasurable palm instantly appeared in front of the Universe Devourer. The huge claws grabbed its body. Roar! The Universe Devourer sensed the huge palm in the sky, and it let out a panicked roar. The gigantic head was aimed at Wang Xian. At the same time, its body shook, and more than 2,000 Sky Origin Fate Realm experts in its body were spat out. Sensing the danger, it did not have the time to deal with the 2,000 Sky Origin Fate Realm experts. Boom! When the 2,000 Sky Origin stage powerhouses were spat out, the endless palm had already restrained the body of the Universe Devourer. Roar! Roar! The Universe Devourer kept roaring, and the terrifying energy on its body attacked the huge palm, wanting to fight for it. A violent physical and spatial energy tore at the giant palm. Although you're the strongest existence I've encountered in the primordial chaos, you're still a little weak, Wang Xian said calmly. His 5 fingers formed a claw and streams of chaotic force entered the Universe Devourer's body and began to absorb its energy. What's going on? We're out again. At the same time, the Heaven's Origin Creation Realm experts who were still inside the Universe Devourer's body suddenly appeared outside. They were all shocked. Look over there. Hiss. How is this possible? What is this? What is this? What palm was this? Was it the Master of Chaos? Is there a Master of Chaos in our chaos? Is he cleaning up and destroying this Universe Devourer? A single palm actually imprisoned that invincible Universe Devourer. This is simply impossible. Look over there, there are 2 figures. Over 2,000 Sky Origin Creation stage powerhouses noticed the endless palms above the Universe Devourer. When they noticed Wang Xian and the rest, their faces were filled with shock and disbelief. The Universe Devourer had already made them feel invincible. Now, a palm had appeared and was suppressing the Universe Devourer. There was a master of chaos in the chaos? The master of chaos? They looked at the two figures in the distance and saw one of them stretch out his hand. Clearly, this was the mighty existence who had attacked. Sensing the invincible might, their breathing stopped. "Thank you, great master of chaos." The Calamity Master's expression changed. He felt that the Lord who had attacked him wanted to kill him as easily as crushing an ant. However, this great existence was currently destroying the universe devourer. He hurriedly knelt in the air and thanked him. "Thank you, great master of chaos." The rest of the experts also hurriedly knelt in the void. He bowed respectfully. Wang Xian glanced at them and didn't pay them any attention. In front of him, the huge universe devourer was completely restrained by him. With a thought, a tiny bubble flew out of his body. The small bubble contained terrifying spatial power. There was another space inside as if it could contain a universe. The bubble flew toward the universe devourer, and an unbelievable scene appeared. The bubble was smaller than a palm, and it slowly sucked the universe devourer into it. Roar! The universe devourer was unable to resist at all. It roared in terror, its body trembling. Following that, the bubble containing the devourer of the universe arrived in Wang Xian's palm. "Slowly refine it." Wang Xian looked at the bubble and smiled. Through his divination, he found out that this universe devourer had devoured everything in thousands of universes. It possessed terrifying spatial power and powerful physical strength. After devouring at least 2 regions, its strength could reach such a terrifying level. If Wang Xian killed and refined it, he could save countless lives. "Let's go. We'll continue to stroll around other places." Wang Xian turned around and left with Mu Mu. Only more than 2,000 Sky Origin Fate Realm experts were left behind, their faces filled with shock and gratitude. From then on, the legend of the Master of Chaos circulated in this area. Wang Xian brought Mu Mu along and continued shuttling through the chaos. A universe devourer had indeed surprised Wang Xian. Its strength could indeed sweep through one region after another. If it was allowed to devour endlessly, its strength would reach an extremely terrifying level. While Wang Xian was refining and absorbing it, he was enjoying the scenery in the chaos. In the chaos, there were not only chaos behemoths but also some other special creatures. Especially when Wang Xian saw a race of chaos. They were moths. When the tribulation began, the chaos was filled with all kinds of energy. They wandered in the chaos and ate. When the tribulation ended and everything in the chaos was filled with gray chaos energy, they would turn into cocoons and sleep. When there was energy in the chaos again, they would appear again. These creatures only had the strength of those who had just entered the heavenly Yuan creation realm, but there were quite a lot of them, tens of thousands of them. It was a huge group of chaos creatures. Wang Xian continued to wander in the chaos. After absorbing the universe devourer, his strength had increased tremendously. This allowed his speed to reach a terrifying and unbelievable level. He only needed a few hundred years to travel from one region to another. This was something inconceivable to any expert. It would only take a few hundred years for the divination power to divine an area and rush over. Wherever he went, there would be traces of him. In the future, he could instantly come to this area. After arriving at the various regions, Wang Xian obtained the supreme treasures of chaos. Chaos cardinal treasures of various attributes had been gathered. Wang. When Wang Xian arrived at another area, the scene in front of him shocked him again. This area was unusually special. Not only the cultivation method in this area, but even the energy in this area made him extremely shocked. The entire area was dominated by one type of energy, and that was lightning. Lightning attribute. The energy of the other attributes was 100 times less than the lightning attribute. The powerful power of lightning made this area special and powerful. This was a region that Wang Xian had seen that was even stronger than the holy region. The people in this area called this place the Science God's domain. That's right, the Science God territory. The entire area was focused on developing science and technology, and there were all kinds of powerful spaceship weapons. He shuttled through the chaos and jumped through wormholes. Even without wormholes, the spaceships they created could directly perform special spatial jumps. This was like a spatial teleportation array. Under normal circumstances, the spatial teleportation array had to be established first. After it was established, the 2 points were fixed. From one place to another, it was fixed. However, the technology here had already developed to the point where the spaceship itself could be used as an anchor point to transmit information to any area around it. Moreover, the distance of the teleportation was very wide. The living beings here, even ordinary weak humans, had already achieved eternal life. Mechanical immortality. It could also be called technological immortality. This was because they had already developed a carrier that was exactly the same as a human body. It could not be called a machine. Every living being had an endless lifespan, which made this area powerful to a terrifying extent. This caused the technology in this area to reach an unimaginable level. Wang Xian brought Mu Mu and flew towards the center of the technology god territory. They looked around curiously. When they arrived at the center, they found that many enormous warships were flying in the same direction. One of the battleships was emitting terrifying energy. Wang Xian looked over and was surprised. The most powerful battleship could kill ordinary calamity masters. This battleship could also destroy an existence like Mu Mu. The reason why this battleship was so powerful was not because of the Chaos Cardinal treasure, but because of the alliance. The countless components stacked together could condense all kinds of energy. Under such circumstances, it was like a master of the tribulation facing dozens of chaos existences that could perfectly fuse together. In this way, the master of calamity might not be a match for a perfectly fused chaotic expert. This was the case for this battleship. There were hundreds of powerful battleships around him. Some of them were comparable to the 9 Heavens divine rock who had just broken through. As for the other 100 warships, none of them were weaker than primal chaos. This was an extremely terrifying power. If the universe devourer came to this area, it would probably be bombarded as well. Most importantly, these battleships were not the only force in this area. Truly powerful and dazzling. Wang Xian sighed as he looked at the battleships that were performing space jumps at high speed. He could see that there were countless warriors in these battleships. Each of them had all kinds of powerful weapons in their bodies. In battle, he was comparable to a ruler realm disciple. At the same time, Wang Xian discovered something special. Some battleships had a large number of living beings at the core of the engine. These creatures were obviously not from the technology god realm. They were all very powerful. There were hundreds of heavenly Yuan creation realm experts. However, at this moment, the Sky Origin Fate realm and Ruler realm experts had strange expressions. Tubes were inserted into their bodies as energy engines. These disciples were captured by them and modified to become the power of the battleship. Wang Xian did a divination and realized that they were going to invade another area. This region is so powerful. Clearly, it has been invaded and plundered many times. Wang Xian thought to himself. The resources of a region could not give birth to such a powerful race. In fact, Wang Xian had divined that they had already destroyed 3 regions. All the living beings in these 3 regions were destroyed by them. All the resources were plundered. As for the disciples of the experts, they were treated as human power. The power of lightning in their own region was enormous. They were not used to going to another region. They studied other regions and the experts and living beings in other regions. In the end, they would be turned into living engines. A special chip was used to control their minds, allowing them to absorb the energy of the world and then supply it to their weapons and warships. This kind of behavior was very cruel. In fact, in order to maintain an endless supply of power, they would raise some universes in captivity, allowing the living beings inside to rapidly improve in a bloody way. After upgrading it, he could control it and turn it into a biological machine that only knew how to listen to orders, providing power for the warship's weapons. The development of a civilization is actually so cruel. Wang Xian looked at the numerous battleships, spaceships, and weapons in the science and technology divine territory and sighed in his heart. A region had reached such a powerful level through such a method. Wang Xian didn't know how to evaluate it. This is the naked law of darkness in the chaos. The strong kill the weak and enslave them. Wang Xian mumbled as he followed the spaceship from the technology divine territory and flew in a certain direction. After traveling through the wormhole, the massive warship arrived at a new area. It seems like they're going to invade this new area. The wormholes have already been set up. They're going all out. Wang Xian's eyes sparkled when he saw the fleet arriving at a new area. All kinds of battleships and spaceships had been deployed and were ready for battle. After all kinds of huge warships and weapons were prepared, they entered the area ahead. After flying for another few decades, they were attacked and ambushed. Haha, a bunch of ants still dare to resist. We have already scanned the entire area. Next, become our slaves and become the driving force of our machines. In the center, a huge spherical warship was spinning. In the center of this battleship that was hundreds of times larger than a planet, a dozen burly middle-aged elders were sitting inside. They laughed disdainfully when they saw the Sky Origin Creation Realm experts attacking them. One of the old men pointed at a ball, and a huge cannon barrel appeared in front of it. Boom! In the next moment, a terrifying bolt of lightning shot out. Just as it was about to reach the expert, it instantly transformed into a huge lightning net. The lightning net covered it, and then a lightning beam connected to the huge lightning net. The lightning net was strengthened and covered the Sky Origin Creation Realm expert. The expert's expression changed drastically. Without any hesitation, he took out his escape treasure and wanted to escape. Buzz! However, the entire lightning net suddenly shook violently. Cracks appeared in the space around him. Escape failed. He was covered by a terrifying net, and a chip emitting the power of lightning flew towards his mind. No! The Sky Origin Manifestation expert roared in despair. Once this special chip entered his mind, he would be controlled and everything about him would be known by the other party. He would be reduced to a puppet, a slave who only knew how to obey orders. Around him, some of his companions shouted at him with anger and fear. They attacked the huge battleships. However, it was useless. Haha, it's impossible to escape from the attack of the star-hunting warship. Even 100 experts in the fate realm of the Heaven's Origin stage are nothing in front of the star-hunting warship. Inside the spherical battleship, a dozen controllers laughed as they watched the scene in front of them. He's really powerful. That trapped expert is in existence at the level of the Great Tao, yet he was suppressed in one strike. Wang Xian had been watching from the side. He could not help but exclaim at the technological power of the technology god territory. When all the power was developed to the extreme, it was extremely terrifying. The difference was that the development of technological power made it even more powerful because of the uniqueness of technology. Unfortunately, I saw it. After witnessing how powerful these battleships were, Wang Xian decided not to follow them. He moved and arrived in front of the strongest spherical warship in the center, the star-hunting warship. In front of the gigantic battleship, Wang Xian was extremely tiny. Wang Xian waved his arm and a palm-sized space sphere floated towards the star-hunting warship. Beep, beep, beep. Beep, beep, beep. Warning. Warning. A terrifying spatial energy fluctuation has been detected. Warning, warning. Space energy fluctuations are attacking the star-hunting warship. According to calculations, it is unavoidable. According to the calculation of the star-hunting warship, the star-hunting warship will be contained and suppressed. It will not be able to escape. It will not be able to escape. Detected a creature ahead that contains immeasurable energy. Undefeatable, undefeatable. Warning, warning, remind all controllers to transfer their consciousness away immediately. The enemy is undefeatable. Just as all the battleships were sweeping across the area to suppress the ambushers, all the battleships sounded a warning. It spread throughout the minds of everyone in the technology god territory. This stunned all the experts in the entire technology god territory. How is this possible? Is there something wrong with the star-hunting warship? How can there be an enemy that we can't defeat? Hiss, this was impossible. How could that human-like creature in front of him be so powerful? Our entire fleet has received the highest level of warning. How is this possible? While all the powerhouses in the technology divine realm were in shock, the smiling spatial ball arrived in front of the warships. A strange and terrifying scene happened. The battleships seemed to be attracted by a terrifying force and directly entered the palm-sized space ball without any resistance. This made all the powerhouses in the technology god territory look incredulous. Hundreds of enormous battleships were sucked into the space sphere one by one. All the powerful disciples of the technological divine territory inside died quickly. In less than a few minutes, the space ball returned to Wang Xian. Wang Xian grabbed it in his hand and said calmly, "The strong prey on the weak in the chaos. You have enslaved other living beings and slaughtered countless living beings. One day you will be slaughtered too." He put away the spatial ball and prepared to slowly refine it. In the next moment, he disappeared with Mu Mu once again and arrived at the center of the science and technology divine realm. The living beings in the technological divine territory could instantly transfer their consciousness to other mechanical bodies after their bodies died. This was the key to their eternal life. Naturally, they did not die just now and were immediately reborn. After being reborn, they immediately sensed that their entire army had been wiped out. This caused all the experts and disciples in the technology divine realm to be filled with panic. What kind of enemy did we encounter? Today, with my strength and my name, I will judge your science and technology divine realm and grant you destruction. At this moment, a voice sounded in the minds of all the powerful beings in the technology divine realm. Their eyes widened in disbelief. "Judge us? Who are you? Why are you judging us? Why do you want to destroy us?" No, no, no. In the science and technology divine city at the center of the science and technology divine realm, countless powerful disciples rushed into the sky, shouting and questioning with fear on their faces. All the experts and living beings in the entire technology divine realm knew what had happened at the star hunting worship. All the living beings in the technological divine territory were filled with horror. Now, when they heard this voice that was filled with endless majesty, their expressions became stunned. They were furious, terrified, and unwilling. The battleships and armies that the technology divine realm had sent out this time were 3/4 of their strength. However, such a powerful force was actually wiped out by a creature that suddenly appeared. How could this not make the living beings of the science and technology divine realm feel horrified? Now, they were about to face judgment and destruction. They did not want to die. Wang Xian ignored them. He stood at the center of the technology divine territory and swept across everything in his surroundings with his giant hand. All the living beings, all the battleships, all the technology, they were all collected by him. A region that had existed for dozens of eons, a region that was almost invincible, and a technological civilization that was almost invincible. Wang Xian had no way of resisting. Although the strong preyed on the weak in the chaos, Wang Xian was not used to the development of this civilization. Therefore, if he was strong, he would destroy the science and technology divine realm, judge it, and destroy it. In the next tens of thousands of years, Wang Xian traveled across the entire civilization and destroyed the technological power of the technology divine realm. Tens of thousands of years after he left the technology divine territory, the regional powerhouse who had been invaded by the technology divine territory came here. When they saw all the living beings in the entire technology god realm disappear, they were filled with shock. This made them think of the invincible figure who had suddenly appeared in front of the science and technology god realm army. The experts in this region called him the Master of Chaos. That was because that person was an invincible existence. He was an existence that could destroy the science and technology divine realm with a wave of his hand. Other than the Master of Chaos, who else could do it? Of course, all of this was for the future. Wang Xian brought Mu Mu along and continued on their journey. While absorbing the resources of the technology god territory, he wandered around. His strength was getting stronger and stronger, becoming more and more unfathomable. He also had more than a dozen chaos cardinal treasures. In the end, when Wang Xian encountered a supreme treasure of chaos, he didn't collect it anymore. There was no need to collect too many chaos cardinal treasures. Is there an end to the primordial chaos? After Wang Xian absorbed all the resources in the technology divine realm, his speed and strength had reached an even more terrifying level. He only needed a few decades to travel from one region to another. His speed had already reached an immeasurable level. On this day, he suddenly muttered, "Was there an end to the primordial chaos?" He used the power of divination to divine, but he did not get any results. Then he began to fly in a direction. Time passed by slowly. As Wang Xian flew, he passed by various regions and encountered various special civilizations. A special universe. Wang Xian would always take action and kill the cruel rulers of the universe. This also caused the name of an invincible and mysterious expert to resound throughout the various regions. When the experts of these regions met and learned about the information of the other region, they all called the mysterious expert the Master of Chaos. One legend after another was passed down from one region to another. Tens of thousands of years passed by quickly. Wang Xian kept flying in one direction. On this day, he suddenly felt something. He looked at the chaos in front of him and raised his eyebrows slightly. I came to the end of the chaos. No, it's not the end of the chaos. Wang Xian felt as though he had discovered a new world. He had already traveled through tens of thousands of regions and had finally reached the end of the chaos. Of course, this end was a little special. Other primal chaos regions would have universes, but this region didn't have any. The chaotic force here was extremely chaotic. There were special spaces that were nurtured in this chaos. These spaces contained all kinds of energy. Wang Xian entered this special area and continued to fly deeper. After flying for hundreds of years, he was finally certain. This was the end of chaos. The places he had passed through before were the universe, the embryonic form of the universe. As time passed, new universes would be formed in those spaces. So this is the formation of a universe. Wang Xian came to the front of a space and observed it continuously. He had a feeling. He felt that he could also create a universe. Could even create an even more powerful universe. Chaos is not endless. Of course, this is only for oneself. For other experts, chaos is endless. Even if they exhaust their endless lives, it will probably be very difficult to reach the end, let alone for the Heaven Essence Fate Realm experts. Wang Xian muttered to himself. He felt that it was time for him to return. This time, he had been out for more than 1,000,000 years and had visited countless areas. His strength had increased tremendously, and he had gained a lot. After that, he could go back and build the 9 Essences Cosmos before spending time with Guan Shuqing and the other girls. In the endless time that followed, he could also bring them to visit various regions. He didn't need to pass through quickly like this time. Go back! A smile appeared on his face, and his body moved, disappearing in an instant. In the next second, he appeared in the 9 Essences Cosmos, returning from the edge of the cosmos. This was his ability, because the 9 Essences Cosmos contained his remnant energy. Right now, Wang Xian felt that he was already immortal. Even without the ultimate resurrection treasure, he would not die. It was a strange feeling. It was as if the chaos was still there. Even if his body was destroyed, the remaining energy in various places could revive him. I'm back! Upon returning to the Dragon Palace, Wang Xian teleported over and greeted them with a smile after sensing the location of Guan Shuqing and the rest. Ah, Xiaoxian, you're back. We just happened to get some delicacies from other places. Come and eat with us. For experts of their level, the time Wang Xian had gone out this time was not long. Even for them, a closed-door cultivation would take millions of years. Therefore, the girls were not too surprised. All right. Wang Xian nodded his head and smiled as he looked at the food they were making. Father is back. Father, did you bring us any gifts? Not long after, a group of little fellows rushed over and shouted excitedly. Wang Xian smiled. Wandering in the primal chaos, although he had invincible strength, they could easily destroy an area or a civilization, but they still felt more comfortable at home. They did bring some interesting things. There are technological items, special treasures, and some beautiful chaos star stones. Wang Xian looked at his children, Guan Shuqing, and the other girls. He handed them some toys that he had obtained in the chaos. This time, he visited dozens of regions and came to the end of the chaos. He stayed behind when he encountered some interesting things. This was especially true for some chaos star stones. They were extremely beautiful star stones that emitted the light of a dream. They could increase one's aura and also had the ability to protect. Wow, so beautiful! Father, what is this? A mecha? He's so handsome. This stone looks good. I want to forge it into a necklace. The girls were all filled with excitement, and the boys' eyes were shining. Although they were over 200 million years old, they were still like children to Wang Xian and the rest. Ha ha! Wang Xian smiled. I'm going to modify the 9 origin universe. You can find a place in the 9 origin universe and make it your home. Tell me what kind of home you want. Father, you want to transform the 9 essences cosmos? We don't need a separate home, we just want to live together with father and mother. The 7th girl immediately said with a smile. That won't do. You're already so old. Don't disturb my life with your mother. Wang Xian chuckled. Humph. The girls snorted and looked unhappy. You don't want us to disturb you. We have to disturb you every day. Mother loves us. Hee, yes, yes. Guan Shuqing and the rest of the girls said with a smile. Wang Xian also smiled. I'll build a nest for each of you. When you rest, go back to your own nest. You're all grown up now. You're going to split up. Isn't it good to give you some privacy? However, they all have teleportation arrays that can instantly come over. Then I want a fan's nest. I want the kind that is dreamy. The surrounding space is flowing with starlight. The girls immediately became interested and made requests one by one. Wang Xian chatted with them and recorded them down one by one. Now, he had more than a dozen chaos cardinal treasures of various attributes. All the resources had been absorbed by him. However, Wang Xian could create them directly. With his chaotic force, he could create anything he saw. In fact, as long as he could imagine it, he could create it. After accompanying Guan Shuqing and the children for some time, Wang Xian began his transformation. When the 10 chaos cardinal treasures floated around the 9 essences universe, the entire 9 essences universe was instantly filled with unparalleled energy. The majestic degree of this energy had reached a point where it could harm people. Boundless energy instantly affected the entire 9 essences cosmos. The ordinary plants and vegetation began to rapidly evolve towards the divine tree and divine grass. Ordinary living beings, even if they did not cultivate, could reach the strength of a venerable just by breathing in this endless energy. The 10 chaos cardinal treasures were located in the 9 essences cosmos. All living beings in the 9 essences cosmos could reach the ruler realm with a little bit of cultivation. It would be very easy for him to break through to the heavenly Yuan fate realm, but he still needed a quota to do so. The sudden change in the 9 essences cosmos attracted the attention of all the living beings in the 9 essences cosmos. They looked around in disbelief. The experts of the peak races were the Empress of the Elf race, the 12 ancestors of sorcery of the Sorcerer race, the Divine Tiger race, the Black Tortoise race, the Saint race, and so on. The Heavenly Fate realm experts of the 9 origin cosmos were also shocked. From today onwards, I will use the supreme treasures of the universe and the supreme treasures of chaos to transform the 9 essences universe. There's no need to panic. At that moment, a voice rang out in the ears of every living being in the 9 essences cosmos. Dragon King? The invincible Dragon King is the one who is transforming our 9 essences cosmos? Oh my God! This spiritual energy is too terrifying and unbelievable. In just a breath, I feel like I'm about to break through. Hiss, just how strong is our Dragon King now? Many lords say that our Dragon King is already invincible. What does invincibility mean? It's too vast and too powerful. It can transform our entire universe with a wave of its hand. Thank you, Dragon King. All living beings were shaken, and all intelligent beings in the 9 essences cosmos fell to their knees and bowed. Some of the living beings who had gained a trace of intelligence under the impact of the spiritual energy also knelt in one direction according to the vague guidance. The Elven Empress and the rest flew towards Wang Xian. Following that, they witnessed a scene that they found unbelievable. The Chaos Cardinal treasure hovering around the 9 essences cosmos was suffocating. They felt that as long as they entered the center, they would immediately die from the impact of the energy. Then, they saw the Dragon King using an indescribable method to transform the entire 9 essences cosmos. A powerful array formation connected the energy of the 10 Chaos Cardinal treasures, allowing them to enter the 9 essences cosmos in a balanced manner. It filled every corner of the 9 essences cosmos. Soon, many powerful treasures and sacred grounds were born in the 9 essences cosmos. That powerful sacred land was much, much stronger than the strongest treasured lands of the various peak races. With a wave of the Dragon King's hand, 99 sacred lands were born in the 9 origin universe. Even without a seat, the area was huge, enough for hundreds of millions of living beings to cultivate. Because of the 10 chaos cardinal treasures, the energy of these holy lands would never run out. 99 sacred lands were scattered throughout the 9 essences cosmos. These holy lands were for all living beings with potential to use. After creating these sacred grounds, Wuxia created beautiful sceneries that he had seen in other regions in the desolate void of the 9 origins universe. Strange scenery. He copied them one by one. The entire 9 essences cosmos was filled with life and was extremely beautiful. In the end, Wuxia rebuilt the Dragon Palace and built a new residence for the disciples of the Dragon Palace. Firstly, he had transferred the former Earth to this place. Looking at the familiar and slightly changed blue planet, his face revealed a sense of familiarity that he had not felt for a long time. Earth, the planet he was born on, was also the planet where he rose to prominence. From a remote place in the universe, he rose from Earth and reached his current level. This was his home planet. Wuxia moved Earth to the center of the 9 origin universe. With the mother planet as the center, he built buildings around it. There was a void land, a void ocean, and a unique underwater dragon palace. I was born on Earth and I rose to prominence on Earth. Today, Earth will become the center of the 9 essences cosmos, and even the center of the universe. Wuxia mumbled with a smile. Wuxia had spent thousands of years on the transformation of the 9 origin universe. It could be said that he had strived to make every part of the universe perfect. Several thousand years later, the entire 9 essences cosmos was filled with boundless energy. The 10 chaos cardinal treasures emitted a gentle light that illuminated the entire universe. 10 magnificent pillars of light connected from the edge of the universe to the center of the universe. It was a blue planet that was connected by 10 chaos cardinal treasures and emitted dense vitality. Is this the planet where Father was born? I really didn't expect that Father would actually reach his current achievements in such a short period of time from such a small Earth. The group of dragon children and dragon ladies looked at this planet that they thought was small and said in slight shock. Wuxia smiled and didn't say anything. Some of the past events on Earth flooded into his mind. He was once a weak youth, but he had already grown to his current level. If there's nothing else in the future, I'll live on this Earth and occasionally bring you guys on a trip. We'll go shopping in the various regions of the universe. Wuxia said to them with a smile. The current Wuxia had achieved true invincibility in the chaos. No one was his match. Through the power of divination, he could confirm that there was no existence in the entire chaos that could compare to it. In fact, let alone being comparable, there were no experts who could withstand a single move from him. Invincibility was lonely, but it was also very relaxing. There was no pressure. It was time to live a life of retirement. It's time to rest. The girls also smiled. In the following period of time, experts from the various pinnacle races of the 9 origin cosmos came to pay a visit. Wuxia sat with her, chatting and drinking. It was quite relaxing. The powerful disciples of the Justice Alliance and the Dragon Palace Alliance sensed the changes in the 9 origin universe. That was because the 10 chaos cardinal treasures floating around the universe were too shocking. They came to pay their respects. As time passed, more and more experts gathered in Dragon Palace. The number of Sky Origin Fate Realm experts in Dragon Palace gradually reached 5,000 to 6,000. Moreover, it was increasing at a terrifying speed. Wuxia didn't care much about the strength of the disciples of the Dragon Palace. However, as Dragon Palace's strength increased, the disciples of Dragon Palace found more areas around them. Moreover, they connected the surrounding areas through the teleportation array. There were also experts from other regions who had unintentionally come to the 9 essences cosmos. When they saw how terrifying the 9 essences cosmos was, they were shocked beyond words, and they felt as if they were insignificant. Those who were blind and did not follow the rules would naturally die permanently here. Most of them had carefully inquired and learned that there was an invincible existence here. Time passed very quickly. 1 billion years, 2 billion years. Time passed quickly and more experts in the 9 origin cosmos learned about it. This place was connected to more and more regions. There were 10 chaos cardinal treasures around the 9 essences universe, and they were extremely gentle. This was why the area around the Nine Essences universe also contained endless energy. This attracted countless experts to build their own mansions here after obtaining the approval of the Dragon Palace. As more and more of them appeared, the Nine Essences cosmos became more and more lively. After 6 billion years, the tribulation completely ended. Chaos returned to chaos. There was dead energy everywhere. Those who were not in the heavenly origin stage could not survive in the chaos for long. However, in the vast space surrounding the Nine Origin universe, the energy of the KS Cardinal Treasure had propped up a powerful region. Cultivating in this region was much better than cultivating in any treasure land in the universe. As time passed, more and more experts found out about this place and more living beings from different regions rushed over. This also caused the entire area to become more and more lively. The life force became denser and denser. Is this the center of chaos, the universe born by Dragon King, the master of chaos? 10 supreme treasures of chaos are floating around. The enormous formation is connected to the chaos. Even the energy in the chaos can be converted into various attributes. The energy here is endless. It's unbelievable. The master of chaos is an invincible and immeasurable existence. So lively here. This isn't the cultivation tribulation. At a glance, there are at least tens of thousands of Heaven's Fate realm experts, right? After more than 20 billion years, a tribulation master brought a region of experts here. They looked at the holy land in front of them, which was known as the center of chaos, and their hearts were filled with shock. They finally understood why the Dragon King was called the Master of Chaos. He finally understood why this place was called the Center of Chaos. Because even though they had reached the realm of the Master of Calamity, they still felt insignificant. And this place was built by the Dragon King. One could imagine what kind of existence the Dragon King was. Around the Nine Essences universe, in front of the 10 Chaos Cardinal Treasures, stood 10 enormous divine dragon statues. This was a statue created by the experts of other regions, the statue of the Dragon King. All the experts who came here had to bow to the statue to show their respect. This was the unspoken rule, and no expert had any objections. That Dragon King was worthy of their worship. It was clearly recorded that a region was attacked by a terrifying chaos beast. The entire region was no match for the chaos beast, and countless creatures were devoured by the chaos beast. The experts there came to beg the Master of Primal Chaos to help. As for the Master of Chaos, he simply waved his arm and grabbed the ferocious chaos behemoth from countless distances. Xiao Xian. The Nine Essences cosmos is getting more and more lively. In the Nine Source universe, on the beach on Earth, a group of girls and Wang Xian were lying on chairs leisurely. They were all smiling as they spoke. Wang Xian smiled. That's right. It's getting more and more lively. A new cultivation tribulation is coming. The tribulation is coming. Xiao Xian, take us to other areas to have fun. The girls said expectantly. No problem. Wang Xian revealed a smile as he lifted his head and looked up at the starry sky. His story was over.